Welcome, 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 everybody, to part of our continuing series where we talk to activists, scholars, reporters, philosophers, professors, anybody on the left, anybody on the right. We don't care. We just want to get thoughtful perspectives out to you, the public, to do this thing that was popular when I was in high school. It's not so popular these days, but maybe we'll bring it back. It's called Thinking for Yourself. Maybe we'll have a renaissance, maybe not. We'll see. Anyways, we're doing something a little bit differently. So we've been doing a lot of academic interviews, and that's important, and we'll have some more coming here. But what I was always taught when I was at school was that you have to ground truth, the information. That you can read things, you can hear from people who are doing higher level analysis, but you need to go into the field, or you need to talk to people who are in the field. And with us today is somebody who's on YouTube. I've never met him before. He was not paid for by any organization or group to write his stance on political division and where it's at in America today. He's a completely independent source, and that's why I wanted to talk to him. Part of our new series where we're trying to reach out to people who are thoughtful on YouTube and talk directly to just Americans in the field, not academic, but what are they saying with their own eyes, their own perspective, and we want to bring it directly to you, the public, so that you can have as many different data points as possible. With us today is the 21st Century Federalist. He did a video called What Would National Divorce Look Like? It's an interview with the 20th Century Federalist. There's a picture of the video, What Would a National Divorce Look Like? And, you already answered some of those questions. So let me give you a little bit of the background. 21st Century Federalist currently advises law enforcement, can't go into it. Before that, he received his master's at one of the top international strategic universities, John Hopkins, geopolitical center, global risk masters. I was looking at the same thing myself. It's an excellent degree, bringing people up short of the PhD level, but on a lot of where global risk is and how to understand the current global market, especially for American businesses. Before that, he was a graduate of West Point in 2016. He currently lives in I would say that Illinois is mostly right outside of Chicago, and he has found himself in the boundary line, which is kind of interesting when you look at the rest of our information here. He's in the suburbs of Chicago, the boundary line between red and blue, and where we're finding a lot of the holdouts for competitive elections at the county level, certainly looking at presidential races. He's also 29, and he's a fan of H.R. Tolkien, not so much a fan of anime. Did we get anything wrong there?
It's J.R.R. Tolkien, but other than
J.R.
You're thinking of H.P. Lovecraft, too, also a big fan, but that's
another big fan. Methuselah, Tathagala, that
Cthulhu.
Cthulhu. Got it. Yes. I'm struck that you're so atypical because I live in the Central Valley. I know we were talking about this. I live in the Central Valley. We are crawling with veterans. You're way too easygoing. You don't approach. I never would have guessed you were a West Point graduate. Never in my life. So let's get right to it. What is this video about? And why did you make it? Why make this video relatively recently? Why was this a relevant topic? Why did you think of making this? And roughly, what did you say?
So we'll start off with the why. So the initial trigger that made me want to create this particular video was Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene was calling for a national divorce. And, as many of her statements, it made the headlines. And so I sat down, and normally this is one of those statements that I would have brushed off to talk about other topics. But it's not the first time I've heard something like this. It pops up every couple of years, and whether it's, a section of a state trying to break away from another section of the state, or red states, blue states, whatever, I figured, okay, this keeps coming up, and I keep hearing people say, let's have a national divorce, but nobody goes through and actually talks about what would that entail. So if we're going to treat our politicians seriously, we have to take what they say seriously. And so I decided to take some time, sit down, and do kind of a strategic foresight analysis and look at what would a national divorce look like if it happened. And kind of over the course of the video, I went through, okay, what would be the mechanism? And specifically looking at what would be most probable, I said that it would have to be a referendum because it would go state by state. Because when you think about it, it's hard to tell which states are actually red and blue. Because look at Kansas, for example. Kansas, we think that's a red state generally, but they have a Democratic governor right now. So is it a red state? Another great example, Georgia, Republican state government. But nationally speaking, it's voted blue in the last couple of election cycles. So started there, and then I just started playing out, okay, let's then assume that it happens. Okay, now what are the different logistical steps that a new nation would have to do in order to actually take shape? And what would that look like? And what would be kind of the economic, military, and geopolitical issues that that new country would face?
Is it unpatriotic to even have the discussion about a potential national divorce?
Is it unpatriotic? It's an
Let's point
interesting
that out.
question. It's interesting because patriotism is such a term that people use in so many different ways and has a lot of different meaning depending on who you talk to. I would personally say it's not unpatriotic per se, because if you're saying that, okay, we have these irreconcilable differences in fundamental philosophies of how government should operate, then it is an honest discussion regarding the political health of the country. Now, there are many people who go out and they'll just say, we want this because we don't like people, and that's pretty disingenuous. But I always like to give people the benefit of the doubt and just say, okay, well, if we're being serious, then let's be serious and let's try and work through what this would actually entail. So it's not unpatriotic, but you have to be genuine in considering all of the impact. You can't just say, this is something I want to do because I'm angry about what might be a relatively minor thing on the national or geopolitical scale.
So if you're Marjorie Taylor Greene, and I get she's inartful and highly controversial and has said other things, and some people like her, some people don't. She talked about national divorce. She didn't explain it all. She had to come up with follow-up tweets to get it, so I get all of that. But if in your heart you are genuinely concerned about the functioning of this country, and you saw January 6th, and you're seriously wondering, can red and blue live together? And I don't want to see anybody hurt, and I would rather stop violence and try to modify the government before it came to that, then you're not a bad person. And it's okay to have this conversation if you genuinely in your heart are concerned. But if you're trying to exacerbate tensions, then that's not okay.
Well, and the other thing we have to talk about when we talk about patriotism is, do we define patriotism as purely dedicated to the idea of the country? Because a national divorce would imply leaving and creating a separate country. So, right. I mean, there is also that discussion where it is inherently unpatriotic because you are opposing the government and going to create a new country. So, I mean, there is also that topic which you could explore. But I always try when I consider whether someone's being patriotic or not. And this goes back to kind of having spent a lot of time around people who've been in the service. Given the fact that I was a medical discharge, I don't always think of myself as a veteran in the same way that some of my classmates or other people I've worked with who have deployed and had a longer career in the service. But it's always this dedication to the ideas, kind of those fundamental principles that we see in the preamble of the Constitution, embodied in the Bill of Rights, etc. And so if that's the thing you're trying to say, okay, I believe in all of these freedoms and this kind of concept of a representative government, but I feel that the current structure and the status quo of politics currently is preventing that representative government from functioning properly. It is a sort of non-national focused patriotism where you're more focused on the concept of a nation, not necessarily the United States, obviously, because national divorce would necessitate the creation of some other nation that isn't the United States. But there is still that level of patriotism for the love of one's fellow countrymen, regardless of what geographical boundaries might actually entail the country per se. And again, that comes down to someone's genuine belief that there is no other resolution than this, which I fundamentally disagree with. But if they have that genuine belief, it can still be in its own way patriotic, I suppose.
If in your heart you're genuinely concerned and that's where you're coming from and you're not trying to just stir the pot, as they say, then that might be, like you're concerned, hey, this could get worse and I don't want to see people get hurt. That's fair. So right or wrong, every soldier, Marine, airman, seaman, and all officers, when they join the military branch, they do not swear an oath to a map of 50 stars. They do not look at a map of 50 states and go, that's what I'm swearing to. In fact, they swear an oath to the Constitution, a legal system. Is that correct?
So yes and no. There is an argument to be said that you swear loyalty to the Constitution of the United States, yes. But the Constitution is the supreme law of the land that governs the 50 states. So
sure.
In essence, it is both. But the reason that an oath, the oath is focused on the document is more to say that we don't swear allegiance to any particular political figure or body, because in representative democracy, a president, a representative, a senator, a Supreme Court justice, they're all transitory. They come, they go, but the structure of the government as dictated by the Constitution remains. And that's why the oath is always to support and defend the Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic, because that is the core body that defines the U.S. government structure. And so that is the thing we are sworn to support.
So nobody's sworn, hey, I swore an oath to join the military to make sure that that map of 50 states stays exactly the same as it is. And that's why nobody says that when they join any military branch. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct. Because, and the reason this comes back to the Civil War, where it was decided that the Constitution states the Union is indivisible. So if the Union is indivisible, then yes, inherently the map is subject to the Constitution, as no state is allowed to leave the Union. That was kind of one of the...
Let me reframe.
Okay.
In the actual words that the military uses in stating their oath, there's nothing about a map or stars. It's strictly about oath to the legal system. Is that correct?
No. Again, because the Constitution is not a legal system. It is the supreme law of the land. And therefore, it is a dedication to what is in that document, which, again, supersedes all other things. And because the Union is indivisible. Now, people can disagree with that assessment, but that is the current standing of the Constitution. And because that is how the Constitution is currently being interpreted, when you swear an oath to support and defend the Constitution, the fact that that is a part of the Constitution means that, yes, you are swearing to support and defend that principle of the fact that the Union is indivisible. So, yes, you are. It's not in the text per se.
Thank you.
Once you know that the Constitution does go on to state that fact. So it's one of those, if you're going to support and defend the Constitution, that is also one of the things you have to support and defend. It'd be no different than supporting and defending the First Amendment or any of the other amendments in the Bill of Rights. So it's not explicit, but it is inherent to the oath.
Okay, but that's an interpretation. So if the text isn't technically saying it, then what we're saying is that generally people interpret it that way.
I would say, well, yeah, that is the current legal precedent.
That's all I'm getting at. That's all I'm getting at, because I've seen a lot of people go, hey, it's unpatriotic to have this conversation. You can't tear America apart, and go, that's not why I served. And I go, so I looked it up. And the oath does not say anything about that. It says about loyalty to the Constitution, which means if you followed the legal system and technically there was a constitutional path to start pulling states apart, you would be within your oath, because you only legally, technically talked about an oath to the text of that document. Well, is that fair or is that wildly off?
I would say that's wildly off, because there is no mechanism for a state to leave the Union within the Constitution. So until now, could you put one in through an amendment process? Perhaps. Would it pass? Absolutely not. But technically you could do it. But currently there is no such mechanism. So no, that would be off.
The Supreme Court after the Civil War had a court case called Texas versus White.
Yes.
And in it, they said you could secede with, quote, consent of the states. It's the only Supreme Court case on secession. The Constitution says that the Supreme Court can handle cases that are legally in dispute,
Yes.
and came after the Civil War. And it was by Salmon Chase, who was directly appointed by Abraham Lincoln, and it reflects the thinking Lincoln had in his inaugural address. Could we say that that's at least some legal platform?
Well, and the fact that the case involves Texas is interesting because Texas is a rarity within the United States, as it is the only state to formally be a country.
Right.
No other state has that claim because all other states were formerly territories of the United
Right.
States, and therefore that ruling is fairly narrowly applied to Texas in specific.
Sure, but the phrase does not, the phrase secession was not legal except through revolution or consent of the states was not defined to Texas. It was a general statement. And yeah, it wasn't necessarily the main topic of that conversation, but it was in there. It's the only one we have. It's by the Supreme Court. It's after the Civil War. Doesn't that, and we live in a legal system called stare decisis.
Yes.
Which means case law. You have to follow it. So doesn't that mean we have to listen to that case?
No, we don't. See Roe versus Wade.
Oh, well, if we're going to do that, fine.
But that's the thing. Stare decisis is a... So it's one of those, yes.
But yes. Touche. But I would argue that they did not follow standard legal process with Roe v. Wade, and maybe they didn't follow. The conservative Supreme Court got in, and they were immediately overturning 30, 60, 70 years of precedent with many different cases, just going, here's our view. It's different. Flip it over.
So it's one of those, and that's one of the weird things about the concept is like, it's one of those yes and no. So it's one of those, you kind of have to look at things.
Yes and no. Yes, I'll take yes and no. Yes and no.
Shockingly, the world is nuanced. Not everything is pure black and white.
Fair enough. I always just try to get, because I've had lawyers and they go, we don't need to listen to some off case. And I go, so in American law, you can just ignore cases that are relevant. And they go, hold on, I didn't say that. And I go, because I know what it's called, stare decisis. So got a couple lawyers caught up in that trap. And it's a yes or no. We don't know for sure. But let's say it was understood. There was a legal path. It did not mean that you get to get guns. You can't even threaten anyone in the federal government. You have to talk about negotiated settlement and vote and working through the Constitution.
Okay.
But if you were willing to work through the Constitution, and it was generally understood in a legal context that this court case is here, and we mean negotiation, no one shooting, no one holding guns, people sitting across and negotiating. And as Lincoln said, the people consented. A majority of the American people said, maybe this isn't what I want. Maybe I'm not happy about it, but my duly elected officials negotiated on my behalf. I've heard the issues. Maybe we had a referendum like you were talking about. And a majority of the people voted, and then it went to Congress, and the people in Congress said, look, this isn't what I want, but I recognize that people had free and fair elections by duly elected representatives, and this does appear to be what they want. Would that be okay? Fully legal, fully understood, following the legal process. Everyone's in on it. Negotiation, no violence at all. We're talking about talking it out.
So how I would imagine this playing out is let's actually add some meat to the bones of this structure so we can see, and hopefully your viewers as well can understand, like a good mechanism for this. So Congress could pass a resolution calling for this, and then the states would go state by state referendum because we need the consent of the states to go through this. If they then assented to said resolution in much the manner that we would pass a constitutional amendment, then a follow-on referendum saying, okay, we all agree that we're going to have this referendum in or out, kind of an American Brexit. Then state by state, the second referendum would be, are you staying in the United States or are you getting out? And that would end up going however it would go. It's very hard to predict how that would play out. But
True.
then the results of that referendum could come back. And within that initial resolution that passes through Congress, a time frame of a number of years would have to be set in order to deal with the results of that ballot measure, just the same way that Brexit has taken time to play out. There is that time that the UK needed to, negotiate with the EU. There would be the same type of period that we would have to have for whichever states were exiting the union to negotiate with the federal government and with other entities, establish their own trade relations and all the other things they would have to do to leave the union and cause what it would be a minimal disruption of services to their citizens. So yes, that would be how I would forecast it happening should it happen.
Should it happen. And if somebody said, I meant that, I don't mean get your guns. I mean, I'm going to protest with a sign. I'm going to write letters to my congressperson. Use the legal system. That would be okay.
I mean, yes, I can't find any fault in the process because I think it would be a legitimate process. But as it comes down to whenever you're doing risk assessment and you're doing strategic foresight planning, the next question we ask is this going to happen? Which it's not. It's never going to happen. There's so many hurdles to this, and that's what I spent the vast majority of the video talking about is why this would be a terrible idea, and it would benefit very few people at the end of the day.
So you feel it's not going to happen because when you look at the cost benefit analysis, the benefits just aren't there. When you really, it sounds great. You're going to the car sales and you go, oh, look, there's a brand new Corvette and the price is marked down. But you open up the car, this is broken, that's broken. The gas mileage is way off the. You're like, oh my God, I'm going to go broke in a month. Is that roughly what you're saying about this concept? It might look attractive and sexy from the outside, but folks, when you lift up the hood, you're going to start to see a lot of the details, and it's a lot more work and pain than you've ever imagined. Is that a roughly fair synopsis of your point?
Actually, to build on your imagery a bit, it's more like opening up the hood and finding out you bought an IKEA car, and now you have to assemble the motor from parts.
Okay.
And it's like I've seen all of these things independently, but I've never assembled an engine before.
Okay. The heating is like thinking you're buying a Corvette, but you open the hood and it's an IKEA. And now you have to assemble it into a Corvette. That is a great analogy. I love that. So that's pretty great. You thought you bought a Corvette. Hey, we're going to get on the freeway, man. As soon as I get this Corvette, we're taking the top down and we're going for it. And then you open up, dude, that's an IKEA car. You're going to have to rebuild the whole thing now.
Yeah.
No, bro, I thought I just bought the Corvette ready to go. No, you didn't. So get ready for a lot of painful surgery and weeks at the auto body shop and not even really using the car at full functionality because you're going to have it up on all blocks while you're working at the undergirding. Is that a more fair analogy?
I think it's a very fair analogy. And just to give an example, translating our analogy into real world. And we'll use the context of my video where I had to read Stand Leave because it is more often talked about by people who are right of center rather than left of center.
Sure.
Just as an unbalanced thing. But if the Republican states, whichever ones they might end up being left, the first thing you have to do is make a new constitution. And that's going to be tricky. You look at how long it took the founders to hammer out the Constitution. And even then they were like, okay, we've got the document, but nobody's going to sign it until we also tack on these 10 amendments later, which is the Bill of Rights, which people forget were like with the Constitution, but not actually a part of the original document because of various negotiations among all those who were there at the Constitution.
Right.
And it's already our second attempt because we had the Articles of Confederation before that. So you think about it, it's like, ooh, this could be tricky. And especially in the current climate where you even see so many divisions within the Republican Party, like, go back to the speaker elections or the attempts to pass the debt ceiling bill. Like, I would be very interested to try and see some of these groups come together and actually hammer out a constitution, given the infighting we're already seeing when they're trying to work under the current government system, where they don't have to have these freedoms of, oh, we could design the legislature however we want. Like, once you add in those complexities, like, ooh, suddenly we have, it's like, not to add on to our analogy, it's like, ooh, I have the option to build a Corvette engine, or I could build a Hemi, or, anything else. So you're like, ooh, now there's even more complications than I thought.
So it sounds like things haven't changed in some regards since 1855. I remember you go back to the war against the states or the Civil War, whatever you want to call it. I have some family in the South, although I'm a northerner on the take, if that's what you call it. California was totally on the side of the North. The Civil War. I drew a blank there. Let me damn. I had a good point. Anyways, you're saying it's more complicated than we would typically think. Oh, that was it. Why couldn't they just say, hey, we adopt the US Constitution? We're a separate country and we all vote to just adopt the US Constitution, and then our plan from there is to whittle it down as we operate a government. So we're not going to spend 15 years figuring out, we'll just adopt it. But now that we're all red and we don't have to deal with blue votes, we know that we could pass votes easily to pull the things out of the Constitution that we don't want. So we'll take the whole document, got a working government, and then over time we'll whittle it down to be what we want as we move towards that goal. Is that possible? Illogical? Improbable?
Is it possible? Yes, anything is possible. Is it likely? No, just because people are going to want their slice of the pie. Look at how the negotiations went within the Republican Party just leading up to the debt ceiling bill they ended up passing.
Good point.
And then immediately after they passed the bill, everybody ran away from it. The MAGA folks said, oh, that's not cutting enough. The swing district folks said, oh, this cuts too much. And especially when you look, and it is just purely a difference in principle, but if you look at some of the more Christian focused or some of the more Make America Great Again focused factions within the Republican Party, they're not going to want to have to cut a deal. And once you've taken out the blue sides of things, they hold enough power to force you to cut. Because you can't turn to the Democratic Party and say, hey, we need some votes to get through this. It's like they're not there anymore. So, yeah, they can actually gum up the process in a way that they kind of do now if you're only trying to work with Republican votes. But once there's no other votes to turn to, they do have a lot more power. And, yeah, they're probably going to end up forcing people to say, okay, we want a constitutional ban on abortion. And they're not going to let any kind of document be adopted that doesn't have that, perhaps. Or you might look at a different structuring of the Second Amendment, and people are going to debate over what the language of that should look like. And that's going to be a whole thing, because that's going to be within their new constitution. And that's going to have a lot of implications. So people are going to want to talk about that. So just straight up dropping the U.S. Constitution into their new system just isn't going to work for the parties who will be negotiating over what that Constitution should be, because they're going to have enough power to really kind of push for those changes.
Possible, highly unlikely, given that we're talking about extreme ideologues who've now found themselves in their own new paradise. And, hey, we got rid of the left. Great. Yeah, we're all together. Well, actually, I think our version of all together should be my particular version. Well, actually, I think our version of all together should be my particular version. Well, actually, and then we're the bear with the 3 porridge pots. Mm-hmm. That's okay. I could see that. To back you up, 2 examples. Number one was, I remember when they overdid Roe v. Wade, the Republican Party had talked for generations. We are the party of less government. Power back to the people. Mm-hmm. Federalism. And then they go, wait, the Supreme Court's going to return Roe v. Wade back to the states. And then Mike Pence says, not good enough. I want a nationwide abortion ban. And he's not criticized by his party.
No, so him, Lindsey Graham, DeSantis has been on it recently too.
Thank you. And I was like, you guys have said you're all about federalism. Here's your first big shot in decades, and you trash it.
Well, and this has always been kind of a funny thing for me. And it actually came up in my comment section. Someone did not intend this, but they put the idea in my head, so I thank them for it. The Republican Party tends to tout itself as this party of not only states' rights, but individual freedoms. And when it comes to, and morality aside, because we've learned many times in this country that legislating morality is a terrible idea. But when it comes to a decision that impacts really you and only you, why not make it an individual liberty that the Republican Party says it loves so much? But they really are more about being Republican, which was the joke that one of my commenters made, bashing on them from further to the right, frankly. But he's right at the end of the day, because they're like, you can't get an abortion. You can't read these books. You can't do all of these things that we as the party of individual liberty don't want you to do. And that's always been,
Oh, nice.
yeah,
Good point.
they did not mean that in the comment, but as I
Good
looked at it, I'm like,
point.
you're not wrong there.
If we're the
But
party of
all of those
individual
things,
liberty, yeah.
yeah.
Why can't I read a book about gay rights? We're
Yeah.
party of individual liberty. You should want me to be able to read anything.
Or again, one of the things they really love talking about is we want parental choice. What if I choose to let my child read that book? What if this was down in Alabama, they banned the Disney Ruby Bridges movie. And it's like, well, what if I want my child to watch that movie? Where are my parents' rights? And it's like, oh, well, so sorry, it's only the rights that we believe in. And you would see that come out in a constitutional convention in this new country, because that you're going to have these people who are genuine in their thing that we need all these individual liberties, but then you're also going to have the more evangelical Christian conservative wing who are going to be like, well, we want everyone to be a little more like us. And you, like, some of those people, I've heard them talk, you're looking at borderline theocracy, and it's terrifying. But those are all factions you're going to have to deal with. And whew.
And I don't know if you're familiar with a author known as J.R.R. Tolkien and the Lord of the Rings series, but it reminds me of Gollum and the Ring, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're having our constitutional convention. I could frame the constitution of the new country to be however I want. Yes, but don't reach for the ring so that you can have a more compromised platform with everybody else and get along. And I think what you're saying is, yeah, exactly.
My precious guns. You'll never take them.
And I mean, there's 100 different issues that it could come up with. That's kind of stereotypical. It's funny.
I love you, bro. That's so great. I'm a dork. I'm a huge. I mean, I try to hide it on this. I'm a huge nerd.
And, well, look, I'm here to out you. So good luck with that.
I'm sorry, bro. Like you. Oh man. We had someone on here and she talked about anime and I almost lost it. So yeah, exactly. So so I think what you're saying is you're going to put all these people in a room and tell them you have the power to shape everything and everybody has to force to your will and you just need to like be cool and not go for that. And do you really think they're really going to do that in a room where they can finally have their government the way they've dreamed for decades of having it, and they're just going to go, I'll be fair for everybody else and not push my particular vision of the rights? Yeah, you're right. That's
it comes down to when you have everything, sometimes you often find that you can do nothing with it.
I will go. Yeah, possible,
Mm-hmm.
not probable.
No.
Very excellent analysis. I'll give you another one. The South lost the Civil War because while they were, hey, we all have these common values, there was this guy called Jeff Davis who they elected as president. He couldn't get them to agree on anything when it came to actual detailed legislation. They couldn't have common railroads. They couldn't have common taxes. And he's like, folks, we're not going to win unless we start agreeing on some common legislation. Like, well, I'm from this state. This is the way we've always done it. We're not like you. And they were only actually getting that together, I think, like the last 6 months of the war. And if they had a common railroad gauge and they were listening to Jeff Davis early on, things might have been different. But they were too independent.
Mm-hmm.
We're Georgians. You're Texans. Yeah, we don't like those Northerners, but I ain't no Texan. I'm a Georgian.
Mm-hmm.
So it failed. Even when everything's on the line and their identity is about to be lost and people are dying, they still couldn't come together.
Well, and it's again, it's funny how history doesn't repeat, but it often rhymes. If you look at the construction of the Confederacy's constitution, it very much mirrored the Articles of Confederation, which also fell apart. So, historical parallels. It's one of those, and I imagine if it would happen, we'd probably see something like that yet again, because again, there is that rhetorical focus in the Republican Party on the state level. So you'd end up with another Articles of Confederation government. Now, the difference in this situation between this and the Civil War was that it would be a peaceful separation. So instead of it making it impossible for the Confederate or the Republican states of America, as I said it in my video, to fight off the United States, because that wouldn't be happening. Instead, it would just fracture them as any nation of importance on the global stage, because you're going to have essentially, 20 odd independent countries kind of loosely organized. And even then, you might see subdivisions, much like we talked about at the start of this interview. We mentioned that Texas is a weird case because Texas has actually been its own country before.
Right.
And
they're
also
aware of that.
within that block, Texas, yeah, they don't let us forget. But Texas's economy would be one of the largest. So, and they have their own power grid, which that's another thing when you start thinking about breaking off your own country. It's like you got to deal with the power grid, you got to deal with the rail lines, transportation things. All of that is in a lot of ways touched by the U.S. federal government. So how does this Republican states of America navigate the fact that, oh, they have to restructure the power grid? There's all, and one of the other things I talked about is they've got, because Republicans are always very pro-military, at least in the funding measures, at least while you're in, not necessarily when you get out. The whole veteran thing is another story.
Hey, good point.
But that's another. But anyway, we could do a whole interview on that with people.
We easily could.
But the U.S. military is going to pull out of all these bases in these red states. They're not leaving anything behind. So this new RSA is going to have to build an entire military, and that ain't cheap. So people think that nothing is going to change, but suddenly it's like, okay. And the people you might even have, because I'm sure that under this whole thing, it's something I talked about in my video, there would have to be some agreement for service members who are residents of the states that are leaving. There would be, I'm sure, some way to negotiate that changeover, their departure from the service, purely because it would become a massive conflict of interests. But you have the men, but you don't have the material. And without the material, I mean, you're really up a creek without a paddle.
The U.S. military just couldn't leave $30 billion worth of military equipment behind like they just did in Afghanistan.
Well, that's that was stuff that we had already given to the Afghan national, so that wasn't coming home anyway. But
but we didn't intend it to end up in a terrorist state's hands at all.
Well, yeah, but
we basically gave over billions of dollars of equipment to a terrorist state.
Well, yeah, we expected the government we left behind to hold out, and that didn't happen. And
yeah,
that is again a whole different conversation.
I'm just saying, if we can give billions of dollars of equipment to a terrorist state, however, why can't we hand off a little bit to the red states?
Well, because it's here, it's much easier to move it.
Fair enough.
We just hop on the interstate and drive it home.
Fair enough.
That's why, actually video I'm working on, which is similar in this vein, but now it's, instead of addressing the peaceful version, it's addressing the violent version. It's like, you're in our neighborhood, and that interstate highway system, one of its main functions was a military transportation network. We'll get to you fast. You're not on the other side of the world. So,
sure.
And again, we discussed that there's going to be that period of time as the red states extract themselves. And that's when the U.S. is going to pull its military back. So it's like, okay, we know this is happening. It's not like it's a big surprise. So it's like, yeah, we have time to pull this stuff out.
Sure. Aren't a majority, or at least a large amount, of active duty Army and Marines from the South?
Yes, I believe that's somewhat correct. However, when you look at the military, it doesn't quite function on a geographical level. And again, you also see a very diverse range of political ideology within the military. So, it is one of those things that's technically true. It's not indicative of anything. Plus, when you look at the distribution of military personnel among bases, something we learned during the Civil War is we don't keep people, generally speaking, near where they were born. So you'll have service members at many bases from all over the country, because back in the Civil War, you would hear stories like, oh, yeah, this is the Mississippi 23rd, or, the Illinois 59th, or any of those numbers, but they were state-based units, and you were with all people from your town.
Right.
And that's why, the South had a much easier time in the Civil War with whole bases just walking off because they were all already Southerners. But that's just not the case now.
I just remember that
we learned that we won't do that again.
I just remember reading that the Army and the Marines have a lot of their bases, and they do a lot of recruiting in the South and in the Midwest. And so while they may not have the equipment, they would have a lot of very well-trained people. So, yeah, we don't got the equipment. We got a lot of
well-trained is they're well-trained relative, but a soldier without a gun is kind of useless.
Absolutely.
But on the flip side of that, you're also looking at people who, let us be very honest, the Army is about indoctrinating people into the service. And they are very good at that. It is what basic training is for. So are those people actually going to leave? And again, now we're coming back to money. In the U.S. Army, where they are right now, they've already spent time racking up points towards their promotion. They've built a career, They've got special skills that they have there and opportunities that they're only going to have in the U.S. Army. Who knows what kind of money or opportunities are going to be available in this new army? So do you take what's certain, or do you take, and frankly, the place you've existed for your entire life, or do you take this new military, which can have who knows what regulations? It's going to have its entire own UCMJ equivalent. So again, you're looking at this uncertain thing, which who knows how long it's going to take to shake out. Do you leave? And also, if you're thinking about some of the higher ranking enlisted and officer corps who've actually done their careers, am I going to give up 15 years of service as a purely financial matter towards a pension to suddenly shift over to this new system where I may not have that same guarantee?
That's a good point.
And then we talk about people who are at the top echelon. Those people are not leaving. So it's one of those, you'll have a core of regular level soldiers, but the people who are truly at the top, they have their clearances at that level for a reason. They're
Fair.
not going anywhere.
Fair. But I recall there's this thing called the Confederate flag. It was by an army that faced the United States Army. It's an enemy flag. It is routinely seen in U.S. military bases in America and around the world. And it's such a ubiquitous problem, the Pentagon has to form a special commission in order to see about getting it out of the military because it's so ubiquitous. So we can certainly have dual identities. I mean, you're holding the flag of an enemy army while serving the U.S. military, and I'm not supposed to believe that dual loyalties aren't possible. I mean, this is ubiquitous.
Dual loyalty, I would say it's just flat out disloyalty.
Okay, well, it's widely accepted in the military.
I would hotly debate that. It appears that now, is it prevalent? Yes. Is it accepted in certain segments? There are certainly those people within the military, and I have encountered them even at the academy.
Okay.
They are generally thought poorly of because of the obvious that here you are flying the battle flag of Virginia. It's not actually the Confederate flag. Broad misconception, but yeah, no, we know what that flag stands for, especially because it has no meaning in the modern era compared to what it was, which was a unit battle flag for the Army of Virginia. Now it has a whole bunch of other connotations you have told, the fact that you have that flag tells me a lot about you. And generally speaking, it's not going to get you well received outside of other people who also fly that flag, simply because we all know what it represents.
It's a fair statement to say, though, we keep seeing it in U.S. military branches have for a long time, and the Pentagon has said, wow, this is at a much larger amount than we want.
Yes. And again, you look at who it is, you're looking at this in kind of you do, and it's not to say you don't see it in other levels, but it is more of a lower enlisted space where you see it. Okay. So, and that is a question of, again, so if those are the people who are going to leave, wonderful. You have people kind of up to the specialist, maybe even making it into your first level of sergeant ranks, but where's your officer corps? Where's your high level NCOs? Those are the people who, again, at those levels of the Army, are looking at this, goes, that's not good. We need to get rid of this. So how are you going to build an army without that high level officer NCO, that leadership cadre? If you go without it, then that's something you either have to build up over time. And again, that just pushes you back into being not really a player on the global stage, or, and you will get some of them, but are you actually going to attract enough people to this kind of a concept? And again, again, the ever shifting complication here is, what does the new nation look like? Because people are going to be making choices here. It's going to be like, right. Because you think about it, if you're a serviceman, you suddenly see, let's say we've got the RSA Constitutional Convention going on, and it starts to get very evangelical, and you're not. You might be Lutheran or Mormon or Catholic or whatever. And suddenly it's getting super theocratic. You might be like, oh, I'm fine with a lot of this, but that's a deal breaker. And then they don't go. So it's hard to predict what people are going to do when you're this deep into a theoretical concept.
Oh, sure. That's why I
don't-
love this conversation.
Oh yeah, and
That's
then
why I love
why,
this conversation. And you're willing to do the theoretical. I love that. You're willing to let's imagine. Let's
Well, and
think critically.
and again, it's one of those, if people want to be taken seriously, let's seriously play out what would happen.
Right. Right.
And it's one of those, like, as the more you start looking at what would be even just the fundamental first layers of what would have to happen, those second and third order discussions are like, oh, yeah, this makes anybody moving in this direction highly unlikely because there's so much uncertainty and so many problems purely on just, again, a government structure and a logistical level that it just really preempts people moving in that direction because it's just not worth the hassle.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I would add that there was a Pentagon report the last couple of years where they interviewed minority members, Latinos and African American members.
Yes.
All of them said that about 30% of the time they see people talking a white nationalist perspective. If the American military is millions of people large and we're talking about the minorities and they're saying about a third of their time in the military, they're seeing this, it sounds like there's a large amount of these people in the military. I can't take it further than that. That's the only data I have, but not a good sign.
No, it is not. It is not a good sign. And that is, as I've said a couple of times now, that is its whole other issue. Okay. But the question is, would the RSA actually cater to what these people want? And if it does, what does that say about the RSA?
Fair enough.
Like,
good point.
Like if that's
point.
You know, it's like
good
with
point.
all the drag show bans, the fact that neo-Nazis in the Klan keep showing up to say we support these policies. That's one of the times you got to stop and look at yourself and say, okay, neo-Nazis and the Ku Klux Klan are our main supporters out here. We might want to think about what we're doing.
Right. Wrong. We need to look at our advertising concepts. Go over the green sheets again a little bit. Yeah, we need to. Like, can we get our advertising advisor in here again? We're not picking up the customer base we want.
It's like we put out our ideas, and the people responding are not the people we thought.
Yeah,
is that inevitable question? Hans, are we the bad guys?
Yeah. Oh, that's great. That's great. Okay, one last question about military, then we'll move on to economics. Mm-hmm. What if, America has so many guns, more than most other countries. It would be difficult for a military other than the U.S. military to come in here and just easily, occupy and pacify the place. We have a ton of weapons, especially in the South. Also, the South, if it broke off, would be still under the U.S. nuclear umbrella. The countries of Canada and Mexico don't put a lot of effort into fighting off foreign countries because they're under the U.S. nuclear umbrella and they know nobody's going to invade them because America wouldn't allow it. If some country landed, like if China invaded the shores of Canada, America wouldn't sit there and go, it's cool. We'll see how this plays out. Yeah. No, so this country would be under the U.S. nuclear umbrella. How much military do they actually need? If this is a negotiated settlement with America, so there's no threat of America coming back in and invading and taking it back. It's a negotiated settlement. And Mexico's not going to invade, and Canada's not going to invade. And any country gets close to the shores knows they're going to get lit up by American nuclear missiles. How much of a military do they have to have?
Well, we wouldn't use nuclear missiles for that. Our conventional tech is more than adequate. But that being a different story. But I guess it is a question of national pride at that point, because here's the thing. We always think of the United States as what it is, a hegemonic power. This RSA would no longer be that. It would essentially become a vassal state to the United States if we're talking in very straightforward geopolitical terms. And is that going to be acceptable to the people who actually want to break away from this country? When you hear the rhetoric that they use, they're always talking about pride in a strong military, how they want to be a force on the global stage. That requires a lot of investment beyond what you need if you are, another country that's just taking shelter under the U.S. nuclear umbrella and is more relying on that alliance. So if they want to play on the national stage the way the U.S. does, that's a whole nother investment in military technology just to be able to pose that kind of threat. And if they don't, well, how is the national pride element that we hear so often in this rhetoric going to be affected by that? Are people going to say, do I want to live in a vassal state to the United States where And we're, as you said, we're about to go into economics, and we talk about that as an economic principle. But it's like, if we're going to be relying on the U.S. as our nuclear deterrent and as kind of the big boogeyman in the hemisphere, is that really something that people in this part of the in this new country are going to be comfortable with?
Good question. Good question. You're asking a lot of good questions, and I really appreciate you being willing to go down this vein with me where we can, it's all theoretical, but I think these are a lot of logical points that if this ever took any further, I think people would watch this video and go, okay, here's all the stuff you're going to have to explain. If you want people, you're going to have to answer all these questions.
And that was, again, why I made the video. I'm like, okay, let's talk about this. What if you're going to commit to this, you want to have this as your policy. I hope you got all this lined up.
And that's why I asked you up front, is it okay to have this conversation, or are you a bad person? And I appreciate the way that you were able to frame it. What I like talking about with you is that we're able to have theoretical conversations, but you have a natural proclivity to zero and winnow them down to specific details. A lot of times when I have theoretical conversations, people still talk in these broad brush strokes. And I've noticed with you, you're like, let's bring it down. Let's bring it down. Let's bring it down. Now we're looking at this level of detail. That's where you can have the real conversation. I think that's awesome.
Well, and the devil's always in the details. Like, it's very easy to get up and give a talking point, but once you actually want to do something, all right, now you actually have to do all of the nuts and bolts things. And that's really where people, I find, stumble a lot in their discourses, where we like talking about these broad concepts, but it's like, okay, how are you going to implement that concept? Everything starts to get a little shaky.
Sure. I do want to get into economics, but I want to make sure not to skip this part. You had mentioned that you had talked to some or read some of the people who commented on your video.
Yes.
Okay. And that's partly why I wanted to interview you, is you're not just you're out there and you have commentators, and a lot of people who have videos are somewhat in touch with the people who comment. They have a relationship with them. They try to understand what their audience is looking like. Let's say, well, first, is political polarization an issue? Is Marjorie Taylor Greene right? Is this an issue? Is it not an issue and she's just making it up? Can we just ignore this? Everything's fine. No problems here, folks. Go back inside your homes. Or is there actually something problematic and she's not completely crazy pointing it out?
Well, is she crazy in pointing out? No, but she is the product of the problem.
Okay. Is there a problem independent of her?
Yes. She is a product of the problem.
Okay. So she didn't make the division in America all by herself.
No, she is representative.
Okay.
She is something that you can look at and say, aha. But this actually, when we were originally negotiating this interview, you want to talk about the last 5 years, but the actual key point that I always turn to is the mid to late 90s and Newt Gingrich. If you want to explore the political division in the United States, you go back to him and the fact that he said, and I'm sure you know the quote I'm about to say, it is not enough to defeat your opponents, you have to demonize them. And if you look outside of some of the things, and George W. Bush, with policy and other things aside, he tried to embrace his concept of compassionate conservatism and really tone down some of the rhetoric that you were seeing from everybody else in his party at the time. But Newt Gingrich's strategy was, it's not enough to just win on policy. We have to divide the electorate. And so this has kind of been a core part of Republican strategy. So Marjorie Taylor Greene is not the problem. She is the result of the problem. I jokingly was talking to some other people I know, and we were talking about Donald Trump and his influence in the Republican Party and whether he has it or not. And I've always said that he's a catalyst. The party was somewhat moving in that direction anyway, but he was able to kick it into high gear and move it there much faster than other people were willing to go because he changed what was acceptable. A lot of people refer to this as the Overton window of American politics, what is acceptable within the confines of our political system. He moved that way to the right for the Republican Party. So he moved that division, which was already kind of being started with Newt Gingrich, and he pushed that so much farther and really created the division that we're seeing today. Which is obviously, yes, gotten worse over the last 5 years. But it was started back with Newt Gingrich because that was his plan to keep power. And to varying degrees, it's been effective.
So Trump did not make all the division by himself. We didn't live in a kumbaya land of everybody perfectly loved each other, and then he came and destroyed it single-handedly. Sounds like you're saying there was already a evolution of disruption, already getting bad. and then he was just able to stand on top of the pile, and then it toppled over.
Well, I wouldn't say he just stood on. He pushed it.
He pushed it, but could he?
It was already. It was one of those. It was going to fall anyway. He just made it fall. It's one of those, like you're playing Jenga. There's a piece you shouldn't move, and he just came in and slapped it right out. And the whole thing.
I've
but
heard.
But even when talking about an actual video I'm working on, looking at the history of the Republican Party and how it's gone through several iterations. The current iteration that we find where the division is almost baked in starts in 2010 with the Tea Party movement. Because if you analyze a lot of the rhetoric that came out of 2010, that's when things start to get more aggressive than you would have seen in the Bush era, and you start to really get what Newt Gingrich wanted, and you kind of get the Benghazi law, like people really heavily just zoning in on the evils of the other party. That shift in kind of the 2010 to 2012 window, I think, is the start of what we're currently seeing in the Republican Party. But then, as it kind of built up, and then you Donald Trump come in and just make so many more things acceptable that weren't before that. And that's kind of how we find ourselves where we are today with our political divisions.
I saw there was a professor who said Trump couldn't have happened 10 years earlier. The ground had to be right.
Mm-hmm. No, I completely agree. I think that he is both a symptom and a catalyst.
So Marjorie Taylor Greene and Donald Trump did not show up and everything was perfect before they got here. And then they just single-handedly started ripping the country apart and all the divisions just because of them. That's not accurate.
No, I would say now they haven't helped, certainly.
Okay. But that media narrative that it's all them, all their fault, they started this, if they just went away, Humpty Dumpty magically snaps back together, is not accurate.
And here's kind of an interesting thing where we can get into talking about the public consciousness of things.
Sure.
Because, again, we know that Newt Gingrich said that back in the 90s, but it didn't become an apparent feeling in modern politics until Trump. Because even if you have to dig a little deeper into what the Tea Party was saying and some of the tactics they were using. And again, you look at some of the clips came out where like Kevin McCarthy just explicitly said the Benghazi hearings were meant to damage Hillary Clinton's presidential aspirations. Right. Like the groundwork was there, but the groundwork was quiet. It wasn't, it was dog whistle is generally the word people use, but it was this undertone to everything. And you would see it more in especially Fox News, and kind of some of their opinion entertainment side of things, not their news division, but kind of your Sean Hannity's, your Tucker Carlson, some of that. But in those segments, you're seeing that groundwork laying where you're quietly building these targets that then Trump comes along and he says the quiet part out loud and suddenly makes it acceptable to say that out loud. And for people within that media ecosystem, they already knew. But for the rest of the media ecosystem that's not tuned into that, they weren't hearing it. But now suddenly here's Donald Trump saying, we need to get, looking at his CPAC speech from a while back, we need to get retribution against the people who betrayed us. Like when that conversation started back in kind of 15, 16, people hadn't heard it that straight before. Right. Politicians were very good, at least when you would see people on like non-Fox channels or on your local news. It was always couched in the general language that we had used for many years when discussing politics. That, it is a system where that division, it's there, but we work through it. But Trump came out and made it obvious what had been there for a long time. So that's why the narrative is there, is because for most people who weren't actively paying attention to everything going on, because we have busy lives, and I get that, it did seem to appear right there.
It was always there. He just made it more obvious.
Yeah, it's one of those, it was there, but you almost had to be in the know to know. Right. And you had to be looking at a lot of different things that might not concern your everyday life.
So the trends were there. It was going this way. He pushed it faster.
Mm-hmm. And he made it very obvious to the public eye. So that's why you see that narrative constructed, is that, yes, was it there before? Yes, but Trump made it so obvious you really couldn't ignore it at that point. And that's where you see that media narrative shift and say, okay, yes, Donald Trump is responsible because he made it apparent to us that this was going on.
Yeah, I don't feel the media is as nuanced as you are being. I feel that they simply say everything was great, then Trump came, End of story. And they kind of leave it there at that surface level of analysis, which I find is misleading, because you are one of many people who said the ground had to be seeded for years before that man could ever rise up and grow a fertile tree. And when we ignore that, we're ignoring the fundamental things that are actually causing the division. The division in America didn't just start with Donald Trump. He didn't invent racism.
No.
There were already racist here before. There were already sexist, as I like to talk about. When Obama was president, they were talking about post-racial society and how great it is. And they had the Miss America pageant. And one year it was a girl who parents were from Lebanon.
Okay.
But she's an American. She either was born here, she came here when she was 2. American girl. Okay. Same thing. The next year it was an Indian girl. Same thing. Born here, came here super young. Beautiful women, perfect American accents, grew up here. They're Americans.
Yeah.
The media had to cover the story of both of these winners because the backlash on social media was so large and so horrific that stations like NBC and CBS had to go, damn, that's a lot of Americans who are straight. And it was like, you're not from here. Where's the towel on your head? You're not one of us. And the big thing was these women were both brown. And it was a big reaction. Trump did not make that happen. That's during Obama's time. Obama's preaching the opposite message, and America says, no, we don't like these brown-skinned, foreign-looking women. Get the hell out. That was national news. Trump didn't make that happen. That was already there.
So as we thought we had made progress, and apparently not.
I'm just saying, people are like, oh, he made it racist. And I'm like, so Trump traveled back in time to 2010 and made everybody get upset about this Palestinian girl who was Miss America. And I'm like, that's impossible.
No.
And when I bring this up to people who hate Trump, they have no memory of this. And I'm like, this was a national news story, folks. Sorry. It was well known.
I remember. I was looking at other things at that particular point in time. But yeah, I remember it. And it was just one of those, like, it was bizarre to me that people cared. Because no offense to anyone who does pageantry work. I certainly have friends who've worked alongside that on the tech side of things. It is grueling. Don't get me wrong.
Sure.
But at the end of the day, it's not something of geopolitical significance. It's not going to impact most people's day-to-day lives.
These were pretty girls. They had perfect American accents. They acted and talked and walked like American girls. I think that should have been it.
Well, and
it was not.
And I just did a video on where I was talking, because recently Trump came out and did his thing on birthright citizenship, so I had to have that conversation. And some of the comments I got, it was interesting to say the least.
Let's get to that. Let's get to that. So, is there political division in America? Is it bad? Start off that.
So, is it there? Obviously, yes.
Hey! I only get asked the questions. Okay, I get asked. If a guy say my opinion doesn't matter. So you're in Indiana, in the suburbs. You're saying it's there. Was it always this bad, or have you noticed it getting worse recently?
Is it getting worse? Again, we'll go back to what you asked me when we were talking about this interview. In the last 5 years, it is getting worse.
Okay.
And it is, and a lot of it does come from the trends that are already in motion. We've talked about how the trend was moving, but now it is moving faster. So this is where we look at we talked about Roe v. Wade earlier in this interview. Look at how that policy has moved so much faster than I think even certain Republicans thought it was going to go. And it has moved so far away from where kind of most Americans are that you've just seen some horrific responses in just how people have to live their lives. Because it's like you have maternity wards in Idaho that can't practice because they're looking at their Hippocratic oath versus their legal obligation saying, I can't do this. This is not viable. And so the division between people who want these very extreme policies and even at some point, people are just trying to live their lives. That division is getting worse. And that's why when we looked at, especially look at the 2022 midterms, why it did not come through for Republicans is that people through the Trump administration and going forward are starting to see the impact of these policies. And, much like we talked about how people would have to react to our hypothetical national divorce and what came out of that, now what was hypothetical is becoming reality. And people aren't liking the reality. They're saying, I thought maybe this was a good thing, but suddenly I don't have a maternity ward to go to give birth safely. That's not cool. Like, or on the economic side, you see Eli Lilly. It said that they weren't going to expand any more production in the state of Indiana because of their abortion legislation. They're saying they're going to expand elsewhere.
Sure.
Like, that is a huge blow in both jobs, tax revenue, the whole 9 yards to the state of Indiana. And companies are going to keep making these decisions. So
True.
those kinds of impacts are now what people are seeing, and that's going to further create that divide between people who are ideologically aligned with this, consequences be damned, or because the consequences don't necessarily affect them. Because, you know, there's a long history of Republican politicians whose girlfriends get abortions, but say no more about that. But
weren't we told America was going to repudiate Trump and Joe Biden was going to be a return to decency? And when he got elected, Americans were going to say, oh, we've turned past this ugly period, and everybody was going to have a, quote, national calming, and the Republicans were going to realize that what they did was wrong and come back to us. This is exactly what the Democrats said and the national news said. And then we had January 6th. So how does that work? Because I will also recall President Biden, 2 years after he said all that, and I remember people were buying it. Yeah, we're going to vote Trump out and repudiation. 2 years later, Biden had to go on TV at night with a blood red backdrop, active duty Marines, and say 78 million Americans are basically enemies of the state. The speech was so terrifying, members of his own Democratic Party called him out for division.
Yeah, well, that backdrop was not actually blood red. If you zoom the picture out, there are other colors in there. It's actually red, white, and blue. But
I'll bring it up. I'll bring it up. But the point is, that sounds like people didn't repudiate Trump. If the president's going on TV and going 78 million people are still buying this stuff, and that's a big, big, big problem, can we say that Trump was repudiated?
All right, so there's a lot of layers to that question, but as we can talk about, yeah, that's the cropped image that a lot of people are using. You have to get the full image, but
that's red.
Yeah, that's the photo. There's more background of that, but again, it's kind of we'll talk about the substance of the discussion.
Sure.
On this
78 million people still holding on to MAGA years after, even after January 6th, even after Stop the Steal, even after the president said they were going to be repudiated. 2 years later, he has to go, I guess they didn't turn their opinion. Now we just got to call them enemies of the country. Well, it doesn't sound like people turning against MAGA.
I guess here's the question. So when you talk about repudiation in a democratic system of government, repudiation of system always comes down to, at the end of the day, who holds government power. Because people can talk a lot of game, but if you don't actually get the votes to get into office, you're just talking.
Sure.
So when we look at the election victories the Democrats have seen, that is the repudiation. And there is an argument to be made, and I certainly agree with part of it, that there are elements in the MAGA movement that are straight up fascist and are enemies to the principles this nation was founded on. That is beyond a shadow of a doubt. We've seen it happen. They've made those speeches. CPAC being a great example. I did actually the largest video on my channel was done about the fact that speech rang of Germany in 1923.
Sure.
And not only Trump, I was talking about Trump's speech, but some of the speakers before him that talked about eradicating members of the LGBTQ and their ideology, like that.
Oh yeah,
terrifying.
Yeah.
So those people that like, and again, what Biden said within the speech was that there were sections of the MAGA movement that are enemies, and I agree with that statement. Those people are there, but you have to think of like why people vote for a certain party, and we are in an age where there is a lot of negative partisanship. People don't vote for things; they vote against things.
Sure.
So he wasn't talking about everybody who voted Republican. That's wildly misconstruing his statement.
Okay, but that's not the way that it was taken by a majority of Americans. So
that's
you
not
can say that, but that's not what was reported. American people were shocked to hell, and 78 million felt that they were being identified. So you don't have to agree, but that's how they took it.
No, and now we're talking about media narratives because that's how it was presented on Fox, wasn't it? So
No. Sorry, this was mainstream news saying this. This is not Fox News. This was mainstream news saying, "Wow, you overdid it. You scared Democrats. You scared independents, and we have to cover it on CBS or NBC." This was nothing to do with Fox News.
When the president speaks, you're going to cover it, but at the same time, a lot of those people who are feeling they're being identified, a lot of them are getting their news from Fox. And that's always the weird thing we talk about mainstream is that Fox is the highest rated cable news channel for a reason. It has more viewers.
I just want to be clear.
That is their mainstream of news.
Fine. I just want to be clear. This was not a Fox narrative. This was a mainstream news narrative. You went too far for President Biden. That's a fact.
And that's people. And yes, I'll agree with that. But when we're looking at the people who are most offended by it, that's where they got this story. And yes, other people carried as well because then the story carried on. And yeah, it became an issue. And certainly that division is still there. But as we've spoken a couple times about narratives, when you explore the narratives that are being presented, as you said it yourself, nuance is not something the media does.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah. And you know, very old newspaper adage, if it bleeds, it leads.
Sure.
And while this is an actual bloodshed, it is political bloodshed, which the media loves to some degree. So,
yeah.
Again, and I've done this in a couple of my channels where I always focus on the nuance because that is what I want to know. It's like, yes, okay, this is the thing that you've heard. Let's go the second layer deep and actually break this down. Because once you get beyond the narrative, it's like, okay, there's more here than that. You know, there's additional context, there's all these additional things. And that, when we look at the national division, I want to give the benefit of the doubt here. And when those kinds of statements were being made, that it was a hopeful statement. It was a way that we would like things to go this way. And perhaps if we say it enough, if we do our daily affirmations, it will become true. And as someone who, you know, engages in risk assessment, I wasn't quite convinced by that. I got where they were coming from. And especially in the wake of January 6th and some of these things, that's a scary time for Americans. So having that comforting narrative allows things to proceed at least somewhat of an even keel. Sure. So I understand why it was done. I don't think it did a great service, but I do understand why it was done.
I mean, sure. We're talking about political division, and certainly a lot of it was done on the right. But you know, we haven't had a president come on TV and appear to say 78 million Americans aren't, you know, fellow Americans. Nothing remotely close to that's ever happened in U.S. history. So and presidents don't typically give speeches at night with anything resembling a red backdrop with active duty soldiers in the background while targeting Americans. That's all of those are unique features. Now we can argue over what it meant, but those are all facts. Those are just highly unique aspects to the speech. Just get it. Just putting it out there.
Yeah, no, certainly that combination is unique. But you know, if you break out the individual elements, they're not quite that unique. And frankly, when we get to calling people enemies, say Donald Trump was doing that as a campaign during his campaign. You know, he would say, "Oh, it's all the left." You know,
sure.
So
sure, but was he an active president when he said it?
He did actually say it. In president, he was more doing it on Twitter because Donald Trump making actual speeches were pretty restrained. He was a little bit more teleprompter bound. But when you would see him riff, and especially when he was running for re-election, when he was active president, you heard that a lot. So it's not quite as much of a novelty. It's just the confluence of all of the different novelties is what made it a news story.
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
So it's not, I don't know that it's as much the novelty as people think it is. It's just one of those.
Okay.
And it's something I've talked about a couple of times on the channel. People do react viscerally to things, and that grabs a lot of attention. This was admittedly a style choice I wasn't thrilled about because it does have that visceral feeling. I mean, and that changes the context. Had he done this, you know, when we generally see presidential addresses kind of in that hallway with the podium, it would have read differently.
Yeah. So why didn't you do that?
Yeah. So it's one of, I don't know. I am not his event planner.
Sure. Let me throw out a theory. They wanted to terrify people, and they wanted to let you know we've got the military and we're being threatening, and you better watch yourself. Now, I can't prove that, but you just agreed. Wow, these are some really unique, divergent, stylistic choices that are very different from what would normally happen. Can't prove anything, but wow, isn't that interesting?
Yeah, I don't like to dabble in that sort of, like, when I do theory work, I will stick to what I can work through.
Sure.
And getting into someone's mindset is something I generally will avoid doing unless I have some evidence to suggest the state of mind.
Sure.
And that's because when you're looking at the context of the ceremony, because that was an event that Marines are normally at anyway, so the Marines were going to be there regardless. It's one of those. It's difficult to say why it all came together the way it was, and to go that far, I think, is too much. Especially when you're saying, especially with the way the U.S. Uses its domestic forces, because we don't need the military to go after people on the domestic front. We don't. We could do that fine with federal law enforcement if we really
Sure.
So it's one of those, putting the military out there. If you're getting scared by that, you're not paying attention to
Okay, it was a unique placement for the Marines. They're not typically placed in such a prominent position. That's a fact based upon previous speeches. We'll just leave it there.
But again, context. But yeah, so no, it's one of those
bunch of unique features.
Sure, but
I don't.
Yeah, digging into that much meaning, I think it distracts from more pressing conversations. It was like one speech, it was a bad optics. Could have been better. Moving on.
What about when Maxine Waters, a Democrat, says, if you see any Trump official, go get right up in their face and accost them wherever you see them, not criticized by the Democrats. Also, what about when Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez said, oh, now that Trump's out of office, let's make lists of everyone who worked for him so that we can punish them for the rest of their life, a cue right out of the Nazi Party. And what about when Chris Cuomo on CNN said, when it comes to Trumpists, sometimes the best way to deal with them is to punch them in the face. Not criticized by Democrats, none of those criticized by Democrats. Is that the kind of behavior that brings us together as Americans, or is it too close to what Trump's doing?
Yeah, it's too close to what Trump's doing. I don't like it. On Chris Cuomo, I'm like, I laugh a little bit because it's very Chris Cuomo, something he would say. I wouldn't take it to heart. Again, because Chris Cuomo.
Yeah, but if Donald Trump says something and nobody condemns it, then you're just as bad as him. So Chris Cuomo says something on CNN, everyone says it, and nobody can be bothered to say anything. It's not necessarily a good sign.
I guess it's because it's relative importance. No one cares about Chris Cuomo.
Fair. Okay. They said it on national television and the network when it was at its highest ratings for Americans who were becoming most polarized. But okay. What if this doesn't? You're talking about trends going back to Newt Gingrich, 1992. I love that. Tea Party, 2010. Trump exacerbates it in 2016. Yeah. Trump almost wins re-election in 2020. Is there any sign this gets better naturally on its own?
It's difficult to say, shockingly. What I would look for, and this is kind of when you do for strategic foresight risk assessment, you look for factors that are going to contribute to one or another outcome. What I would look for, if I'm looking for this to get better on its own, is I would look for changes in the Republican Party at the state and local level. Okay. Because when you look at state level parties, they tend to be far more extreme than the national parties. They will put out policy platforms that are much further to the right than national Republicans are willing to go. So if we see a change in that where they come a little bit farther away from these very extreme positions, that means that we might see this counterbalance away from where Trump is pulling the party. Because a lot of what we see on the Democratic Party is reactions to some of these things. As we've talked about, we have the Republican Party trying to strip away a lot of individual liberties from people while being the party of individual liberties. So you're going to understand that people are going to react to that. And unfortunately, not all people speak in a nuanced fashion. And,
right.
And, some people also have their own desires to be that explosive personality, because politics is a game of winning. So at the end of the day, you will have some people in politics, it's this divergence between the when they go low, we go high mantra that kind of the Obamas were talking about during the Biden and Clinton runs, versus kind of going down to their level and beating them at their own game, because at that point, this is what we've come to. And,
which is what Eric Holder, the Attorney General for Obama, said on television.
Yeah, and I don't agree with going down to that level, but
kind of scary when a law enforcement officer says it, right?
The attorney general is still a politically appointed official. That position straddles the line between law enforcement and politics. So it's
Somebody who's
that, and because he was not actively the attorney general when he said it, he was at that point much more of a political figure.
okay. Someone known for being the attorney general, known for enforcing the law, known for knowing the law says, let's get violent back at them. Good sign?
No, not a good sign at all. But again, as we said, things can be bad but understandable. And after a while, I can sympathize where people are going to say, I'm sick and tired of fighting this the right way. I'm going to fight it the effective way.
I just wonder if Martin Luther King said that, like, I'm tired of being patient. Let's go get some results tomorrow. Or Thurgood Marshall said, using the law for change, screw that. Let's take to the streets.
No, they did not.
Why didn't they? They should have, right? Get out there, fight the right fight.
Well,
slavery was bad. Racism was bad.
Oh, racism was bad.
Faster.
But
let's get violent. Make it happen.
It's interesting. I think this is a dynamic that has also changed over recent years, and I think this has to do with the way primary system works in America. Is that a lot of politicians are very focused on short-term political gains. What Martin Luther King was doing was a long-term play, and he knew that if that movement could be tied to anything that could be considered distasteful in the future, that the movement would fall apart.
Yeah, brilliant man.
But if you're only concerned about winning a primary in 2 years, it changes your calculus. You have a different set of interests. And I think that is where we see some of this divergence, is that there are people who are saying that, let's say Donald Trump, for instance, he is just a threat, and is a threat on such a scale that how we would traditionally do things, we're going to abandon that for a short period of time. It's a dangerous thing to do. I do not approve of it at all. But I understand the calculus. The math is there and the math checks out. It is unfortunate that the math checks out, but it does check out, unfortunately. So
we have to save the village by burning it to the ground.
Not quite that bad, but they certainly seem to have taken Newt's advice and say, he wasn't, the old shocking thing. Well, I don't like him, but he wasn't wrong.
Well, I mean, did you hear about the Durham report?
Oh yeah, that was amusing.
So, I mean,
whole lot of nothing.
That's kind of blowing up the system in order to save the system.
Blowing up the system. Everything he said we had 3 years earlier from the Inspector General's report. There's literally
I'm saying, but it conclusively proved that you had one political side work with law enforcement in a manner they did not tell the public and were lying, and they used political money to get known misinformation into the FBI, feed it through the FISA process, launch an investigation. Then you had the media report on it, and then you had 19 intelligence agencies all say it, and the whole thing was a lie.
Is that right?
That's what the Durham report said. And by the way, not even CNN or MSNBC is contradicting that. So nobody's contradicting this. They're just not talking about it. So I would say that would produce a lot of lack of faith in government.
Report.
Yeah.
It does not state that, because all of those things would have been things that he could have criminally charged. And of the 3 people he charged, 2 were acquitted.
So the Durham report doesn't say that.
No, it does not say that, and neither do the cases that he brought, because the 2 people he actually charged with the crimes that you're discussing were acquitted by juries. So he couldn't prove it after 4 years of investigation. So
Hillary Clinton's team did not approach the FBI at all. The FBI did not work with her at all secretly. They did not take information, not vet it, and then launch an investigation. None of that happened.
And certainly he didn't prove it.
Okay. All right.
Now, I suppose we could play out the theoretical, did it happen? Maybe, but certainly there's no evidence to show for it, and certainly he couldn't get the criminal convictions, because if he could have, he would have. He had the authority of a special counsel. So yeah, the fact that he didn't go for the convictions, he doesn't have the goods.
We could say that same thing about the Mueller report then.
Well, no, because you read the language of that report, Robert Mueller specifically said, if I could say that the president was innocent, I would. But he didn't. So he put that line in very specifically because it has to do with the fact that there's a long-standing DOJ precedent that says you do not indict a sitting president is a very different set of circumstances.
Sure.
They're looking at Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton was never president. If he had wanted to indict her, anyone in her circle, he could have done it, and there would have been no DOJ memorandum or any other thing that would have prevented him from doing it. So, yeah, he could have if he wanted to. Mueller didn't because of DOJ's policy, and as a special counsel, he is still subject to DOJ's policy. He can disagree with it all he wants, but as someone who respects the institution, he opted that I'm not going to fight this. I'm going to publish my report. The evidence was compelling. I will not say conclusive because it was never tried, but given the nature of the circumstances, it was very unlikely that it would have been tried in that manner unless Donald Trump had been also impeached and removed from office, which that was never going to happen because impeachment is a purely political matter, has really nothing to do with the legal system. You only need the legal justification so that you don't lose the next election, but that is a weird functionality of how the process is designed.
So Mueller report, thorough investigation, and they just decided to not prosecute for different reasons, although they had enough evidence or something like that. And Durham report, thorough investigation, but they decided to not prosecute, but it was for a totally different reason, which is they didn't really have enough evidence.
Yes, because again, and you can even look at the lengths of the report. The Mueller report.
I read the Mueller report, and I'm reading the Durham report, and I'm following Matt Taibbi, who, no offense, but he directly contradicts what you're saying about the Durham report. No offense.
No, it's fine. There are plenty of people out there on the internet who contradict that reading of the report.
Matt Taibbi is kind of a really important reporter who's exposed a lot of stories that the media said were not true, and then he was completely backed up. It's happened about 3 or 4 times in the last decade. So I'll just leave it there. Leave it there.
That's fine.
Let's go to does it get better? Does the sorting calm down on its own naturally?
I don't know. I'll be honest with you. This is a very difficult proposition because you have a lot of long-standing, trends that we've discussed over the course of this interview that are going forward. And it's a question of what are people going to choose? Because when you have a system of government that relies on elections, it comes down to the voters at the end of the day. They're going to educate themselves however they choose to. They're going to make their decisions, informed or not. Some people just voting based on how they feel regarding whatever policies have been proposed. Sometimes even just, going back to, the funny thing from the Kennedy-Nixon debates, people voted for Kennedy because he looked better on TV.
Right.
Presidential. But so Americans vote for president and all electors are based on a weird set of criteria that aren't always rigorously policy focused.
Right.
So
well said.
The question of whether this gets better or not really depends on the American people. If they're comfortable with this division, as it kind of looks like they are to a degree, because you don't see that kind of universal condemnation. You see some people who are willing to ride or die for their preferred, political team, because it does get a little sports teamish at times. There are people going to ride or die for their party, and then there are people going to be like, okay, hang on, let's be pragmatic here. This isn't working. And it's a lot easier to be ride or die.
This is what I'm asking people. Do you see any reason why it would naturally get better on its own, short of aliens invading and, we all got to come together like the Will Smith movie, July 4th, or like Reagan said, or something, some external thing, maybe a Jesus Christ-like figure returns. But let's say there's no super intervention. And the trend just continues. Newt Gingrich, 92, Tea Party, 2010, Trump, 2016. What does this look like 10 years from now, going off the trend that you're saying with no external intervention?
So if there's it's an interesting proposition. I think that there are 2 ways that it could go. Number 1 is that we are going to continue to see a divide that splits further and further apart, and we're going to see things continue to be localized to, kind of the red state, blue state narrative that, again, doesn't quite pan out the way we think it does, but it could continue to break down that way. And we see, we'll see this especially on the Republican Party, where they're going to push towards some of these more evangelical, more very MAGA specific policies that they want to engage in because it gets you through the primary. And we may see that where we have these two competing levels, and we kind of have a breakdown at the federal level, and the state governments start to have to take on more responsibility. And we see the government shift federally in that direction where states are managing more on their plate. And you could see some very weird divisions state to state. And that's a difficult one to play out because there are so many different parameters to discuss that we would almost have to watch. But the factors I would watch for is if we see continually divergent policy views. That's what I would focus on. And we don't see any major electoral shifts. The other way this is going to turn out, at least most likely way that it would turn out, is
sure.
Eventually the Republican Party will become a truly permanent minority party in this country, and it will never actually be able to hold power outside of a number of states. Because if they continue along this trend where their policies continue to restrict individual liberties, they continue to put forward these some obvious hypocritical positions where, they raised the debt ceiling 3 times for Trump, but now they're suddenly taking it hostage. And they suddenly care about fiscal responsibility again. Some of these things where you're seeing, okay, people will pick up on that eventually. And as you're seeing moderate independent voters, as well as demographic changes where Republican policies are not sitting well with younger voters. And shockingly, if your main base is older voters, you're going to run out of voters one day. That's just going to happen.
Right.
It's a factor of life. So it could be that eventually demographics catch up with the Republican Party. And I know it's kind of it's a fun narrative and it's a fun thing to explore. Texas turning blue. But is it going to happen? Not in the near future, certainly. But that number is trending against Republicans, not by massive leaps and bounds, not certainly by the way some people have portrayed it, but it is moving. And again, we've seen in other states we would consider very red, Kansas being my favorite example, because not only do they have a Democratic governor right now who is very popular in the state, but when they were asked if you wanted to place these heavy restrictions on abortion, they said no. They said, no, we don't want that.
Sure.
In a contravention of where the Republican Party wants to be going right now.
Sure.
So eventually, if the party pushes that far, it's going to run into an issue where it's like, oh, we don't actually have support anymore, and you're going to force people out of the party. Now, where they're going to go, who knows? You could have the Republican Party collapse under its own weight and then have kind of the progressive wing of the Democratic Party split off, take the Democratic name, and then the kind of your Joe Manchin types and some of your center-right Republicans, kind of your Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins types come together and form some sort of new party. I don't know what the name would be, but whatever they decided to call it. And then the Republican Party would eventually die off and kind of just become another one of America's many tiny little fragment parties that pop up here and there to focus on very niche issues.
Interesting. Let me show you. May I show you a couple maps?
Oh,
and
please.
I want to get your opinion. Okay, here we go. And this is getting at what if it gets worse? So that's why I was asking you. Do we see a reason to get better? Maybe something happens that pulls us all together. Maybe. But it sounds like if these divisions continue on as they are, it doesn't look good going into the future. You were bringing up about the changing face of America and demographics, and I completely agree. So I was a Republican. I quit in 2012, 4 years before anybody ever heard of Trump. Right. And the reason is that there was a guy called George W. Bush, and I'm Latino, and George W. Bush almost got 50% of the Latin vote. And then the guy who ran after him was called Romney. And Romney could speak Spanish and had family from Mexico, but could not speak Spanish on the campaign trail, would not acknowledge any ties to Mexico. And he dropped the Latin percentage down to like 20%. And that's when I realized they're not going to do what it takes to react to a changing America. They'll rather just stay white supremacist rather than letting Latin people in. And I got the hell out. That was 4 years before Trump came in and said, let's build a wall and all Mexicans are rapists. So boy, did I call it right. Going off that, I'm just saying it doesn't look like they're going to do what you're going to say.
No.
But maybe they will. Let me throw a scary scenario in for you, though.
Okay.
So this is from Norman Ornstein. Norman Ornstein is a demographer. I want to repeat a statistic I use in every talk. By 2040 or so, 70% of Americans will live in 15 states, meaning 30% of Americans will choose 70 senators.
Mm-hmm.
And the 30% will be older, whiter, more rural, and more male than the 70%. Unsettling, to say the least. What he's talking about is young people moving out of the Midwest and South, Trump country, immigrants not moving in, LGBTQ people leaving, young people looking for better opportunities. And basically, you know, you're looking at places like Kansas, Kentucky, Nebraska, you name it, Missouri, and they're just shells of just old, white, conservative, only watched Fox News, never met a minority, an immigrant, somebody who thinks differently, a liberal in their life. And yet, because of the Constitution, 35 states equals you win.
Yes,
almost everything. So let's say there isn't a superordinate impact. Things just continue. And this says it's going to get worse up to the year 2045 or 2040. This is all based upon U.S. Census data.
Yeah.
By the way, the year 2040 is around the time NASA says they'll have a working base on Mars. No, that's not an exaggeration. So if we're looking at things are only going to get worse demographically up to the year that we are living on Mars, what prospect do we have that this gets better in the future?
So this is an interesting way to look at the statistics. Now, while I agree that this census data checks out, I've seen the math myself, but again, we look at Kansas. Kansas is repeating in this interview, but they elected a Democratic statewide official.
Sure.
Because yes, you are going to see some populations in there who are going to be older, whiter, more rural, but some of them are just going to be dead. Like, not to, you know, be blunt about it, but yeah, they're going to be dead.
Sure.
So that is also going to change. And these communities, these are our rural communities, they need workers. They're desperate for it. And that's why, like, I don't know if you remember Steve King out of Idaho ended up resigning for a whole lot of trouble that he caused. There was a bunch of studies done in his district that showed a lot of the farmers in his district were using illegal immigrants as their main labor force while he was trying to get rid of them. And it's like voting against your self-interest, Marsh.
I agree, but that's
but here's the thing: somebody is going to have to fill these roles. So while yes, the majority of the population are going to live in these 15 states, that doesn't mean that the local demographic isn't also going to change. Purely because as generations get older, somebody's going to have to come in and fill that workforce. Things are going to have to happen. And there are going to be people who, especially from the immigrant community, who are new to this country, who, unfortunately, due to cost of living changes, may not have the same choices to move to these states that are more ideal. But as they move there, as demographics continue to change, we see generations roll. If those people are not in line with that right-wing agenda, you will see more states where you have what is traditionally a red state electing Democratic statewide elected officials. The question there, and it won't be illegal immigrants to change the caption, it'll be their descendants because they will be citizens by birth, or even regular immigrants. Because again, if you're moving to this country and you don't have a ton of options, you're going to go where housing is affordable. You're going to go where there are certain opportunities you may be willing to take employment that maybe other people aren't. You know, and this traces back through a long line of U.S. Immigration adventures, going back to even Irish not need apply. But
nice reference.
Some of those, thank you. But so some of those things are going to result in people ending up in some of these places, and that demographic shift may impact those states more than is readily apparent.
Sure.
So, sure. And again, there are also going to be people who are business Republicans, I generally refer to them as. They're the people who like the tax cuts, they like the limited regulation, but they're not on board with all of the culture war stuff. And at what point are they just going to say no and, you know, either not vote and take their votes out of the pool and vote for Democrats? Or what we're seeing in a lot of elections, what was very prevalent in 2022, is we're going to see people who aren't voters but could vote come out and start voting. Because if you look at, I think the turnout in the election was last night was about 70-ish%. That means there's 30% of voters who just didn't vote. What happens when those 30% show up? That is a very interesting, because when you look at Trump, what did Trump do? He motivated a new section of voters that the Republican Party had not previously tapped into. Granted, by doing that over time, he cost them a different section of the electorate that had been very crucial to Republicans winning. But he unlocked a certain set of people who were just distrusting of the government, really didn't see anything to vote for. But now they were willing to vote for him. And that's been his truly loyal core base.
Sure.
The question is, as that base exists and they continue to do things that are broadly unacceptable, do these voters who don't normally vote, these unlikely voters, finally say enough is enough? Do they come out and voice their opinion and actually elect different people? And that I think is going to be the defining question going forward, is what happens when those unlikely voters decide to start voting. And I think that's going to be a really critical thing to watch, to see if, when we look at this statistic, will those 70 senators actually be, elected by those older, whiter voters, or is it going to be these people who've moved into these communities for, a wide variety of reasons and may not normally vote, but are saying, no, I'm living here, I've got to vote, because otherwise this is going to become a place I can't live in.
Fair. The 2020 election was record turnout for Biden and for Trump.
Yes, it was record turnout across the board.
Yeah. And it still turned into almost a 50-50 tie. I understand Biden won, but he won by like 1 or 2 percentage points. That really upset the Germans. They were expecting a serious repudiation of Trump, and they didn't get it. National headlines across Germany on election day were like, what the hell, America? So, no, I'm serious. In America, we said, the repudiation of Trump. In Europe, they said nothing like that. They were like, you Americans let us down.
Oh, I was living in Belgium at the time. I knew. We
were watching. Great. Yeah.
I was working for an NGO at the time. And I'm sitting there with my colleagues, and I'm explaining to them what's up. We were even before the election. I'm like, okay, it's night one. This is going to be screwy. Watch North Carolina. If North Carolina goes blue, it's over. If North Carolina goes red, all right, this is going to take a few days. And trying to explain to them how this bizarre system works. Because the Electoral College is a very weird concept that dates back to, obviously, the founding of the country and does not function in any way, shape, or form the way it was designed. Yeah. Because back then, you weren't actually trusted to vote for anything. You would vote for your state legislature. They would then decide who the electors were. And then the electors would just decide who was president. And technically today, even in the modern day, as long as the electors meet and 270 of them vote Tom Hanks president, Tom Hanks would be president. And there'd be nothing he could do about it. It'd be weird, certainly. But that is how the rules work. Totally.
So
it's a weird concept.
I appreciate you backing that up. Most Americans are completely unaware that Europe was dumbfounded and offended and did not have the sense of triumphalism that we did here. I did want to go back to this one. So generally, I think what you're saying is, yes, what Norman Ornstein says looks correct, except we need to take into account that there is a lot of undocumented immigrants, illegal aliens, Latinos basically coming in, and theoretically that may change the demographics of some of these interior states.
Well, and I'm not even saying it would just be Latinos. You have other denominations, certainly in smaller numbers, but that also end up doing the visa overstay style of illegal immigration.
Sure. But I mean, how many visa overstays are in the ag industry?
Not horrifically many.
Right. So we're mostly talking about, I'm Latino, so I'll just say we're mostly talking about Latino people. And my question is you said yourself, they're not going to be able to vote. It's going to be their descendants. So we're still looking at a generation out. So even though we have all these Latinos here, that doesn't mean the voting changes at all. It's when their kids actually are born there, become citizens, and then turn 18, maybe 20 years later, then they would be able to change the voting pace.
But you think about it, we have so many that are here that have been here 10, 15 years. They already have kids that are starting to get to 16, 17, 18. They're going to start entering that voting pool now.
Yeah.
And they're still in the estate. So I think we're going to see that demographic change sooner than people think.
Sure. But the overarching thing is that a lot of the farm labor in these areas are undocumented. They are illegal, and they're transient. They come there, they work the fields, and then they move on to the area. They're not necessarily staying. Additionally, they're not necessarily being accepted as equals in the community. I've had a couple professors bring this up. Oh, the changing demographics of America. And I go, great. So you've seen people in that town having a beer with these Mexicans, dating them, going to the same events, saying, I see you as commonality, inviting them to their friends. Oh, no, we've seen nothing like that. And I go,
No.
well, it takes, when they're actually accepted as part of the community and they're moving in, maybe we might start seeing these old, recalcitrant, heavily conservative whites doing it. But if you don't hang out with them and you view them as foreigners and they live on the other side of the town and you have no interactions with them, probably not going to rub off on you too much.
Oh, no, and I completely agree with your assessment. I don't think it's going to rub off on them, but I think it's going to eventually come down to desperation. You're going to, and much like it kind of is why we have, illegal immigration is not a factor of border security. It's a factor of supply and demand.
Absolutely.
There's demand for labor. Therefore, there will be immigration, whether you allow it or not, to some degree.
Absolutely.
So the question will be not, do we like these people? It's going to be a question of, we desperately need them to be here. Otherwise, our economy doesn't function. And at that point, what are you going to do about it after a point? Like, you're going to have this voting block of the people who've been there. People are going to eventually settle. And those people, even if those, we're still going to have an influx of illegal immigration because, again, labor demands. But for those immigrants who've been here, 10, 15 years, their kids are coming of age. They still have the option to move into these places where real estate prices are cheap. They're going to be able to find jobs as people age out of the job market.
True.
So they're going to be able to pick up some of this, and you're going to see them become property owners, and you're going to see them. And since they are born here, they are citizens, they're going to be able to vote. And so, yes, maybe by 2040, we still won't see this change. But when we start looking beyond that, the numbers could be there. And again, it's all going to come down to the population depletion of these normally considered red states. Are they going to be able to sustain their population with that conservative voter base? Or is there going to just be, we desperately need bodies? And that inherently will force a change in the voting demographic because the people have to be here to do the things we need them to do.
That's a good point.
It's either that or we have a different, I suppose, potential outcome, which is these states become so fundamentally dependent on the federal government for aid because there is no one in this area that after a point, as if let's say you have some kind of Republicans really invested in cutting deficit, but these communities are so reliant on federal programs, be it agricultural subsidies, Medicare, Social Security, that it's just not viable. If those cuts ever went through, it would decimate the community. And then it's like, all right, well, that people's pocketbooks have a way of
that I can see. That I can see.
And this is something that I'm actually going to touch on a video I'm working on about kind of why Republicans don't actually want to fix illegal immigration. They just want to talk about it, is because they know the economic realities. They know that if they actually did anything, it would decimate, and then people would find out that, oh crap.
Let me back you up 100%. When I was a Republican, I was the only Republican who would go on conservative talk radio and say, in California, we make money by having illegal immigrants in our economy. And I would walk through the economics and nobody would argue with me because the numbers are there. But boy, were they mad. You could just tell. They were so mad that I walked it all the way through the economics and I go, see, even when you add up all the costs, we still come out 13 billion ahead. It was like chirp, 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 the tumbleweeds blowing. Like, boy, they didn't want to hear that. So you're absolutely right. The economics are there. Let me push back though a little bit.
Okay.
In 2012, we had Republican governors do exactly what you're saying. Let's kick these illegal immigrants out. Their economies also collapsed. And this year, guess what Republican governors are doing? The exact same plan. They've already done it 10 years before. They have the economic data showing it didn't work. They're going right back to the same trough. Secondly, we're also assuming that these immigrants stay instead of move transitory, that they're accepted, and that if they're there, their children want to stay. What if their children watch their parents deal with generation of racism and they're like, I'm 18. I don't want to deal with you guys anymore. I heard there's a place called the City where no one calls me bad names and looks down on me. So I'm going to leave you and go there. Now, we're talking in the future. We can't tell, but that could also be a possibility. Fair?
Well, yes, but red states have cities. It's not like, Kansas is nothing but farmland. Omaha, sorry, Kansas City, but or Nebraska, Omaha. Like, that's a very blue island in what is otherwise
Sure, but the attraction to cities is typically for much larger cities. If you're going, I want to go to an urban area, they don't think like downtown Nebraska. They're
everything's
What's larger?
relative, I suppose.
Fair enough. Fair
And
enough.
where can you find a job? The
Fair
job,
enough.
at some point, Chicago, LA, New York, and I talk about the rent in New York. That's, you might look at that and say, and especially if we're going to have to track the advent of remote work. Because if I work remote,
Good point.
I can work in rural Nebraska where I can afford land for pennies on the dollar. I've got a great place to live. I don't have to really see the people in town. I've seen pictures on Instagram of groups buying whole ranches and essentially homesteading. And be like, yeah, we're all work remote. They're all generally, I've seen both sides of the political, but it tends to be people who are more aligned with the left leaning side of politics. And they're just like, yeah, we're all working remote. Why not live in this wonderful place where we don't have to deal with anything? So you could see that shift as well, because you've just got so many layers of changing factors in the structure of the economy. Plus, on top of that, you might see the advent of converting rural areas into production sites for renewable resources, which are going to attract a whole nother series of jobs. When we're looking at high-level technical engineers and some of those other things that are going to attract people who are actually looking for not only just manual labor jobs, but also some of the higher-end technical jobs. And people are going to have to manage those things. So you're going to see, depending on how technology shake out, and we're looking at 150 different factors here, but that could also shift how demographics move, how people plant their soil, and what other things could happen. It's really interesting as a theoretical concept to explore, but there's so many factors. Sometimes it's very hard to pin down where things are going to go.
Absolutely. I love demographics, but it's still a theory. You don't know if you're right till you actually get there. I will point out Tim Pool, the YouTuber, did exactly what you said. He moved to West Virginia, got a gigantic tract of land, invited all his friends, and now they live there because it's remote. It remains to be seen. So there are some surveys that say that immigrants and LGBTQ and people with brown skin don't want to move to the Midwest and the South because they saw how there was this guy called Donald Trump and how people loved him. And so they're terrified of going to places where they expect people to treat them that way. Now, maybe that peters out, but when we're still talking in America today, where the president has to go on and go, damn, there's too many Trump followers. That does not send good signals to minorities. Hey, it's safe. Come on back, folks. So we're still waiting for that to peter down. I have not seen minorities go, I feel the Trump era is over and things have calmed down. I've seen nothing like that. So hopefully we get there. But I recall a lot of people saying America was going to repudiate Trump. There was going to be a calming down period. They were going to turn against him. And then January 6th happened, and that was not what anybody predicted and blew all their minds away. So,
let me ask you about. Yes, go ahead.
What are people saying in your comments? Are they saying political division is real? It's not real? You're paying too much attention to it? You're blowing this out of the stakes? Or thanks for covering this, bro. It's an important topic, and nobody covers it with the level of seriousness you are, and we need that. More as Americans. What are you hearing?
So obviously, if you go to my channel, I'm sure you did, I cover a lot of different topics, and I go into I try to stick to current events and then go in like, okay, this is that, and then let's talk about the thing behind that. For this video, the comment section was interesting. It was fairly mixed. I got a lot of support saying, I liked the fact that you broke this down, and the vast majority of the people who liked that I broke it down were on the left, because obviously I did not take kindly to how this would work out. Because again, when you go
which is your right.
Yes, and again, the assessment that I did kind of backed that up. It's like there's just so many consequences that would be negative. Because again, and I kind of took it from Marjorie Taylor Greene's perspective, as she was the one who had said it most recently.
Yeah.
But I also got a lot of people on the right saying that my analysis was languages that I'm not going to use because I know this will go on YouTube, and I do not want to cost you monetization.
Thank you.
From small channel to small channel.
Thank you, bro.
But,
nothing but love.
Yeah. But and then within that video, there weren't a lot of people talking about division. People were more focused on what I had explained. But if I look at my comment section writ large across all the videos I've produced, I tend to see 3 tracks of comments.
Okay.
Number one, I have people who are very ideologically aligned with some of my analysis, who tend to just kind of agree with what I say. And I mean, and again, you watch my videos, you know that I try and break things down, and you've at least agreed with some of my assessment. I get people who tend to agree with me. I get
Hold on for everybody.
okay.
You do a in-depth review, and I have chosen to disagree with you frequently on the show because you can handle it and you're able to think in a theoretical capacity. And I find that when people debate different topics, what we get to is a higher truth.
We
So
come to understand.
I love what you do.
Mhm.
Even if I don't agree, I think everybody should check out your shows and watch what they do because it forces you to think. I had to really think before I invited you on. You made me have to do my homework. You made me have to check a couple assumptions, which, I mean, how horrible if everyone in America double checked what they thought and thought harder. Oh my God.
Google is your friend. But I mean, that's my tagline is think about it. I don't want people to necessarily just believe what I say. I mean, yes, I have an educational background and I've done a lot of work that suggests that I know what I'm talking about. But at the end of the day, I usually talk about things that are easy to find. I'm like, look it up, think about it. You know, you've gotten my assessment. I'm a talking head on the internet. At the end of the day, I'm giving my opinion, my assessment of things, and my assessment is based on a lot of different factors. And other people may disagree with how I interpret those factors. They may think that I've placed my emphasis on the incorrect factors. There's so many things in there. And that's kind of a center lane of my comments where I get people who will agree or disagree with me on certain things, but they generally like the fact that I'm digging into things, that I don't just come on and say, this is a thing, this is how you should think about it, I'm out. I go, this is a thing, this is what that thing is based on, this is what that thing is tied to. Like one of the things that I've had decent said was talking about the debt ceiling negotiation, talking about, okay, what is everyone's interest in this? Here's Biden's interest, here's the progressives' interest, here's Kevin McCarthy's unique interest of the fact that he wants to say speaker, and that's very important to him, possibly more important than any policy bit.
He's a politician.
You know, he is a politician who has wanted that specific job for a very long time. So he's going to do what he needs to do to hang on to it. But that's an interest in negotiation, digging into, okay, these are what these people are thinking about. And saying that, okay, let's look at what these people are thinking about. Because that way you can understand, why is this going the way it is? Why is Kevin McCarthy so cautious around the MAGA wing party? Well, because they could try and get rid of him. Certainly people are talking about it now. And that's my center lane. It's kind of like, okay, we like the fact that you dig. And a lot of them are disinterested in politics. They're like, oh, I didn't know this was happening. And then I have my third group, which are my trolls. They're fun. I love them.
I'm sorry, what word did you use?
My trolls.
Well, I've never heard this before in my history of doing YouTube. What is that?
It is a person who comes on with a disingenuous or openly aggressive comment with no intention of actually having a conversation.
And this is a problem in modern YouTube videos? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I will tell you, sir, this is a problem on the internet.
Wow.
Yeah. If you've ever heard of a place called Twitter, oh boy.
Breaking news. So there are disingenuous people who come up with inflammatory statements, and they're not actually trying to push the dialogue. They're just there to rile you up.
Yeah, and they're fun, and I always try and treat them seriously. I'm like, okay, you've made a comment, whether I think it's disingenuous or not. I responded. One of my favorite ones. I was talking about DeSantis shipping migrants to Martha's Vineyard, and regardless of the policy side of that, a woman came into my comment section and quoted the Bible at me. I have 12 years of Catholic education as a kid. I know the Bible fairly.
Oh my God, you're a Catholic too? Okay.
Well, Reformed Catholic.
But I feel you, dog. I feel you.
But anyway, I grew up in the faith, so I know the book. So when and the path that she quoted me is from a letter from the apostles that says, God has ordained the government and you should not resist the government lest you be judged. And she was attacking Biden in the same statement. I go, but if God ordains the government, God has ordained the Biden administration, and you are rebelling against it, you probably need to be watching out for yourself, lest you be judged. And then she goes on to say, well, you didn't read the whole thing. I'm like, I have my Bible. I keep it right here on my shelf, my cadet Bible. And so I'm like, no, I looked it up. And the rest of the passage was talking about pay your taxes.
That's what it was. It was
that was
about in the time of Caesar. Of course, you pay taxes. You don't do open revolts against the government. It
what
wasn't
Jesus said.
do
Give unto
whatever
God
they
what is God's,
say.
give unto Caesar what is Caesar's.
Jesus was saying, look, pay your tax. Jesus basically saying, take your garbage out on Tuesdays, pay your taxes, do your basic citizen duty. But that's different than you worshiping me and believing me. You got to be a good citizen. That doesn't mean you pray to him. Yeah, I get it.
So you get stuff like that, and then you have people who are just very diehard in the MAGA wing who obviously didn't watch the video. They tuned in because they saw whatever the subject line was.
Right.
Like my recent one, last video I posted, which was can Trump revoke birthright citizenship, because he did make that campaign promise.
That's right.
Yeah, he just did that. So he said that I was like, he wants to do it by executive order. I was like, okay. And my video was like, okay, let's talk about what birthright citizenship is, how it works, where it came from, and then can Trump do it? And the answer is he's got a plan, but it's a very bad plan to use an executive order, get sued, and then have the Supreme Court reinterpret that section of the 14th Amendment. Yeah,
I don't know if that's such a bad plan given this court, man. I mean, don't trust these people in the Supreme Court these days. I'm not saying the ones before were great, but
I don't know if they go that like. That might be even that might be a little too.
They seem a little wild, man. I don't like this precedent. We just undid it. It's been around 60 years. Who cares?
Yeah, it's going to be. And again, that's why I'm like, could it work? Yes, we'd have to see. So it's not an impossible plan, but I feel like there's enough of them that would be at least a little trepid. It'd be a 5-4. I could see that. It'd be 5-4. Like, no, Trump, go away. Purely because that could upend a whole lot of precedent and throw literally hundreds of people, probably even tens of thousands of people's citizenship into question. And then they'd have to sort all that out. And the Supreme Court, while it is not on the surface political, sometimes they do take into consideration, oh God, what would the consequences of our decision be?
Yeah, like when they overturned Roe v. Wade. And
to be fair,
had
that
the
one
turned into riots, and they had people showing up at their house threatening to kill them, and it shocked the hell out of them. That level of calculation we're talking about.
Well, I didn't say that. Well, weirdly, Roe v. Wade is the one thing I think they didn't do the calculus on, despite the fact the calculus was very obvious.
We cannot calculate these people as thinkers, man. Come on.
But they were handpicked to do exactly that by the federal side.
Sure, everything but else, that shows a reflection like you didn't think there was going to be a reaction when you overturned Roe v. Wade. You must be born in a cave or brain dead.
Well, they learned, didn't they?
They learned quick.
So I bet you it may because they learned they won't do it again.
That's a good point.
That's a good point. But getting on to that video's comment section, so literally I'm looking at comments that say, I hope he does. And I'm like, I know you didn't watch the video because I can see where it's like you looked at the thing, you clicked in, you typed it, and like I'm looking through my analytics and I'm seeing the average watch time. And I'm like, okay, if the average watch time on this 6-minute video is a minute and 10, I'm like, I know what's going on.
Well, let me get back to the chase though.
Yes.
Are your commentators, are the people watching your show, the ones who agree with you, the ones who don't agree with you, the ones who are silent, and just going off the various things, do you feel people are saying we're not politically polarized, or at least generally everybody's agreeing we're politically polarized? Maybe they have a disagreement on what to do or the solutions, but are you feeling pushback and people going, why are you talking about this, man? We're not politically polarized. There's no reason to even discuss it. Are you seeing anything like that in your comments at all?
No, I'm not. Okay. And it's never explicit. People don't, because I don't generally talk about divisions. I talk about things from a policy point. So I will say that these policy positions are very divergent.
Okay.
And there is a huge polarization between that, but I don't talk about the politics.
Sure.
Because I find that often you look at negotiative interest and the policies drive the politics to some degree, along with narratives and a whole bunch of other factors that I discussed. But when you break it down to how people discuss it in my comment section, how I see it discussed on some of the other channels that I pay attention to and some of the other places I look for my own research, people don't talk about it as itself, but the discussion they're having is the proof.
Got it.
People acknowledge that they are polarized because they acknowledge that they can't come to a consensus. Because like you have people saying we need a national abortion ban, or people saying no, abortion is a healthcare right. There's really no coming together there. It's just they're polar opposite positions, and that polarization is not going to resolve itself. So as you see with discussions around policy positions, or even just political affiliation, you can see where the polarization is, and it's very evident to everyone because that middle ground doesn't exist. You don't see that in the dialogue.
Wow.
And even when people try and take that position, and I mean, I'm aware of my preferences, I'm aware of my biases, and I know where I lean politically. But even as I do that, I have had people who are like, okay, you're discussing this a little too in depth for what I would like sometimes. Because people like these simple solutions. They like to understand things or to believe they understand things. And it's one of those, there's so much more to that than what you get on the surface level. And my comment section is very evident that people don't Google things. They see it, they go, it is. Whatever it is.
True.
And that not taking the 5 minutes to look something up, that I think is where the division really sets in. And it becomes very obvious. Because it really is just the layout of the landscape at this point. There's just so little policy overlap at this point that to even have that discussion of what the middle ground would be, you'd actually have to identify a policy position where there's a viable middle ground. And so often there's not.
What about all these people who say, we did a survey and a majority of Americans agree we all want access to abortion, and they agree we all want safe gun regulations. I see people bring this up all the time, going, a clear majority of Americans say they want this. How's that? How can you have that and polarization at the same time?
Well, very simple, because that's how our government works. Because again, literally the thing we've got on screen, 70 senators elected by what would be
right.
That's how the structure of government, because that's how it works. What do you need to be president? You need to win 6 states. Battleground states, whatever they are at the time. Used to be, it's Pennsylvania, used to be Ohio, not so much anymore. Now Wisconsin is in the mix. Like, you win whatever those 6 states are. So, like, politics is weirdly polarized because the U.S. system is not flexible, and it does not, generally speaking, represent the majority because it was not designed to. The federal government was designed to represent the states. And
Thank you.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's this part of American history that we don't teach in schools, which we really should teach in schools. Is like the founders did not trust people. They did not like people particularly. They're like, no, you've got to own land. You got to be fairly educated. You got to do a lot of things before we're even going to let you vote for the state government, let alone do anything else. No, the state government will elect the federal government, and the state government will elect the electors who will then on their own elect the president. So you were sometimes 3 times removed from whoever became president.
I have brought this up a million times. You're the first person I've met who was also aware. The system bakes in rights for states.
Yeah.
That's why we're here. I've been in echo chamber. Nobody else is going. People are going, what? I've never heard that before. Yeah. I'm pleased to hear you say it, going, no, folks, we got it wrong. We're teaching everybody we're this enlightened democracy. We're a republic for states.
Well, but it's a relic of the time. And it's
sure.
We've tried to modernize it, but it's an awkward modernization.
Sure.
Because it's like, okay, senators have been moved to statewide elections. We have direct elections for representatives based on districts. But then you add in the fact that you can heavily gerrymander and essentially allow the politicians to pick the voters opposed to the other way around. That's how you also end up with non-representative governments. Because
I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah, well, shockingly, if you can pick your voters and stay in power, you're going to do it. Because either A, you actually believe what you say is correct, regardless of how it's panning out. Or B, you just like to be in power, and that's what you like to do. And politics attracts both kinds, because that's politics. But that whole structure makes it very difficult for the government to actually be representative of a majority. So people say, yes, a majority of Americans think this way, but because of the way the government is elected, it doesn't quite turn out that way. And we rely on these very small margins to actually determine who holds power.
That's brilliant. When Marjorie Taylor Greene made her tweet inartfully, it did start a conversation. Are we too divided? In response, a Utah governor said, Marjorie, we don't need a national divorce. We need marriage counseling. That suggestion was picked up by 30 different newspapers spread around America. Not one of them defined it, but they all promoted it. What does marriage counseling look like for a population of 200 to 300 million people who are as polarized as we are today? And who's that person that does it?
That's an exceptional question, and I think that was the Utah governor trying to make something stick that was never going to work.
30 different newspapers picked it up and said, yeah, seems smart. Even Liz Cheney, but
Well,
not
yes.
one of them could define it.
But it sounds wonderful, doesn't it, when it's just a talking point, like national divorce. But marriage counseling and divorce go together in our minds. It's like, oh, well, if we're going to get divorced, we need to go to marriage counseling, and maybe we cannot go divorce. So it's a wonderful analogy, but like you said, nobody defined it, nobody backed it up, because there was never any mechanism for something like that.
Oh,
and it's one of those. So, but now, of course, there is always the mechanism of elections.
Of course,
but when we look at mechanism, we need something that is, when you go to marriage counseling or really any form of counseling where you're trying to resolve differences between two parties, there's always a third party, some neutral entity that can just sit there and evaluate things. Who's that going to be?
That's what I'm asking. Like, is that AOC or is that Donald Trump is going to be our neutral marriage counselor?
I hope not. Because those are obviously not neutral parties. They have their opinions, whether you agree, disagree with them, whatever. They obviously have very strong positions. You'd almost need someone who has, and the problem with the US is that everyone in the world has a stake in the US game. That's why in Europe, people were like, how was that close? Because they're concerned about the US because it impacts the geopolitical system. So where is that third party? Where is someone who has no interest in this? Because like a marriage counselor, they're getting paid regardless of how your marriage turns out at the end of the day. So they're more than happy to listen to both sides and just say, okay, well, yes, you should have taken out the trash, but you also shouldn't have nagged him about taking out the trash, whatever. I'm single, I don't have these problems.
Yeah, but I'm like, who is this person that has any sort of reputation that both sides would listen to? Name one name.
Nobody.
That's normally the answer I get.
Well, I'll turn the question on you. Do you have a name? I'm just purely curious.
I don't have a name. I can tell you what I'm hearing.
Okay, I'll take that for.
So the answer is pretty much nobody has any names.
All right.
I have heard two interesting ones.
All right.
Amy Klobuchar, but that was from a professor out of Iowa, and I was like, okay, maybe, but I don't think the African American community likes her. But the other one I heard was, and again, this is just what I'm hearing. This is not my opinion. Robert Kennedy Jr. seems to be trying to reach out to the left and the right equally. Really pounded on by the official Democratic Party.
Well, yeah, the Democratic Party is going to pound on an anti-vax candidate. That's not hard to do.
Yeah, that was I don't
know why he did that. But
that's what I've heard is, and exactly right away you're like, oh, really? That's the guy that's going to unify us, right? So I mean, proves the point. Who's this person that half the country isn't pissed off the moment they hear the name of?
Oh, I would argue that everybody's pissed off. I could figure that most of the Republicans are going to be pissed off at somebody because you're going to end up picking someone in the political world. And shockingly, there's just not that person. And I mean, you'd probably have to dig up Jesus at that point.
I was just thinking the same thing. Are we done?
And you know what?
And would he be accepted?
A brown man from the Middle East, I don't even know if that would.
Yeah, would Jesus be accepted? Or they're like, oh, this guy's a commie.
I mean,
let's get rid of him, right? Because he's going to say some things that's going to sound like communism by our modern definitions.
So no, I don't think marriage counseling is the answer. I think that what it comes down to and what the scope of history comes down to at the end of the day, when it comes to nonviolent political discourse, you have to make that caveat.
Right.
It comes down to a competition in the marketplace of ideas.
Okay.
This is not an issue that's going to be solved by marriage counseling. As we've said a couple of times, there are people who like to propose these wonderful, neat solutions that sound really great but have no substance because that's easy. People are like, oh, marriage counseling, yes, that sounds good. When it's more like, no, this battle's going to continue until somebody wins. And it's either that, again, as we kind of talked about, demographic changes will confine the current Republican Party to a permanent minority status. And eventually enough proponents of that will break away, join, kind of your Joe Manchin types and form some other party to replace the Republican Party, just as The Republican Party replaced the Whig Party, which replaced the Federalist Party.
Sure, but
so at some point, that is really, I think, the way this works itself out most probably is just over time. The voting body and what is considered acceptable is going to change. And that's going to be how there's no marriage counseling to this. Because again, we don't have a person. There's no one we can go to and say, arbitrate this. So it has to be fought out by the two sides. And if we don't see that rebalancing that we talked about earlier in our interview, then we're not going to see that coming together. We're going to see the MAGA wing continue to control more and more of the infrastructure of the Republican Party. And eventually more and more people are either going to find that unacceptable and leave, or new generations are just going to decide that that is unacceptable. And they're never going to be in that camp in the first place. So unless Republicans can somehow change they have to change their policy platform to some degree, but compete in the marketplace of ideas and not just within their own echo chambers, which is so important to the Republican primary system. And again, why we see what we're seeing in the current Republican presidential primary.
Sure.
They're speaking to a very specific audience that then they're going to try and pivot away from in the general, because that's how primary politics work in this country.
But when we look at Republicans in the last couple of years changing the laws in many states in order to, as the Democrats say, discourage minorities from voting.
Mm-hmm.
And when we look at Norman Orstein's hypothesis that you don't have to have a big population. As long as you control 35 states, you can have a tiny fraction of the American population, you run the whole game. Sounds like they have a plan to hold on to power that doesn't involve accepting any minorities. Oh,
they have a plan, yes. But the problem is that their plan doesn't conform to reality, because those demographics are going to catch up with them. Again, we look at the tweet: older, whiter, more rural. Those are the three populations that are in decline in the U.S.
Right,
so
but if
they can't catch up. They will be condemned to being a true minority party where they will not be able to hold power outside of some stronghold. They I don't imagine Missouri ever changing. There's hope.
I'm just saying, but if they had 10% of the population spread across 40 states, it doesn't matter. They'd still run everything, and they wouldn't need to be accepting of anybody. They'd still run everything. And that's what Norman Ornstein's pointing out. And when we look at the Democrat, we're looking at the Republican Party coming up with votes or new law changes to discourage voting. It looks like that's the strategy they're betting on. And when it comes from the fact that they had the Latin vote with George W. Bush and they completely lost it by choice from Romney, I'm wondering, will they actually come to this higher epiphany?
No.
I mean, I was there and they straight up rejected it, man.
No. Well, and we, you and I, I'm sure, both read the Republican autopsy after the Romney loss.
Yeah.
That whole plan they had. Oh, yeah. We've got to redirect ourselves. We have to especially look at the Latin community. We have to also look at how we're treating the LGBTQ plus community, because that was something.
They totally failed on that.
Yeah, and then Trump came along and they decided, well, we'll throw that in the history bin, and we're going that way instead.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he didn't. But yes, he did get 25% of the Latin vote, but he also made 75% hate his guts.
Oh yeah, and it's one of those, but it worked.
It got him elected. Got him elected. That's true.
So it's one of those, so the problem is that the system is inherently structured to draw this out. Just because, as we've discussed, you don't necessarily see the government reflecting the majority. You see the government reflecting the majority in states. But it's one of those. It's kind of an inevitability, because eventually it will happen, because the march of time is forward. It will take it, and that is the question. Ornstein was talking about is will it happen by 2040? No, it will probably take time, unless there is an intervening factor. And one of the many intervening factors could be Trump getting indicted and going to jail. If that happens, that is a splintering point in the Republican Party, and that could inevitably doom them if the party fractures. That might actually be the faster way, is if that fractures, because we talked about how Donald Trump activated a lot of people who were otherwise not voting, and they kind of make up a section of his core base. They're going to go with him if he goes. They probably won't vote for other Republicans because they don't like Kevin McCarthy. They don't like Mitch McConnell. They don't like some of these establishment Republicans who've been there forever. And they certainly don't like the swing district Republicans. So after a point, if there's that split where Donald Trump gets indicted, Donald Trump goes to jail for, and probably for obviously something serious. But if that happens, Republicans are going to have to make a choice. You're going to see Marjorie Taylor Greene and the Freedom Caucus and some of those, that section of the Republican Party, they will probably support him in some way, shape, or form because it is beneficial to their primary politics. They will lose a primary if they don't, and then they're out. But then you have Kevin McCarthy, Mitch McConnell, some of these more pragmatic, Reagan-esque, Bush-esque Republicans, where their primaries, or for, in the senator's case, the fact that they are statewide elected officials and therefore have to contend with the fact that cities are a thing, they might look at it differently and say, okay, we can't support this because it's not going to be viable in a statewide race. Whereas in Marjorie Taylor Greene's district, they're going to be fine with supporting Trump even if he goes to jail. More likely than not. So that split could break the Republican Party in two, where you have the Republican Party name will probably stay with McCarthy, McConnell, people who've been Republicans for much longer. And then the MAGA wing of the party will make up whatever name they want. But that fracture could end up splitting control of government because then you suddenly have three factions.
Sure.
And once you have three factions, now you're almost losing every statewide race just because of spoiler candidates. Sure. And the fact that outside of Alaska and a couple of local elections here and there, we don't use ranked choice voting in this system. So that split in the vote would really impact the Republican Party's ability to win. It would impact the MAGA party. I'm going to use that for now just because I don't have a better name. The MAGA party wouldn't really be able to win either. So Democrats would be winning with a plurality of maybe 35, 40%.
But that's all they would. The Republican Party. Sure. Yeah. Absolutely.
So that could be another thing that how does this resolve its, and then, then you're looking at people undoing gerrymanders because at that point you have the officials in place to start undoing that. And then you might start to see more representative government as gerrymanders are undone. But that is a time-consuming process. This is dependent on a lot of future events that haven't happened yet. Might they happen? Certainly. And that is certainly factors that, as someone who does risk assessment, that's what I'm focusing on is what are those keystone events that point us in a direction? Like a split in the Republican Party would definitely tell us. Like an official split would tell us something is going on. And we can see the fault lines, especially we're seeing it now that the RNC is actually committing to forcing the debate participants to support whoever wins. So I'll be interested to see who actually shows up to that.
Sure.
But like that, we're starting to see those fault lines. The fracture could come. I think it would likely revolve around Donald Trump and any possible indictment or conviction that he might face, because that's just going to be a strong pressure on the party to either break away from him or support him, truly ride or die. And I think that is where the line is going to be drawn for the Republican Party. I don't know that they can flip that way. They're not going to be able to talk both sides of that one.
Okay. But you had said things were getting worse before Trump and things were going on an incline there. And he didn't just tip it all over himself. And maybe he pushed the hill. The hill was already going that way. He sped it up. So if we get rid of him, we're still with the underlying momentum before he got there, which was not in a good direction and headed that way on its own. In your own words.
Yes, and I did say that. Now, here's the interesting part, and this is, you can see this in the conversation of Republican officials, especially if you remember back when they were doing the convention, they were trying to scramble all these weird ways to somehow make it so that Trump didn't have enough votes and Cruz had just enough votes, and then they would break it out so that anybody could vote for anybody, and then essentially pull the rug out from under Trump during the nomination process.
Yeah.
They knew because with the establishment Republicans, kind of your Mitch McConnell types, who are, despite the fact that he's very, very good at politics, he knows what he's doing. They knew that this was a part of the Republican Party that they had to cater to, but they didn't want to govern for necessarily.
Sure.
Just because the policies that they had to say were never going to be practical in effect. So I see a lot of messaging bills passed, but they still had to say the things. And then once they got to government, they would do, pay some notional mind to that and then get on to what they actually want to do, which is, be business Republicans, cut taxes, cut regulations, yada, yada.
Sure.
They thought they thought they could keep a handle on that, hold the reins. And you heard this so much coming from Republicans, even in the lead up and through the Trump administration. There are adults in the room with Trump they thought, kind of like, I don't like to draw too many Hitler parallels, but we're going to draw another one.
Just like the chancellery could control Hitler. Yeah.
All of the different ministers,
Sure.
President von Hindenburg, like, yeah, we can control this guy.
Wow, then.
Yeah.
Right?
Why do we think Europe's so concerned? They're like, we've seen this play up close. We don't like it.
It's just, I hear they might repudiate them, but, the guy was impeached, and then he was impeached, and then he did stop the steal. And then they said that he worked with the foreign government to rig the election, and he has still got all his fan base after all that. I cannot think of another human in the last 200 years they've thrown as much horrible mud at and doesn't seem to affect his base. They're still here. We look at other Republicans saying it's Trump's party. In fact, the guy that you just mentioned, Ted Cruz, said, hey, I went up against them. This is Trump's party. Even if he's not here, this is the MAGA party going forward. Biden is even saying that. So how do we know that they get rid of this at all when so many people are saying it'll never happen?
You can't now. I think that there was, and that's when we talk about those trends.
Say that again.
Now I don't think we can get rid of it. It's here to stay. Before, back, kind of we were talking the 2010, 2012, and even through the Romney campaign, you could hear he was dancing that line. He was playing to things, kind of saying the things that Republicans say to that particular section of their base that he needs to say. Like you said, he's fluent in Spanish. We know that, but he didn't speak any of it. He did what he needed to do to win a Republican primary and then get the Republican base to vote for him in a general election.
Yeah. Xenophobia is another word for that.
Yeah, it didn't work for him.
It's totally disingenuous when he's like, Trump's a racist and that's not us. And I'm like, homie, whatever, bro.
It's like,
whatever.
It's always been disingenuous. You go back to, and this is my favorite thing that people deny, that there was a switch in the parties. You look at, around the Civil Rights Act.
Yeah.
Strom Thurmond didn't leave the Democratic Party because he was like, oh, I'm leaving because you're not being racist enough anymore. But then the Republicans went, come here, stay quiet.
That's what I was saying. They're like, oh, Trump made them racist. And I'm like, what are you smoking? What are you talking about? George H.W. Bush ran with a commercial about black dudes coming out of prison in this revolving door designed to scare white folks. And I'm like, okay, what? You didn't see Dems do that. So what's up?
Well,
that was way before.
You do it a little bit now, but that's because, you can just throw the January 6th footage up and say, that's a thing.
Well, yeah.
You see it now, but it's not the same thing. I wouldn't draw the equivalency, but yeah, you're starting to see where this is when you weren't supposed to be using it. This is when you are.
My family was Latin and some of them were Republican. And the theory was always, well, they'll come around. They'll come around. They'll have to come around. They'll have to come around. And then when Bush was doing it, and I'm like, here it is. They're finally getting it.
Yep.
And then they said, hell no.
Well,
and I was like, they're never coming around. I guess they want to lose or do something. And then Trump came and it was very clear. Our goal is white supremacy to hold on to elections. That's our plan for the future. We saw the other option and we said, no, we don't want that. And we reject it.
Yes. And what they were relying on with the Hispanic vote, they were relying on religion to carry it because so many people who are Hispanic are Catholic.
True.
And because the Republican Party and the Evangelical Party are so entwined at this point, they figure that they can carry most Christians, and Christians, Catholics specifically, have leaned more conservative, generally speaking.
True.
They don't elect Catholics because, the whole conspiracy Pope thing, the red line to the Vatican, but that's another story. But yeah, they relied on that as that's why they'll come around. They'll come around because of our values. And they'll kind of be like, well, there's the xenophobia, but they're not coming for us. And it's like, no, they will. That's the whole thing, isn't it? They came
natural Republicans, by the way. Latin people are natural Republicans. I'm a Latin person and I'm liberal. I left the Republican Party and I went on Laura Ingraham's show and I told her I left the Republican Party for racism. And I remember she looked down and I go, it's kind of you guys screw up because I still believe in low taxes, low regulation. I'd still be here. But you said, let's toy around and dog whistle with white supremacy. Okay, well, I'm gone.
Yeah.
I'm gone. So that's on you. And I remember they aired the episode once and then they never aired it again because it wasn't good Fox News thing. She goes like this.
That's how you know you won, where someone's like, that uncomfortable look away.
And I was like, I'd still be here. I'd still be on your team, but you went to a place I can't go. I guess that's what you wanted. So let me ask you about, so what happens 2 or 3 more questions, and I'll let you go. Thank you so much for participating in the debate.
No,
Thank you for willing to take tough questions. Thank you for being willing to challenge thoughts and push back. And I hope the people watching this realize this is what a debate's supposed to look like.
Yeah.
See how he didn't agree with everything I said, and I didn't agree with everything he said, and go, oh, you're saying that, but what about this info? And then we'd have to adjust, and we came to a higher level of truth. It's what Socrates called dialogue. It's basically the basis for all Western thought and Western culture. You may want to practice it sometimes. You just saw a modern version of it.
Yeah. Or if you want a local example, if I can interject a second,
yeah,
go to your local high school and watch their debate team. I was doing this as a sophomore in high school. Like, come now. I have seen better debates come out of high schoolers than I've seen out of presidential candidates. It's hilarious. It's sad, but it's hilarious.
Yes,
like,
you're totally. Yeah.
Like if your local high school is putting on a debate tournament, you will sometimes allow spectators. Ask ahead, but go watch what those kids are talking about. Because
and support the local kids.
Because
one day you're going to be too old to be thinking about this or dealing it, and you're going to be listening to whatever they say. Mm-hmm. Might as well put 5 minutes in on those youth, because you're going to be dependent on them in the future.
That's guaranteed. Go see what they can talk about. Like, and I catch it because I look a little younger, and I'm, a little on the young side relative to other people who are talking in this field. But like, you listen to what those kids are talking about. We were talking about using military. I mean, granted, we were using a high school understanding. We were talking about the use of military force on the border against drug cartels. Like, and we're going like, okay, what does this relate to the Posse Comitatus Act? How can we work within an international framework to justify the use of limited strikes against headquarters? And this conversation that we were having, I was having this as a junior in high school. I wrote that piece of legislation, and it won Best Bill, weirdly. But people were really on board with that. Surprisingly.
Junior high school debate team.
But that's like...
High five me.
Boom.
Boom.
But yeah, so you can have these conversations with anybody, and you'll be amazed when you actually have an honest conversation and it doesn't degrade into what we tend to see in the public sphere. It's really, this is what you get. This is the kind of dialogue. And I will cease my interruption. I will take the next question.
I would tell people, go check out the high school thing so you can see what we as adults are supposed to be doing, because we don't. I'll criticize us. We're slipping as adults. These kids have got to figure it out. I was in high school debate, and absolutely. And maybe it might restore your faith in humanity just a little bit. That remember, there used to be this time where we didn't agree, but we could have discussions, and we could kind of go, okay, I'm not happy with everything I get, but I'm willing to compromise and come to an agreement because you make some relatively good points and I get some of what I want. So if you want to see how we're supposed to act as adults, I would say study the children. Mm-hmm. The sad state of affairs, but that's where we're at. I remember reading Teen Vogue during Trump, and they had the most fair coverage of the Trump administration. And it was something like, whenever you read information from the left or right, double check the source, and then make sure to think for yourself. And I'm like, wow, that's not printed in any mainstream publication. It was in Teen Vogue. And it was like,
But that's because the editor for Teen Vogue probably isn't that much older than the people.
They weren't owned. Yeah.
Yeah. It's one of those that are like, well, and it's Teen Vogue. Nobody's getting mad at Teen Vogue.
Right. So I was like, this is the most intelligent adult advice I've seen. And it's coming out of a teen magazine. It's not coming out of a magazine aimed for adults. That says a lot. And it backs up your point.
I suppose it's because as adults, you're supposed to know that already.
We don't.
No, we don't.
We
you're
don't.
Supposed to. I think that's the assumption everyone is working under.
Yeah, you're right. I'm wrong. You're right. You said the word supposed. Okay.
Yeah.
Good point. You're right.
I mean, but you are completely right that no, we don't. that lesson did not stick.
What happens if political division doesn't get any better? It stays this bad, and it slightly increases for the next 2 decades. Is that worth keeping this country together? Like, hey, folks, it's not going to get any better, but don't worry. Tell your kids to stay apart and don't entertain any ideas about us coming together, because 20 years from now, after your children are grown up, then it gets better. Just hold faith. Is that a reasonable thing to say to American citizens?
That very much depends on your point of view. I personally will say yes, it is. And the only reason I say that is because I believe in the principles this country was founded on. When you go through the preamble, that is the mission statement of this country, regardless of anything else. So and granted, this country screwed up a lot over its long history. Don't get me wrong. But those core principles we have at least attempted to live up to. We got better and worse over the years. But that is worth preserving as an idealistic statement. On the practical side of things, the U.S. is also a geopolitical powerhouse that is capable of doing a lot of good in the world for all the bad it has done in the world. It has also done a considerable amount of good, and it prevents some of the worst things that could happen. Like, it's one of those, it could be worse. And I wonder what the vacuum would look like without the U.S.'s geopolitical influence.
Sure.
That, because like we look at the conflict in Ukraine, what is to stop Russia from rolling through Ukraine to Poland, if not the U.S. as a countervailing power? If you start splintering the U.S., it's really not capable of projecting that geopolitical power anymore. And then you are looking at true autocratic regimes like China or Russia being the dominant political powers on the global stage. And they will have the ability to do far more influence than we can if we're splintered. So while I do enjoy my ideals, I am at heart a pragmatist. And I know that while this country isn't perfect, it is certainly better than autocracy. So
America keeps world peace.
Yeah, Pax Americana. It's one of those. It keeps a modicum of peace. It doesn't keep true peace, but it keeps a modicum of peace.
What about I'm sorry.
No, and it's just that ability to influence the world that the U.S. accomplishes, even as disunited as it is, it still has that kind of influence. Splintering that, I think, would be ill-advised for the globe, not only just the country.
So you're looking at your kid and you're saying, look, you're never going to see peace or working democracy your entire childhood. Sometime in the future, you'll see it. Some of your friends might be hurt. You might lose family, colleagues, and friends, and some people might be shot, and things generally are going to look dysfunctional. But we have to hold it together for the good of the world, even though life sucks for us domestically.
But isn't that the story of making things better? That's what the country was founded on.
I'm just asking questions. Asking questions. What is that? What you're saying? Is that okay?
That is what I'm saying. And I mean, and we look at other movements that have accomplished similar, like gone through hardship. We talked about Martin Luther King earlier. He certainly didn't have any fun doing the civil rights movement.
True.
He suffered a lot. And he knew that it probably wouldn't be real. There was some thought that he wouldn't realize that in his lifetime.
They weren't even sure they were going to get it.
No. So, but
he
hope. Said that I will fight for this. And,
True.
When if children come into my life eventually and I get that opportunity, that's what I'm saying. Yes, this is worth fighting for. Is it going to be a struggle? Absolutely. And that's kind of, I've done some videos on my channel, and it was actually the video I did right after Trump's CPAC speech. Because a commenter left me a newsreel footage piece from World War II, and it was kind of discussing how the nation was built, and it's a very immigrant-focused bit. And it kind of points to that unity of being American by not race, creed, but our faith in this, and again, those ideals of the preamble. You can check out the channel and kind of find the video. I forget the exact name of the newsreel footage. There's also another great one with Frank Sinatra in it. If you like Frank. This was when Frank was much younger, but he does a piece of newsreel footage where there's these kids bullying an immigrant kid. And he's like, hey, that's what the Nazis did. Don't do that.
Right.
The kids are all like, yeah, I'm not and like, but you're acting like, and the kids are like, oh crap. Like that right there.
Yeah.
But it's like that. Yeah. You're going to have to fight things are going to be rough at times, but no struggle is easy, but it's worth it at the end of the day. What we are trying to build, what our founders envisioned that we might one day build.
Sure.
I think at the end of the day is worth it. Despite all of the roadblocks and bumps, struggles, whatever along the way, it's worth trying to make it happen. Even if you fail 10 times, you just got to,
even if you fail 10 times.
10 times, 20 times, doesn't matter.
Okay, so let's go back to that scenario. You're looking at your kid. Hey, I'm not going to change anything. We need to endure difficult, dysfunctional country for your entire childhood based upon the hope that one day it gets better. Oh, and then there's a second January 6th. Don't worry, things will be okay. And then 2 years later, there's a third January 6th. Hey, don't hold on. We're holding on. And then there's a fourth. And then there's a fifth. Still reasonable to say that to your child?
That is questionable. And here's the thing. And because we're projecting into the future, it's hard to say because, if there was another January 6th, is it exactly, is it the same group? Is it, the same political? Are we looking at exactly the same style event, or are we looking at something different? Are we looking at something that is politically in a January 6th style, but are we now looking at something that is on a 9/11 scale? Because in reality, that's the further we push out, that's what I'm more concerned about, is where this translates, because we're already seeing, increased acts of violence and that is politically motivated. That is what is more concerning to me. Like the January 6th stuff that was very disorganized and kind of was never going to work because of how it was structured. But as it gets worse, weirdly, it will also get better, because that kind of extremity people are going to get very uncomfortable with, because we don't necessarily mind, so this pragmatic view of the US, we don't necessarily mind blowing up other places. We do not like getting blown up here. Very against that. And if you go that far, where you start blowing up, where you start actually engaging in true terrorism, I think that very much shifts the dynamic. So what would a future January 6th look like? That would be the huge question I would ask, is what did that event look like? Was it just kind of an incoherent storming of a government building that was never going to accomplish much? Or are we looking at something that is well thought out, well planned, actually designed to cause the kind of political terror that some of the people who subscribe to that form of political participation think is effective when it's not?
Let me make it more general. Hey, son, hold on. Things are going to be okay. And then, because I remember January 6th happening, my mom, I was visiting my parents, and I do yard work because they're older and I like it. Try to help out. So I left a bunch of trash and leaves around. My mom was getting on me about, go pick up the mess. Thank you for doing the yard work. Now you need to pick up the mess and put it in the trash and throw it in the trash. And I turned over and I saw on TV, and there's people storming the Capitol. And I'm like, what is this, like a movie? I thought it was a movie.
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was a movie. When I saw it first, I was like, oh, is this a new action movie? And I actually thought, oh, cool. Let me write the name of this movie down because I'm going to go see this. This looks cool. That's what I thought for the first 12 seconds, I remember. And then the next 3 minutes was me just standing there going,
oh, yeah.
And then my mom comes in and she's like, Mark, because I'm ignoring. I'm spaced out. And then she's like, I told you to throw the trash. And I turn and I go, I'm sorry. They're starting to overthrow our government. And she's like, what crazy political thing? Because she knows I'm into politics and she normally just dismisses it. She's like, I don't care what political interpretation show you watched. And I go, no, Mom, damn it. Look. And I point at the TV, and then she goes,
oh, yeah.
So skip January 6th. Another event every 2 years comes on TV where you're like, oh my God, I thought I would never see that level of things coming apart. And then another 2 years and it's another one. And then another 2 years and it's another one. And let's say it never gets to 9/11 level violence. But every 2 years you have to go, oh God, that is a new lower level. I never imagined yours ever wildest dreams thought. And then it happens again. And then it happens again. And then it happens again. You're still resolute on telling your child, stick to the ship. Things will definitely get better in 20 years.
Oh, that actually makes it easier. Because at that point, it's not a novelty.
As it gets worse, hold on more?
Yeah, basically. Because because now we've set a boundary. We're like, it can't get to terrorism levels bad. Because again, crossing that line, now things are going to radically change.
Sure.
Across all things. And at that point, the entire event goes out the window. But if we keep seeing like these weird January 6th style events and they become a normal thing, unfortunately, they'll be to some degree normalized. It'll be, well, they'll be predicted and prevented to some degree. It'll be like, okay, they're coming again. It'll look more like the trucker convoy where they tried to drive around DC and then got stuck in traffic and didn't convoy very much.
I'm talking about whatever it is they pulled off. It was shocking and demoralizing at the same level of January 6th. Not necessarily the specifics of event, but they pull off another event where you're like, I never in my wildest dreams thought Americans would be doing this. And that happens again and again. And you have to constantly go back to your kid and say, I never thought I'd see that, but okay, we're here. Oh, I never thought I'd see that, but okay, we're here. I never thought we'd see that, but okay, I'm here. Let's hold on for 20 years. Is that a reasonable thing for a parent to do?
Oh yeah, it's American history.
Okay.
It's one of the, well, you think about it, it's like we never thought we'd have a whiskey rebellion, and then we did. We never thought we'd have a civil war, and then we did.
Sure.
We never thought that we would do the whole Trails of Tearage, a Tale of Tears. You know, I mean, it's very close to being a genocide.
I was.
Yeah. I mean, some people are uncomfortable with that.
There's also part Choctaw. It happened.
Okay, then yes. Okay, sorry, I've talked with some.
No, it's all good. I don't. It's neither here nor there. It's part Choctaw. It was genocide under Grant, and also Lincoln and Grant organized the genocide of the Plains Indians. I'll go ahead and say
Grant Jackson.
it was Jackson and Lincoln killed more Indians ever in a summary execution than any president ever, and he authorized the conquest of the Midwest. He doesn't normally get acknowledged of that, but
no, like people in my comments say, "Oh, the worst president Trump, worst president Biden." No, worst president is Andrew Jackson.
There's certainly others. I
mean, there's a list.
Yeah.
You know, if I'm gonna pick one, I'm gonna go with that guy.
I'm gonna go with George W. Bush. We're actually picking. We don't have to get into that.
No, you know what? That's a fair argument. I'm just, you know, and I can see many ways in which that's the case. But back to the point that you're making, that is how America's history goes. And as we move on from that, you know, we look at the internment of Japanese Americans. We keep doing things that we say, God, we never imagined that we would do that. And then we move forward. So yeah, there's gonna be another thing. It's almost inevitable because you have a system of government that allows people to voice their disagreement publicly. And unfortunately, the thing that goes with that is you're gonna have neo-Nazis. And there's always going to be neo-Nazis because they have the same First Amendment freedoms that you and I do, which, you know, while it's unfortunate that they believe those things, they are going to do that regardless of anything else. So are we going to see another January 6th style event? Not exactly how that one played out, but something will happen that will shock the American population because there's always something that shocks the American population.
January 6th was pretty historic and different.
Oh, no, it was. But we've had historic things, and that's...
Yeah, but I think you got to go back to the storming of Vietnam and that helicopter pulling off to go to something that was on, or 9/11, to see something that was that shocking to the American people on TV. We don't experience these events except for maybe once every 25 years. But
in the end, like, it's going to happen. You know,
sure.
and that becomes a question of when. Do we think it's going to happen with that frequency? History says it won't.
But why have faith? So you're in this 20-year period. It seems to get worse. Why would somebody who's not as educated as you, doesn't understand American history as you, only knows the TV, what reason would they have to have faith that it's going to get better? And they don't have the benefit of your education and insight.
Well, that's actually the easier part. It's harder for people like me to do that because we understand the flaw. If you are not aware of it, you can trust the system because it's the old, the U.S. will endure. It's endured for over 200 years.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And again, we talked about this earlier in the interview, the narrative of there will be a rebuttal of Trump, a hopeful narrative. It's very easy to drum with that narrative. We do it all the time. If you look through our history, it's what our history is kind of built on. It's built on.
It hasn't happened yet. So
well, it may not happen for a while, but like even the founding fathers.
What's it gonna take, man?
Look, you are asking an amazing question to which I'm gonna go with he's got to go to jail. That is the line. But even then, it again, that'll happen. The Republican Party
needs to kill like 100 people in cold blood and bathe in their blood, and then finally we're like, oh, now we agree he's bad. I'm like, it's getting to that level. It's getting to that level. He's going to have to don some supervillain cape and kick puppies for 18 hours straight before we'd actually get the whole country to conclude that this guy's a bad guy.
You still wouldn't even get the whole country. QAnon would. I'm not wrong, but it's that. But we are a nation built on faith. It's like we hope we can beat the British.
My dog.
We hope we can figure out the Civil War thing. We hope we can beat Hitler.
Yeah, fair enough.
We think we can. We're fairly confident in that. We're a very confident nation in like we can. Whether we can or not, we can do it. And I think that spirit might be the foundation. But again, whenever we talk hypotheticals, we push out 20, 30 years in the future. It's hard to predict politics over the next 6 months. I'm trying to figure out what is going to happen come end of August, beginning of September, when we have to decide on a budget. Like that's as far as the political window I think is stretched in like viability of prediction. Out 20 years, I'd have to, call me then and I'll tell you what I'm telling my kids.
Sure.
Hopefully I'll still be on YouTube by then.
However, demographics, while originally derided when it first came out, I think in the 60s and 70s, has gotten better with data. Mm-hmm. And it has a habit of being right. When we're looking at the Ukraine-Russia war, there were some CIA analysts, I think Peter Zeihan is one of them, is a strategy guy. He guessed the exact month of the invasion, and he did it years before based upon demographics. Mm-hmm. He said the Russian population, they'll have to invade by this point because they won't have enough troops to do it after this point. Yep. He was within 1 month, called it years out based upon demographics. We've seen a lot of times where demographics are 100% accurate years later. Yes, you can't tell which prediction's the right one until you get there, but I wouldn't say it is a thing that sometimes seems to be able to predict magic far out.
No, I agree. But you also have to consider, like with the Russia, the other big factor was domestic politics. Like Putin, back when he invaded Crimea in 2014, was suffering from domestic political unrest, very similar as to what he was experiencing before the invasion of Ukraine. So that's another factor which certainly pushed him into that time frame. And some of that is driven on the demographics, which is like, okay, you've got these shifting populations, you've got a change in tax base, and you also have a change in people's opinion of Putin, where it's like the younger generation is not so thrilled about the dude.
Although he still has majority support in his country.
Well, it's easy when you're a dictator.
I mean,
well, let's put it this way. It's easy to put out the official figures that way, and it's hard to conduct the polling otherwise because they make it that way.
Fair enough. But I would argue the same thing with Ukraine, though.
No, Ukraine is a whole other
story. All their newspapers. There's no opposition parties, and there's only one basically state voice that controls all media.
Well, yeah, that's what you do during a war. The U.S. did that during World War II. The same thing.
Not exactly.
Not to that degree.
Not to that extent. And when we tried that in Iraq, as we were trying to build their burgeoning democracy, it basically gave them the wrong signals, and they never actually developed into a democracy. Same thing with Afghanistan. Well, that's good. I want to ask you about some economics things. Yes. First, I want to point out two points. I just want to put them out there. Thomas Jefferson, founding father, big guy, said the West Coast should never be part of America, because America would be too big, and that while we would feel commonality with them and they may have the same values, the government could not work because it would be too large. That's a quote. Yes. Could I call myself a patriot and say it's okay for us to look about West Coast independence, given that one of the guys who created all of America said that's a good idea, and it doesn't mean you're not a patriot to think so?
Again, as we started the interview talking about patriotism, and I don't like to dabble in people's patriotism because it is a very individual concept.
Sure.
But when we talk about using the words of the founding fathers, we have to remember to place them in their time in history.
Sure.
Where, how are you going to get there?
I've heard this argument of it was a different time. They didn't have transportation and communications like we do now. True, but aren't we seeing a gigantic amount of political division in our country? And doesn't it have something to do with the fact that we're really big? We didn't have this level when we were smaller. Can we say that Jefferson's hypothesis is wrong?
No, because we did have that political division. You look at how the Constitution was negotiated. It had to be done twice. So
good point.
And then before, like when California wasn't even really a player, it was just a thing that we had. It was a state in the Civil War, but it didn't really play a part because it was way over there.
Yeah.
So, like, when you look at the history of division of the country, the size of the country hasn't always reflected the fact that division has existed regardless of the size.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
So it's one of those, it would have been ungovernable in his time, certainly. And what is likely to have happened is a entirely different culture would have developed there. And especially because of the Rockies. It's a geography thing.
Sure.
Because there was no way you were getting over that without a dedicated team. And even when you look at the Oregon Trail in that section of our history, it was still very perilous to do so. And
Absolutely.
so that kind of communication was difficult until you got the Transcontinental Railroad. And that started to connect the country in a way that it hadn't before. But in the modern era where we have instantaneous communication, and you do see that even in states like California, which do lean heavily in a political direction, there's still 20%, 20-25%, given any, poll or election result you take, that are Republicans.
In the mountains.
Yeah. In different sections, and also in upper northern California, we get a little more farmland, some of those areas. But
Absolutely.
yeah, so or like we said at the start of this interview, we talked about Illinois. There's Chicago and the rest of the state.
Yeah, but he's so we're going, oh well, he couldn't have pictured the communication and transportation innovations we've had. Sure, we're the most transportation infrastructurally built up we've ever been. We're the most technologically communicative and connected we've ever been. And we're achieving polarization levels last seen since the Civil War. Can we say Jefferson was wrong?
And again, it's one of those that's not applicable, in my opinion, purely because that was what he was talking about. He was saying that the nation will be too big to physically govern. It was enough of a pain for them to all get to the capital, especially when it was in New York. That's why at the Constitutional Convention, they moved it down, or not the Constitutional Convention, but he was negotiating with Hamilton to get it moved down to Virginia. So we didn't have to go as far.
Sure.
It was easier for the southern states to get there. And he's looking at like California, like it's just not going to be possible to get a representative to DC that can actually represent. Because again, as we said earlier in the interview, the federal government is designed to represent states. It's not necessarily designed to represent people. So as long as the state can be represented, which it can now, Jefferson, I'm sure, would have been fine with it because that would have worked for him. But
the government wouldn't have worked as well. And we are seeing massive levels of polarization and the least effective Congress in about 100 years, showing that at our size, we're not being effective. That's at least in principle what he was talking about.
Well, and Jefferson also said that he thought that the Constitution, he actually didn't think the Constitution was a living document. He thought that every generation would come up with its own Constitution. He thought it was a lot more like France, where it'd be, I think they're on their 6th or 7th Constitution, at least their 5th.
Fair enough.
He thought it would be more like that. So he thought that, here we are sitting in 2023. He figured that the government would look nothing like the document that he wrote.
So at that point, convention every 25 years.
Yeah. So he didn't even envision the state of affairs being what it is. He thought that the government he built would be gone, like long gone. So and that's why it's difficult for me to rely on the founders, because the founders did not intend to be relied upon.
Fair enough.
They intended that whatever they built was going to go forward. That, and most people rely on the Federalist and Anti-Federalist papers, which were written by a very small group of people to convince the state of New York to sign the Constitution. So it's not a perfect allegory for the opinions of all of the founding fathers. So I don't tend to like going down those roads.
Sure.
Because they don't benefit the discussion at all in a pragmatic sense. And a lot of the founders had no concept that what we're seeing now would exist.
Fair. I was pointing out that some of the people who originally conceived of America also said that perhaps divisions within America would be better for the functioning of America. And we're literally having that same debate almost 200 years later. I want to get on the economics of the states, but I want to ask you, so the argument was, even if things get bad, have faith in America, because if as bad as it is, and yes, America's done some bad things, but overall it's good and it keeps world peace. What would you say to I'm in California.
Yes.
There are some hardcore liberals out here who say, actually, the world gets into trouble because of America. America actually makes more problems than it creates. And what they're going to point out is Vietnam, Korea, not necessarily, Iraq, Afghanistan didn't need to go as long. They could have stopped them in Tora Bora. Instead, they took another 20 years. So Libya was based upon false premises. We didn't need to be in Yemen. We targeted school buses. Also, if we're looking at Russia invading Ukraine, there are some well-educated California professors
Mhm.
Who said, actually, that's America. We promised that we weren't going to expand NATO. We literally told them that, and then we straight up did it after they said, don't do that, and we pressured them in this situation. Some people are looking at China and saying, well, China didn't actually get aggressive in the sea until President Obama said that we're going to pivot to Asia and then put thousands more active duty combat Marines in Australia, sending the exact wrong signals to the Chinese government. We can also look at Russia's invasion of Afghanistan, a big symbol of how bad they are. They actually weren't going to invade until the Reagan administration made it clear that we were going to back the Mujahideen. That's a documented fact.
Right.
What would you say to those critics who say, wow, it looks like America starts a lot of wars that didn't need to be fought and exacerbates a lot of conflicts to war, and that it's the primary motivator of that? Additionally, I would throw in 2 global recessions caused by America in the last roughly century. What would your response be to critics who have that viewpoint?
So how I would respond to that is they're right. They're for the most part. I disagree somewhat on the Ukraine bit because again, I think that there are some people who tend to who outsize the U.S.'s role in the geopolitical scale and neglect domestic internal politics of other nations. But they're also, it's one of those, shockingly, as we've said a couple of times, things are nuanced and they do tend to be at least partially correct. Like, yes, that was a factor, but also in the Russian invasion, you have the demographic factor that we discussed earlier. We also have domestic political unrest, and a good way to unify a population is start a war. You know, history proves that. So it's one of those, they're partially correct, but it doesn't explain everything. It is a factor that, you know, combined with other factors leads to a decision. As, you know, with any decision any of us have ever made, we've always, at least we hopefully try, sit down and go, okay, these are all the things that I'm thinking about. Now I'm going to make a decision and I'm going to do something. And so are they right? At least partially. There's certainly some validity to the things that they're saying. And yes, the U.S. has caused many problems. The U.S. has gotten into a lot of places where it probably didn't need to be because we've gotten fixated on an idea. Like Vietnam was domino theory, which
is disproven.
Yeah. And it's one of those, but at the time, that's what everybody thought was correct. It turns out, no, that was not correct.
There were also people in the administration who said it was not correct, but they were the minority and they were told to shut up. So there were people saying, hey, don't do this. And our government said, why don't you shut up?
Oh, yes. The legacy.
It's not like they had nobody saying this to them at the time. They chose not to listen to it.
But you have to, especially when we look at that part, you have to remember the legacy of Joe McCarthy. That like opposing communism was American, and there was no place you shouldn't do that. And like the whole McCarthy thing, I think that honestly put the fear in a lot of people, and it changed what was acceptable to discuss in American politics right at that point. It changed a lot of the Overton window. So I think that that definitely impacted some of the things going forward. And yes, you know, as I've said a couple of times, the U.S. is not perfect. It has many, many flaws. But the question as a pragmatic point is the alternative better? And I don't see a point where autocracy is better. Like this system is flawed. It is bad. People have made a ton of really dumb decisions. And usually post the dumb decision, we try and account for the decision in the future and be like, okay, you know, like in the aftermath of the invasion of Iraq, intelligence community started saying, okay, we're not just making our assessment, we're going to assess the quality of our assessment because that was new.
Sure.
So it's okay, we have high confidence, medium confidence, low confidence. That wasn't a thing before. So there was a correction made. And I think that, and you look at anything we've done, we've tried our best, not always successfully, but tried to make those corrections. So while yes, I think it's important that we acknowledge the flaws, and at least as when we're looking at factors that influence issues that the U.S. faces and causes, these individuals are very correct. They've usually put forward a very good case. Some of the gentlemen you have on screen, I have read some of their work, and yes,
these are the two guys that are saying that primarily.
Yes,
California.
Yes, and so yes,
they're saying that America is the most violent country in the last 100 years, and that most of the violence on the planet is because of America. And when Jeffrey Katz said that at an international conference on democracy last year, they told him to shut up, even though they invited him as a speaker.
Yeah, well, That's an uncomfortable thing to hear, and people don't like that. But he's not incorrect.
Is that good behavior at a conference on democracy to tell people to shut up?
No. But
does that send good signals to totalitarian governments that we're different than them?
No. Well, does it send good signals to them? They're pretty happy to see it. But
sure, but does it we're saying we're a democracy, you should be a democracy, watch us be a democracy, you shut up, I don't like what you're talking about. Now China, you need to be more like us because you're bad with your totalitarian behavior where you control what people say. Does that work?
No, it doesn't work. It never will. And again, that's the reason we have neo-Nazis, is it never works. But we move past it. That's kind of, at the end of the day, again, and we talked about the marketplace of ideas earlier in this interview.
Sure.
Eventually, and people are very uncomfortable about that. And you get it, and like you look at some of the political discourse about how anyone who points out a flaw in America is described as hating Americans. Like, no, I don't hate the country.
Right.
I'm just like, we've done some things that we need to account for.
Yeah.
And I think that part, and that is where it's the place where I start to not like the term patriotism, because people have subsumed patriotism into this McCarthy-esque propagandized love of America where you can't question.
Thank you.
And that, I think, it's an undertone that is left over from that era. And you see it a lot in the political discourse. You see it a lot on like Newsmax. They're really bad about that, but it is what it is. But
I have family that watches that show.
Yeah.
My mom calls it Angry Man TV.
Oh, yeah, we were talking about January 6th. I was watching it with my grandmother, who's a Fox News person.
I was watching it with family.
I was curious to watch that coverage because they were very dumbfounded as to how to do it.
Oh my God.
But when you have that as your definition of patriotism, it's not love of country, it's unwavering loyalty to country, and you can't admit the faults of the country. That's where that dialogue breaks down. And it is a whole separate issue from our political division, because our divisions tend to be more along cultural lines, if nothing else, especially our current set of divisions, because we've just seen a shift away from an economic focus and more towards the cultural focuses. But as we talk about, the U.S. on the global scale, a lot of people just don't care, unfortunately. Because
most of the world cares.
Well, the world cares. The world cares.
Americans may not care.
Yeah,
most of the planet is aware.
Yeah, apologies. That was me misspeaking. I should have said Americans, but most Americans.
With the Ukraine thing, when they said America's with us, and Africa and Latin America and Asian said, "No, we're not."
Yeah,
on the world stage, America got kind of spanked hard with that backwards advertising thing recently.
Yeah, well, that's the inevitability of
Or it's not doing your homework and not having any real concept of how the outside world thinks.
Shocking. Again, people don't Google. So, but and we have this interesting, and it's in the way we teach history, especially at a young age. We don't teach global history. We only teach U.S. history.
Right.
So we have this ingrained concept of there is America, and then there was that World War thing that we went over and fought.
Right.
We didn't acknowledge that the French and Indian War, the precursor to the revolution in U.S. conflict, was just a part of the 100 Years' War.
Thank you.
So it's like, you don't understand that this really minor conflict that had nothing really to do with the U.S. is part of a much broader geopolitical conflict, but we only know this slice.
Yeah.
So
brilliant analysis. Yes.
We think about everything being U.S. centric, and that's how a lot of people understand. They don't think about, they think Russia or any government does this because the U.S. doesn't. It's like, no, they have their own issues. China is looking at Taiwan because they need the chip production to fuel their industry. Additionally, they're dealing with their own real estate crisis. So it's like, by diverting people's attention from that, plus really strict code response and pointing the people at Taiwan, it's a way to quell local dissent. So it's one of those things where you have to look not only at U.S.'s domestic influence on some of these issues, but also what's going on in these countries that are also motivating these decisions. So yes, the U.S. has caused a lot of conflict and is certainly not innocent, but it is part of a broader game, kind of the international poker game where everyone is cheating is my favorite phrase that I've heard used to describe it.
Sure, but these professors are saying in the last century, it's pretty much the U.S. Like if you're looking for who's causing most of the mischief and who's causing most of the chaos, it's not France, it's not Europe, it's us. That's what they're saying. And these are guys with decades of experience
Oh,
and
yes.
foreign
And
policy experience and lots of examples to back up what they're
well,
saying.
and they're not, as I said, they're not incorrect, because you look at this century and kind of the geopolitical dynamics that have governed it has been mostly the Cold War.
Right.
It was a counterbalancing of the U.S. and its allies against the Soviet Union and its allies, which is currently kind of still how the world is structured. We're still in that Cold War-esque era. So
Absolutely.
any conflict is going to be revolving around that dynamic. So yeah, the U.S. is going to be involved. The U.S. is a global hegemon. But it's like, okay, this is a thing. We're not alone, though, in the world. We are not the only country that is trying to exert influence. We
True.
do still have, I mean, not in the same, we do have different approaches to it. Certainly the U.S. does occasionally lean on the "you look like you need some freedom" line.
I'm just saying, these professors are saying we are by far, compared to China, Russia, North Korea, Iran, you name it, the most violent country, who's killed by far the most people in comparison to any of these other countries in basically the last 60 to 70 years. And there's a lot of evidence to back that up. One of my favorite things is we go on and on about Russia invaded Ukraine, and they shouldn't have done that. And they have shot civilians, true.
Yeah.
But the amount of civilians in Ukraine is somewhere around, I think, 30 to 50,000 dead or less. In Iraq, we're looking at 1 million civilians.
Oh, yeah.
And yet nobody will bring that up in America. And one of the things that stuck with me was George W. Bush was giving a speech in front of 100 Americans about 8 months ago. And he goes, you know, Russia's wrong because they violated the international law and invaded Iraq. Oops, I'm sorry. I meant Ukraine. Well, I guess we kind of did that with Iraq too. And then 100 people laughed. And for me, what's really funny, I mean, I think it's hilarious, is hearing about how you caused the death of 1 million civilians and then having a good laugh about it later. That's just, hey, we learn from our problems and we're good people and we can make mistakes and adjust. Or does it communicate the total opposite to the world stage?
And this is where, again, you ask a very good question. And it comes down to what is it that you want to accomplish, I suppose. And there is the only difference I will point out, and this is somewhat important in context, is that the Russia-Ukraine conflict is a conventional conflict, whereas Iraq and Afghanistan, or Afghanistan and then Iraq post the initial invasion were not conventional wars. So that does non-conventional wars always lead to more civilian casualties, just as a factor of the nature of the conflict. But it's also not incorrect. We do well, unless you do the whole carpet bombing thing. That's a.
I mean, if they look at World War II, they say because it was a conventional conflict that had the most casualties, and the chemical warfare is different. So, I mean, I've just seen some debate, but the metric numbers of deaths are nowhere comparable. Nowhere near comparable.
No,
1 million people. We shouldn't even been there, laying people out. I remember talking to vets who would confirm that we had practices like, oh, there was a bombing on this street before. We're in our military vehicle. I don't want to go down that street. Let's just turn on the sidewalk to get away. Oh, are there civilians on the sidewalk? Too bad. We got to get away safely to our base and make sure we're still alive. That's ruthless as hell. Nobody was prosecuted. This has been confirmed. 1 million civilians. Russia didn't even do 1/10 of that.
Yeah.
And we can't even bring it up. What does that say about how good of people we are?
Oh, I never said that.
I killed 90% more people, but don't bother me about it. You're bad because you killed 1/10 of the amount of people I did.
Oh, we had 20 years.
Conversation. Yeah, it was 20 years ago. Whatever. Yeah.
No, we had 20 years to do it. Give the Russians time.
Okay,
they were really just getting started.
Okay, fine. And then there was Libya. Libya is a basket case. It is not better. Iraq is not better. Afghanistan is not better. Whose lives have we improved? How much chaos have we caused? What reason do we have to go and tell the world, trust us?
We don't have a track record of that, in fact.
Tell me why. You're speaking to an average third world person. Trust America. Why?
Well, generally speaking, the only reason they trust us is because they know that we keep away Russia and China. That's really it. It's a very Machiavellian bargain. Nobody's happy about it, but it is one of those things where people have just selected that of the terrible things that could happen, the U.S. is terrible is the least terrible, because the Chinese and the Russians just haven't had the chance to do their terrible things since they were the Soviet Union and Mao China.
Or,
kinda
or
have it-
maybe they never intended. I mean, we're attributing attributes and causes to them that they may display in the future that they haven't displayed in the past.
Well, we'll have to, and that is the wonderful course of time. Is we have no idea what the future
Yeah.
holds. We
I
can
would
take,
also point out that most of the world was not scared of Russia when Russia invaded Ukraine. Blinken went around saying the world's with us. And then you had, I think, a couple different UN votes where they showed basically all of Latin America, Asia, and Africa was not scared of Russia. They didn't feel America needed to protect them, and they weren't scared of Russia at all. Additionally, when we look at China and their Belt and Road Initiative, most of the countries in the Central Asia, and Middle East, even Europe, want to be part of that. How threatened can they be by China when they're saying, I want to be permanently attached to your economy?
well, because that's actually a really wonderful economic calculation on their part, because they're essentially getting China to come in, build all this infrastructure, and then they're
Sure.
not paying it back.
Sure.
Because they know that if China tries to step up, the U.S. is going to step in. They're looking. That's the game they're playing. It's a great game, because imagine that, and especially you look at its geography. Yeah, Central America and South America aren't scared of Russia because they're on the other side of the ocean from Russia. Africa's not scared of them either because they're not near Russia. It's a boundaries thing. But you look at Georgia, they're not thrilled about Russia. They want to keep tabs
Sure.
on that because they're there. It's a matter of, if you're a country that doesn't, like, a lot of these countries don't play on the geopolitical stage in the same way that the US, the UK, China, and Russia do. Because we play in this international game, but when
Sure.
you're a developing country, you've got your own problems. So
right.
like this grander game doesn't matter to you. It's not going to make your life any better. But if the Chinese are going to come and give you all this money, that in the end of the day, they're writing off a ton of their Belt and Road Initiative loans because they just know they're never going to get the money back.
Right.
So all these countries got this development assistance for free.
But that belies the point that most of the planet is not scared of Russia or China, and therefore would not feel that they need America to protect them safely because they're not threatened by those countries and they're already working with them anyways.
But you would argue that the only reason they are safe is because the U.S. exists as a counterbalance. They know they can always go to the U.S. if they need to. They don't have to actively do it, but the U.S. is there. It's a break glass in case of emergency bit.
Sure, except that there's some countries that don't really like the U.S., don't have good relations with it, and have been that way for decades and are dealing with China and Russia. Those aren't people who would seem that they would go to the U.S.
Well, there are 190 change countries in the world. Yeah, there's always going to be somebody. But
Sure.
I mean,
I'm just saying that it
Vietnam.
seems that
Vietnam is right there next to China.
and Vietnam is threatened by China. Absolutely, Vietnam
but
is.
they are more than happy to
And-
put back on the Chinese because they know that if something really goes down, they're going to get back up.
Absolutely. And that's why they allowed American warships to start docking in their bases for the first time since the Vietnam War. But we can look at Cambodia and Thailand and Indonesia and other countries, and they don't have that feeling that Vietnam does.
And not everybody is. And that's perfectly fine. Countries have the ability to align themselves how they like.
As they see
For a
fit,
lot of these countries who are kind of broadly unaligned, kind of using the old Cold War dynamic of the first world is the US and its allies, the second world is the Soviet bloc and its allies, and then the third world, which I hate the way that term is used because it's not how it's supposed to. It's just meant to be the unaligned countries, everyone who's not involved. Like Switzerland's a third world country because it's not involved.
in India.
Until very recently, which that was a novelty. With the Swiss
Great
getting
point.
like crap. But
Great
anyway,
point.
so when you have these unaligned nations, they're free to play both sides. Saudis do it all the time. They're some of the best at it. They love playing both sides.
Sure, and that's some people saying that there are some critics. I'm not saying this, but there are some critics saying that America is a force for war and China is a force for peace because the Belt and Road Initiative, the countries that sign on seem to start tamping down on uprisings and terrorist groups. Additionally, China brought peace between, I think it was Iran and Saudi Arabia, and they forced Russia to start negotiating with Ukraine. So they're already making symbols that seem to suggest they're different than the U.S., that they're more interested in peace and long-term economic negotiation versus, well, I mean, I'm sorry, but if we look at America's track record, the last 10, 20 years, we're kind of everywhere blowing things up. So there's some critics just pointing that out, going, maybe China will be the belligerent, but wow, are they making some big moves, total opposite direction from America?
Because here's the thing. For everything the U.S. blows up, that is still not our primary form of diplomacy. We still prefer to use money. Money, because it's what we have more of than anything else. We are very good about using soft power economic diplomacy.
Absolutely.
So China, initially you look at what China tried to do when it first formed as a country. It did try to be more militant, more like Russia and how it enforced the Soviet bloc.
Mm.
And then it looked at the US being much more successful with money, and that's what it's emulating now. It's taking the strategy that we used, and it's being effective. Yeah, it still does the kind of military confrontation. You play in the South China Sea, you do kind of the near-miss confrontation bit. But at the core, you do use economics. And they have actually proven better at getting the investment into the right places in some of these countries. And the US hasn't been quite as interested in some of the places that China has invested in, specifically Africa. Our focus over that time frame was much more the Middle East. So that was just a diversion of attention. So like our attention was one place, their attention was another place. So yes, they're going to have that impact. When it comes to the Saudis and the Iranians, odds are they still hate each other. But why would you do that as the Saudis? Why would you? Because you have the choice of who to negotiate with. That negotiation is going on between those two countries. No third party is getting involved in that because that has tribal histories, religious histories that go back centuries, if not millennia. They ended that on their own terms. They picked who the mediator would be. I would argue that that is the more likely outcome. They chose China, not China chose them, because they have a lot more history and skin in the game for that conflict. So Saudi Arabia, which again likes to play all sides, and if the U.S. In a bunch of different ways has talked about becoming more energy independent, whether we do that with more fossil fuels or more renewable energies, it cuts the Saudis out of the market. So the Saudis aren't happy about that. They got to realign. So if they say, okay, let's let the Chinese come in, handle this deal that we're already going to agree to, or we're going to agree to and then never abide by, because it's, we have all these other divisions that make this agreement, kind of inconsequential. Let it happen so that we build goodwill with the Chinese. That way, if the U.S. becomes a non-viable trade partner, we still have a place to export our oil. We don't suffer. So, right. And again, that's going back to what is everyone's skin in the game. And the Iranians are also looking to become a regional power there, but they don't have quite the backing because we have the U.S. backing Israel. Iran, therefore, needs an ally. So if Iran is willing to cut some peace deals with Saudi Arabia to kind of pull them away from the U.S., it makes their position better in the region. And allying with China could allow them to further subvert global sanctions and keep their missions rolling on that front. So they have an interest in allowing the Chinese into this negotiation too. So all parties benefit on the surface, but I find that the Iranians and the Saudis benefit a lot more than the Chinese. So I think that they picked the Chinese to mediate this agreement, not the other way around.
That's fair. I'll just point out scholars are saying the opposite. They're saying that America was in charge for a while. Mm-hmm. We've only seen war between Iran and Saudi Arabia. China did push this, and within 1 year of trying, we have peace in the Middle East like the U.S. hasn't been able to achieve in 60 years. They're also saying that Ukraine being willing to talk to Russia is because of China. Now, I haven't studied enough. I can't say. I'm just saying that's what they're saying.
And the U.S. was never going to be viable in that negotiation because U.S. is a NATO country. Russia's not going to negotiate. Russia's not going to let a NATO country be the negotiator. That was never going to happen.
Sure.
So yeah, it had to be China because there's no one else with that kind of international.
Sure. But we're just talking about what is the way that an empire is going to behave. And there's some scholars saying, wow, America's been involved for a while. All that ever happened was conflict and war. China's involved for a year. They're signing international peace treaties.
Mm-hmm. Very different. People are saying that. But again, what we just did was we dug through the interests. Who benefits from this? China doesn't really benefit from that. They have no skin in that game. But the Iranians and the Saudis gained a lot. True. So yes, that is what people are saying. And they're not incorrect about the US side of, yes, we have caused a lot of conflict. But you have to look at every agreement and actually dig and say, okay, yes, people are saying this, but is this an indicator that something is different? Breaking it down and looking at the interests of all parties, well, it doesn't look that way because it looks like the two parties decided now is the optimum time for peace based on things we want. We don't actually care about the peace. We care about what this gets us in the international poker game. We're getting cards from China that we didn't have before. We want those cards. Whereas, they still have millennia of conflict that is unresolved and unlikely to resolve. So
sure. What an incredible chance coincidence then that America's been involved as the arbiter for decades, no peace. China does it for 1 year, and they're having peace like no one ever thought they could see. We'll just leave it there. What an incredible chance incidents happening. Mm-hmm. Last question I want to get to was the economics of red states.
Yes.
I think your argument was this, and I've heard this from other people. Typically, red states receive more federal money than they put in federal income taxes. And if they broke off, they would be losing that money. And so you'd have difficulty funding everything because you don't actually have enough money to fund yourself. You take some money and then you pull some from the feds. And so if you left, how are you going to fund schools, roads, military, everything? Is that roughly what you're saying? Is there more to it? Please explain to the audience.
So I did say that, yes. I pointed that out, and I actually broke it down, not in the way that most people do, because a lot of people at the time when this was news were showing a chart that showed that about 72% of the U.S. GDP is produced in blue counties, which is a wonderful statistic, except that that's not how geography works. Those blue counties that are in red states, if those red states left, would go with them. So instead, in my video, I broke it down state by state and redid the math, and the economies were a little bit more balanced. But when it came to the tax revenue, yes. Using 2019 figures, because after 2020, you have a whole bunch of federal money injected into everyone's economy, so it denormalizes the situation.
Thank you.
Look at a normal tax year. 2019 was the best year that I had data available for. And in 2019, there were only 10 states that were in the black when it came to federal taxes paid versus federal monies received. 9 of them were blue states. 1 of them was a red state being Utah. So yes, I did say that that is a problem that they're going to have to face. Not that they couldn't overcome it, but that they may, and again, this goes back to assuming that the whole fiscal conservative argument is something they care about. Those cuts are going to have to be made. Otherwise, you're starting off with a huge debt, and you're going to have to stick with that. And that's going to be how it is that's just how the numbers work.
What about people who say, okay, even if this red state left and they took on the debt, and so they'd be leaving with a large debt, but America has so seriously mismanaged its finances that its debt to economy ratio would still be worse than this breakaway red state, even if they took on their portion of the debt, just because the feds have been so horrible with printing money and running the clock up against the debt ceiling, et cetera, like that.
Well, the debt ceiling is imaginary. It doesn't exist. It's not our credit limit. People are more than happy to lend us money. So the debt ceiling is irrelevant.
Okay.
It's just a law that exists and is, quite frankly, a nuisance. It has nothing to do with the country's actual ability to borrow money. But the debt to GDP ratio, which is a comment I've seen a lot, I saw it a couple times on some of my videos and in other places. It also has nothing to do with your actual credit rating, because the U.S. has a horrific debt to GDP ratio. But yet everyone is still willing to lend us money. No one cares because they see the U.S. as a stable investment. And actually, one of my comments pointed to Russia's debt to GDP ratio, which I had to remind them that the current country has not existed all that long. And they did not end up taking on all of the Soviet Union's debt because that debt was dispersed throughout the many different sections of the Soviet Union.
Right.
So Russia's debt to GDP ratio doesn't really stack up to the U.S.'s because the U.S. has been around a bit longer than the current Russian Federation.
Sure.
But it comes down to what is the financial system, the global financial system, willing to do? Do they have faith in the U.S.'s ability to keep paying the interest? Because they don't really care about the money. At that point of economics, you're talking about interest payments. That's really what you're looking at. I'm loaning them this money, and then over time, I don't actually want them to pay the money back. I want them to just pay the interest rates.
Right.
And the U.S. does this to other countries. We loan money to China and Russia. Not to Russia anymore, but we've loaned money to the Chinese. We've loaned money to Britain and France and a whole bunch of other countries on the exact same basis.
Right.
So it's one of those, and then you have private banks doing it as well. So it's one of those, does the debt matter? It only matters if you say it does. The problem with this new country is it doesn't have a credit rating. And it's filled with a whole bunch of people who are going to be its elected officials who seem to be willing to default on a national debt. So if you're a lending agent and you're looking at people who appear to have been more than happy to cause the U.S. default, are you going to consider them a good credit risk? I wouldn't. I'd be like, I don't think I want to invest my money with you. Meanwhile, we're going to look to what's left of the U.S. It's going to be majority blue. You're going to see tax rates probably go back closer to the way they were in the 50s and 60s, which is something I've heard from a lot of people in my life. Where it's like, why can't we pay for things like we did in the 50s and 60s? Well, because the individual tax rate for people making the highest tax rate isn't 90%, and the corporate tax rate isn't 50%. Like, that's what it was back then when we paid for things. Now, whether there's many arguments as to how tax policy works, and benefits of that, but that's what things were back then, and the debt doesn't look like it did now. But when you keep having these massive tax cuts that don't pair with cuts to spending, because with Democrats, they do always usually try and at least raise taxes to pay for some of their spending, not all of it, but some of it. Whereas Republicans go, we want to expand the defense budget and cut taxes. That is not fiscally responsible, but they're fine doing it because they know that the international monetary system has no problem with giving the U.S. the money.
Right.
They know that the lenders are there. So the debt ceiling is just this number we've picked, but it is no relation to the U.S.'s actual credit limit.
Okay.
So
that's a good answer. That's a good answer.
So when it comes to this new country, it has no credit history. And much like, if you don't have a credit history, it makes it very hard to get a house loan, car loan, whatever. So with this new country, they don't have the credit history and they have a whole bunch of debt that they owe to the U.S. So are you going to give them even more debt?
You'd have to look at the total value of all their assets. That's what they did it to countries that emerge on the international market that don't have credit rating. They just do kind of an analysis of what do we think you own in the ground or in the air or whatever.
And that's assuming that you get this unified block withdrawal. One of the things I mentioned in the video is that I bet Texas goes, if this were to happen, again, very unlikely, but Texas is going its own way.
Right.
And Texas is the largest economy in that new country. And I think Florida goes too, frankly, because Florida is this weird anomaly in the U.S. because it's on the British colony side, but it was a Spanish colony. It's always been a little different. Yeah. So I think Florida. So once Florida and Texas are out, and you just have Missouri, Kansas, Kentucky, Iowa, like kind of those conventional red states that aren't those two other weird states, their GDP is going to be a lot lower than what people might expect. And that is also going to affect your quality of life because now you're looking at what is an export raw materials driven economy. You don't have those same service industries or financial industries that you have in certain blue states. So you're going to be shifting to a different type of economy that's going to be heavily focused on exports. And again, that's how developing countries are. They tend to have very raw material export driven markets. So are you going to be able to sustain the quality of life when the makeup of your economy is just dramatically changed? You can't rely on some of the Silicon Valley stuff because it's not there anymore. That is in a whole separate country doing entirely separate things. So you just cut yourself off from a ton of revenue.
Couple questions.
Yes.
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Please go. Please.
But then on the additional side, again, we mentioned this earlier, the whole Eli Lilly not expanding in Indiana because of the policies they implemented. If these red states go in the direction that some of the people who proposed this national divorce say they would go and implement these really strict policies, companies aren't going to want to come there. So again, you're further hurting your potential for economic development. So you're just not going to see those revenues materialize. They're just not going to be there. So you're either taking on debt, which is contrary to the supposed fiscal conservatives who proposed this idea, or you're cutting services, which people aren't going to be happy about. One or the other. Or you're going to raise taxes, and that's also something that that particular political wing of the spectrum doesn't want to do. So you're kind of in a catch-22. What do you do?
Sure. Okay. Very good. Very good. Very good analysis. Anything else about the impacts that they would have if they left economically?
So we've talked about just the raw numbers. Obviously, you also have to factor in just the amount of federal land that exists in these states. National park system, for one. That's not just the federal government's not going to give that up. It's their property. So you probably have to pay for it as you go out. And then you have to think about redesigning the entire infrastructure, specifically the electrical grid, because that's integrated across the U.S. So if your power production is no longer domestically controlled, you're going to have an issue. So, and again, Texas is the only outlier here because they have an independent grid. It's not a good one, but it exists.
They have
intertwined. So how are you going to manage that grid when you now have two countries drawing off it? That's a national security risk for the United States. So because they have, purely because, and it's not because they think that the RSA would actually be a threat, but it's you can't control what someone is doing with their power grid. If, let's say, they want to drop some regulations as to how security is done at a power station, that in a grid that is both RSA and USA is a national security threat to the USA because their power grid is linked in. So they're going to have to cut that grid.
You would have to separate the grid, true.
But the US isn't going to want to foot that bill.
Fair.
So, or even if they split the bill, the US, again, because now that they're not, they have more states that are in the black than are in the red. They've dropped basically a whole bunch of states that are in the red. They can take the revenue that they would have been sending to these states and use that to restructure their power grid.
Wow.
Meanwhile, the red states that are going to have to be trying to already make up the federal revenue they're not getting, then also have to do a restructuring of the power grid. And that's And then you get into looking at other aspects. You have to look at power generation. You have to see, okay, this community in this red state might be drawing power from an energy plant that's in a blue state. Now, once you disconnect the grid, you got to build a whole nother power plant.
Sure.
So
Sure.
that is a huge investment, depending on what type of plants you look at. So you've got that investment to do. There's so many little things here and there within the economy that you have to rebuild. And then you need the people. And as we said with the Eli Lilly thing, you're going to have people who aren't going to want to move to this country because of the policies it might enact, especially on the social conservatism side. So that could cost you as well, where you have, like we saw in Idaho, where they're closing maternity wards because they can't get the right doctors in there. If you see those degradation in services, that's going to be an issue as well. So you just have people who are saying, I'm not going here. So now you're lacking fundamental services. You not only see the economic declines because you're losing out on jobs and tax revenue, you also see a quality of life decrease from citizens not being able to access these services, which is problematic for them.
Sure. Okay. Let me ask you a few questions.
Of course.
If I may. NAFTA is an international trade agreement between Mexico, Canada, and America. It currently allows foreign citizens, not Americans, to travel through America every day on the NAFTA superhighway. Why could this red states, if they leave, not just sign on to the NAFTA agreement and be part of the same trade agreement? If it's a trade agreement that different nations can join, and you're now a separate country, why can't you just agree to the same agreement and you're back in the same regulatory set as before?
Well, actually, as I recall, NAFTA isn't a thing anymore because Trump referred to it that USMC, whatever.
They
the acronym.
They changed the name, but it's still largely in place.
Yeah, I know it wasn't a huge change, but I know there were some technical bits that got changed. So it's one of those. So that's the case currently. But that would be the question, isn't it? Go ask the UK how Brexit's going with that negotiation. That could take a hot minute, and you don't know what it's going to be, especially if you're looking at because you're going to start looking at jurisdictional matters as well, because we're already having that within states where you have states saying you can't cross state lines to get abortion, but then the states where people are going, blue states saying, yeah, we're not going to comply with records requests for this kind of thing, because so now imagine that on a national scale where now you're moving goods. So it's like, okay, the U.S. might set conditions on that because the U.S. is a party, the RSA is not. Sure. They might set the entry conditions and say, okay, you can join this treaty if you comply with these things, much the way the EU has its trade and says, yeah, these are things you have to abide by. So you could have where the U.S. has a regulatory framework that says, okay, cars, for instance, have to be built to a certain safety standard. But let's say if the RSA wants to cut back on regulation and say, we don't want those safety standards, they might say, okay, then you can't participate in NAFTA.
Oh, of course. So, I'm saying if the RSA says, we agree to everything NAFTA was, yesterday we were part of America, 24 hours later, we're now a separate country, but we agreed to the original NAFTA clause in totality. Couldn't that bring them right back into the same regulatory regime?
It could. I don't know if, again, given the issues we might have politically with building that government, I don't know that would happen, because I could see where that would be politically toxic, because NAFTA was politically toxic until it got its name changed.
Fair enough. I would also argue that the direction of most of the global economy is larger trade groups. So if the RSA left and America says, I want to put up some conditions to join them, there's going to be some Americans saying, hold on here. We have a gigantic trade bloc, a huge chunk of it left. They want to come back in and you want to argue with them about that? I could see countries called Mexico and Canada saying, why do you want our trade bloc to be less powerful? Well, of course we want them in. Shut up, America. They're signing on to the original agreement. Let's get going. Because as you said, it's a multi-party, agreement. Couldn't that also be a political factor?
Yes, but when you have a weak negotiating partner, which this would inevitably be, because remember, now they're shifting to an export-driven economy. They're more reliant on the U.S. because the U.S. can always source from other partners. The RSA becomes the dependent here. And as I said this earlier, they become a pseudo-vassal state because the U.S. has the economic might to push down on them. And they can look at Canada and Mexico, who are our allies, and say, hey, we're all in this together. We are about to make a deal for us. So they have that leverage because the RSA is not in the same position as Canada, Mexico, or the US, and they're going to want concessions. And think about it. If you're Mexico and looking at some of the things that representatives from these red states have said about you, wouldn't you take the opportunity to draw out some concessions too? It may be a little vindictive, but humanity and spite is a tale as old as time.
But
So I can
you're
see
going
where-
to yeah, but you're
But
going to
it's
all three
politics-
economies and saying, let's agree to be less powerful when we have the option to go back to our same level of economic wealth. You're
Oh no,
telling
we'll
me
go
people
back.
will
It's just a
not
matter of
achieve
you've
wealth.
got to make some rules. You're
Sure.
gonna, and,
So it
and
is
again,
possible.
and that's a really tough hypothetical to plan out because the first step the RSA would have to build a constitution, have to build a government, it'd have to develop an economy, and all of that would have to happen first. Because, okay, what if Texas gets out and Texas becomes its own country? Now we've got another player, and the U.S. might say, okay, if we make a deal with Texas, Florida, and Mexico and Canada, and we leave out some of the flyover states, that might be enough because their GDP isn't that important to the trading bloc, and we can
Fair.
kind of push them. We can push them into what agreement we want because we've got the economic muscle and they don't. They're
That's
just putting
fair.
themselves in a bad economic position relative to all of their regional trading partners, especially because that state group is fairly landlocked, especially landlocked towards the markets that the U.S. relies upon most, which is Asian markets for our imports. Their main source of imports is going to have to be Africa or Europe. Otherwise, you're looking at either the Panama Canal or circumventing South America
Yeah.
because of Canada or because of California, Oregon, and Washington. So
Yeah.
like you move this entire land boundary that you don't have access to the West Coast anymore, which is a huge problem.
But if they were part of NAFTA, they still would.
Yes, but that is a point of leverage that the U.S. and Mexico now hold.
Oh, sure. But
So
yeah.
they're just coming to the negotiating table in a bad position where they're in need of a deal. The U.S. is not necessarily. The U.S. could say, we're fine with the trade tariffs. We're fine with disconnecting because the trade will still happen. It's just a matter of there's going to be a regulatory process for it.
Okay.
That's all it's going to. And again, as the policy changes are implemented as well, you're probably going to see less people moving into these areas. Yeah, after things balance out, as maybe you might see people from downstate Illinois, move into Kentucky. There will be that rebalancing where people from blue areas move to USA states, people from red areas move to RSA states, and you'll have that kind of rebalancing. But the majority of the economic power still resides in the U.S. And since now, when you look at it from an economic scale, Mexico and Canada are now much bigger partners relative to the RSA.
Yeah.
They're still not larger, but they're larger in proportion. Combined with the U.S., those three can really put some pressure on the RSA to agree to whatever deal they want.
That's right.
The RSA's limitations.
True.
But again, we still go back to some of the national security side where people are going to say, we want certain things produced here. And when you look at especially the U.S. arms industry, they're going to move because they know where their client is. You got a new nation. You don't know what the size of its military is going to be. You don't know what their demands are going to be. And you know that they don't have the money. You're moving.
American military buys military parts from multiple countries around the world.
Oh yeah, but we still
partly from China.
Oh yeah, we buy equipment from all over the world. But you're gonna want to shift. But again, now we've moved certain parts of it. Certain parts of it we do produce domestically,
but not all.
But now the RSA could get cut out of that, and not only is that a national security, but that's an economics issue because that is a lot of revenue. Military industrial complex makes a lot of money, regardless of how we feel about it.
But why would the military remove all manufacturing from the RSA when it allows countries like China to provide military equipment?
Well, it's a matter of what equipment.
Sure.
Domestically, you can't produce an F-35 in China, but you can produce it here in the States.
Sure.
But that's the big money stuff.
But that would suggest that they lose the whole military industry.
Yeah, but if China produces tourniquets for a first aid pack, we don't care. That's traditional government lowest common bidder. But for the important stuff, the stuff you actually need to dominate the battle space, they're not going to leave that production in the RSA. They're moving it. So now you're taking that economic hit as well.
There's some talk about how the Pentagon has made a mistake and has key parts for tanks and jets coming out of China, and that's a national security issue. So they did make that mistake.
Yes. Well, certainly they're not going to make it twice. And again, it's an easier move. You're going to
did it once.
No, you're. And again, you have.
Whoops! China is our competitive edge. Did we know we were buying jet parts from them for 10 years? Oh, that was an oversight. I don't buy that. I think you guys.
No, it's not an oversight, but it's a matter of the part. The part's not important. A lot of those parts that we get from other countries, they're not the secret parts.
Sure.
But that's the thing is like those are the parts that are the expensive parts of the secret ones.
Sure, absolutely.
And those are the ones that allow if the RSA wanted to develop a military of any influence, those are the parts it needs, and it's not going to have access to those because the U.S. is going to be like, no.
Fair.
So
I'm just
that's
saying
another
that-
hit they're going to take. They can produce the low cost, high effort stuff, sure, but that puts you in a bad economic position, not a good one, because now you're looking at cheap labor costs, you're looking at really low profit returns, you're looking at becoming, again, vassal state. You are being used to fund
Right.
the military industrial complex of the United States. You're not getting the good toys. You're producing the routine, bare bones stuff that we can get anywhere.
Sure. But that is a different statement than saying the entire military industrial complex would leave the States. Now we're saying at least part of it would stay. Is
Yeah.
that fair?
We're essentially saying that the important parts, the parts that are generating the most revenue, will be the ones that move.
Sounds
And that's
fair.
not and ask Kenny Vet about the economies of the towns outside of military bases. When all of those move and those have to be reconstructed by the RSA, they're probably not going to position them in the same spots, though they might because the infrastructure is there and that doesn't move. But again, you're not, based on just the raw economics, you're not going to have the same money to equip the same volume of troops. So the economies that are attached to these bases are going to collapse. That's another economic hit that people.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
Because
I
the
remember-
personnel just won't be there.
Yeah, no, I lived out in Moreno Valley.
Yeah. So you've seen
Where
how
they closed an Air Force base, and it
it's
turned
huge.
ghetto fast.
Yeah. Oh no. I mean, if your viewers want to check out one of the worst, when Fort Knox became a non-active military base, that was huge for the local economy.
Jeez, wow.
But so that's another factor, and it's one of those. When it comes down to it, when whatever referendum or any mechanism that might trigger this, that's what people are going to talk about. Yeah, there are people who say, yeah, you're going to have the right to this, but somebody like you're going to get, that'll be kind of the extremists who really want this and are committed to it on an ideological level. But the pragmatists are going to come out and say, no, we do not. They'll cite all the reasons I put out and say, this is why we shouldn't. And the question is, will people vote with their ideology or with their pocketbook? And there will be people who vote for both reasons. But the question is, which one will win? And given that you'll still have blue areas within all of these red states, and then you'll probably have a couple of people like, ooh, I really rely on that Social Security check. I might not want to lose that.
Actually, you could still get your Social Security check as long as you don't renounce your citizenship in any foreign country.
The question is, would the RSA require that? There's an interesting question. But that could be a.
They could also choose not to require that. They could come up with dual identity like we do in South Korea. You could be a separate country, have separate citizenship, and still receive your Social Security check.
Yep.
It's legally possible.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's one of those. It would be interesting to see how it would play out.
Yeah.
Again, we're getting really deep in the weeds to question.
Oh sure, but that's why I like talking with you. Is that the thing was that when I saw,
it's very hard to get to an answer because who knows.
Fair enough. But when I saw Marjorie Taylor Greene made her comment, the red states, maybe they'll just break off into red states from blue states. Maybe they'll secede. Everybody said, you'll be out of NAFTA. End of story. No international trade. Barriers go up automatically. And I go, can't you just rejoin NAFTA? Isn't that legally possible? And I understand there's some complications, and I get it. They wouldn't even admit you could just rejoin NAFTA. So the amount of give that you've given, nobody admitted that at all on the internet. It was just, you lose federal money, you're screwed. End of story. Walls are going to go up. There's no other possible way to think about it. You can't renegotiate trade. And I'm like, that's not true. And in the conversation I had with you, you admitted that's not exactly a fair synopsis of all your opportunities. Difficult? Sure. Saying it's completely precluded? No, that's not accurate. And I didn't see anybody bring it up or at least acknowledge what you were willing to acknowledge. The other 2 points was,
yes,
can't they change their tax policy? Isn't that possible? There's a country called Puerto Rico.
Mm-hmm.
Most high development first world income in all of Latin America. They are pulling investors out of America, attracting them to Puerto Rico, not because of infrastructure or education. They don't have to pay income taxes. That's why. And then we have a country called Ireland. Lowest corporate tax rate in the entire planet, single-handedly made them a first world country. When we look at the red states, and I have some relatives out there, they're always talking about federal taxes and federal regulations. We're never going to get rid of income tax in America. We're never going to have a low corporate income tax rate, but a separate RSA could. They would be free.
I have no doubt that it wouldn't have an income tax. I would actually argue that one of the things, given the block of people that would be involved with it, they would put in the Constitution that they can't have an income tax. I wouldn't be surprised. I would actually be very confident that would happen in the RSA. There would be absolutely no income tax.
And so aren't those things that could attract investment into that new country, theoretically?
Theoretically, but why is Ireland so attractive? Ireland is very liberal. So is Puerto Rico, socially speaking. So yeah, you can
Ireland, who had the ban on abortion and the only country in all of Europe for, I think, 20 years past any other countries, very liberal?
Modern day Ireland, yes. History Ireland, not so much, but yeah, modern day.
We got rid of the ban on abortion only a few years ago.
Yeah, but it's still far more liberal than most red states.
Okay.
And think about it, red states would have had that ban for quite a longer time had it not been for Roe v. Wade.
Okay.
So there would be, but Ireland has moved to the left in a lot of other issues and has a lot more labor protections that invite the workers that companies want to attract. It's the same reason that Eli Lilly said they're not going to deal with Indiana, because they can't get the people in, and that's what it's going to come down to. It's about getting the bodies. So for those, like, yeah, they might give you the rural kind of, again, those industries that don't make a lot of money, those will be fine. They'll be like, yeah, we'll take the bit there. But those really high-end industries where they need people who have a lot of education, who tend to be more socially liberal, even if they're more fiscally conservative, depending on who you run into. But you have a lot of these more educated, more socially liberal people who are going to say, I don't want to work there.
Sure.
And companies are going to take that into account and say, okay, we will build the cheap manufacturing plant that isn't going to make a lot of money. It's not going to help the local economy, but it's part of our business. We'll put that in the RSA. But all of our corporate headquarters, all the places where we need those people who are going to be looking for a place that can offer them those protections, they're not going to move that into the RSA, and that's where the money is. The financial sector isn't going to suddenly uproot and move there because they already have Ireland. And that's the other thing, is you're competing on the international stage with people who've already won.
Unless you reduce your rate lower than them, you automatically beat them out. Singapore did that to Ireland and started to take some of the credit within a year. So you can just go down 0.01, 0.02%, and every corporation on the planet sees that. I do agree with you, though. You're right. They're probably not going to get the high-end corporate stuff, but would it at least be fair to say that adjusting some of your tax policies, international corporate and income tax, could allow some foreign investment into your area, which would never be allowable in America, given we're never going to undo those laws?
I mean, obviously the answer to could it? Yes, anything could happen. But it's, as we've discussed many times, there are so many factors that are going to be involved into what comes into your area based on other factors that revolve around your government, that companies may not want to do it purely based on other factors that have nothing to do with their economics. Especially if it comes to, okay, when there's no regulation, what if I'm a company that relies on certain purity standards? What if I have to deal with the EU, who has very high purity standards, and I'm trading into the EU, but that regulation isn't being followed in the RSA? I can't go into the RSA because they're not meeting my production standards, and they're not going to enforce the standards I need. So it's a question for the company. They may use you as a tax shelter, but like Facebook is based in Ireland technically, but all their work is done here in the US.
Yeah, but Ireland gets all the money.
No, actually, a lot of the money does still come into the US, because while the corporate profits are over there, all the salary and all of that that's being paid is being paid here. Plus, all the workers who work in that are paying sales taxes, property taxes, and all those other taxes, which are the non-income tax base, which you're also going to be missing out on the RSA because you won't have the people in the bodies. So that's a whole nother story that you end up running.
Sure, but the amount of taxes they get out of is so large that the governor of California, the world's 5th largest economy, personally traveled to Dublin just to criticize Facebook. So it's a lot of money if you're going to get the governor of the world's 5th largest economy to make a single special trip to criticize you. It's significant, life-changing.
Oh, yeah, it is. It would be lovely if we get our hands on it, but we're never going to get our hands on it. Unless
you had the lowest corporate income tax rate.
Unless you had it, sure. But, I mean, going lower than 0 is going to be difficult. Not impossible.
They're not at 0. They're at like 12.3. You can go to 11, 10, 9. Last question I wanted to ask you, if I may.
Please.
Have you heard of the big sort?
No, actually, I haven't heard that term.
So the big sort is this idea that since Newt Gingrich, Americans have been sorting themselves into ideological communities. Either they move to an area or their politics just shifts. This has been documented by NPR, 538, Wall Street Journal, New York Times, and it's basically saying since the 1990s, this is what's happened. So here's a map. The map in the top left is from 1992, and it's at the county level for presidential elections, basically. And red means don't even run here if you're not a Republican. Republicans win by 20 percentage points more than a Democrat, what's known as a landslide election county. Blue means don't even run here if you're not a Democrat. But gray means sometimes we vote red, sometimes we vote blue. Depends upon the message at the time. Half of America is what's known as a competitive election county and not a landslide election county. You can go all the way to the right. It's 2000. You go to the middle row. It's 2004 on the left, 2012 on the right. You go down to the bottom. The big map is 2016, and the one to its right is 2020.
Yes.
All the grays wiped out.
Yes.
So this is saying over a 30-year period, we used to have competitive elections, and now we have we vote Republican always, or we vote Democrat always. We're never going to entertain the other person, and we have really no ability to have competitive actual Democratic votes anymore like we did 30 years ago, and this pattern has been continuing for 3 decades. Thoughts, feelings? Is it true? Does it seem not true?
I mean, the map is completely correct. What it represents is what's up for debate. I look at that map and I see gerrymandering because yes, you're going to have some degree where neighborhoods and communities are going to sort themselves, but it tends to sort more along socioeconomic lines than it does strictly along political lines. Now, there are obviously correlations between socioeconomics and politics, but you also see some deviations. But what we have seen, especially looking into 2012, going into 16 and then 20, and especially what we've seen court fights about, is gerrymandering. The ability of a politician to select their voters as opposed to the voters selecting the politician. Because, and there are so many graphics that depict this really well, showing how you can take what would be a district that might state that if you divide up into districts that are fairly representative, might vote red or blue. But there are nifty ways to cut up the population in such a way that you could end up with a supermajority in the opposite direction. So when I look at this, I see a lot of the most extreme gerrymanders that we've seen, and this just reinforces the system because in those elections where you have these heavy gerrymanders and you see states getting themselves into supermajority positions, even when their national electoral vote or any statewide election is never a supermajority. Again, Kansas being a great example of that. They have a supermajority in the state house that can override the governor, but the governor's Democrat. That shouldn't be if the government is representative. What this shows me is that there's been some really good gerrymandering going on because it has made the districts in such a way that, they're not going to be competitive either way, because the best way is, and I'm going to take this from the Republican perspective because they are geniuses when it comes to very, very good. You concentrate the Democratic vote in a couple of counties, but then you spread out, and then you take whatever sections exist outside of that dense urban area and you carve them into areas where there's going to be an offsetting Republican population. That's how you get a supermajority. Sure. Democrats also did this in New York. It wasn't quite as severe as some of the other ones, but it was still pretty bad.
Sure.
But that's how you end up getting a map that looks like this in 2020. It's a gerrymandered district. What
about social media? Social media causing us to be more polarized?
Yeah, because social media doesn't have nuance. Tweets, the original tweet, 140 characters. And yet politicians were like, this is how I want to communicate. How? You can't actually get into substance, but you can easily get a talking point through.
Yeah.
And not only that, what social media allows people to do is to be lazy. There's been a number of studies that show that people get the majority of their news from Facebook. I'm sorry, I've been on Facebook. Like now, granted, my feed is a little heavily curated because I'm very particular about it. But I've been on the old Facebook that I had before I had my new one. And it's atrocious. It's really ugly. Some of the things that pop up there, I'm like, oh God, who was I in high school? And that wasn't that long ago for me. But
what about extreme elite politicians? Some people said we've had just more extreme politicians pulling us apart. Is that a factor?
Well, that is a factor of the gerrymander, because when you gerrymander, because primaries are always the most motivated voters, which tend to be the most extreme voters. That's how Marjorie Taylor Greene exists, is her district has been made it so that no Republican can win. Now, originally when it was done, I'm sure that the Republican who represented that district was fairly Bush-Reagan era-esque. They weren't, her. But as the Republican Party and the Republican base moved, the primary electorate wanted her instead. Those were the policies and politics that aligned with their views.
Right.
And in the primary, now there may have been other Republicans in that district who don't like her, but they didn't vote in the primary. So when it came to the general, it's like we have a Republican or a Democrat. Well, I'm never voting for a Democrat. I'll vote for Marjorie Taylor Greene, even though I may not like her. So,
Sure.
yes, they don't help, but they are almost a result of the gerrymander. Because the only way that a Republican can lose in that district, or even a Democrat, that's how AOC got elected, was they primaried from the more extreme of their party. And so when you gerrymander, you end up pushing yourself by trying to cement your power. You end up creating polarization because you have no way to be defeated except by someone who is more extreme than you. That's just how it's engineered. So unfortunately, it's like, I want to hold on to power, but I want to stay a moderate. Well, that's not going to happen because now you've isolated yourself with a group of voters who are going to be more extreme. And you're going to have a very hard time motivating the more moderate voters to come out in a super off-cycle election in a primary to vote for you, because they're just not as motivated as people who are more extreme in their ideology, and therefore ideology is what they vote on. So that's what you're going to see as really a proxy of gerrymandering, is you're just going to get more extreme politics because that becomes the best way to win. Additionally, since the parties don't really have control over their primaries in the way they would like to, you end up getting candidates that people don't want. The Republican Party didn't want Trump. They tried everything to get rid of him, but they couldn't. They didn't have a network to do it. A couple of state Republican parties, I believe in Nebraska, their state party finally got fed up enough that they managed to kick one Trump-style candidate off the primary ballot. Now, there are people who will say that, well, that's a violation of their participation, but we remember that parties are private institutions at the end of the day. They can admit who they are because they don't control how people vote. It's a weird concept in the American political system where parties are like pseudo-public, because like if you go over to Europe where they have a similar party layout to a degree, they don't have primaries. The party picks the candidates, and the candidates within the party are picked by card-carrying party members. It's more like being in a union. It's a political union. That's what parties are.
I remember there was the Bernie Sanders campaign sued the Democratic Party, and the Democratic Party got out of the lawsuit by admitting in a federal court that we don't actually have to do what the voters want. We kind of pick who we want, and we can do whatever we want, and we can lie to your face. And that was the way they got Debbie Wasserman Schultz out of prosecution. Was basically saying, we lie to you guys, and we kind of do whatever we want in the back door. And they said in the federal court. So you're right. They're private corporations. They don't even have to listen to people. Let me ask you a question, though. Here's the problem. The big sort goes back to 1992. When we're looking at social media being an influence in the elections, it's really looking at around maybe like 2015, 2017. If we're looking at gerrymandering, it technically starts in 2000, but it really doesn't get going until 2010. This is all according to political historians, by the way. We're looking at the polarization of the news media being more extreme. We're looking at 2000, 2010. The big sort predates all those things by 20 to 30 years. How is the big sort caused by gerrymandering when it predates it?
Well, and here's the thing about the big sort, as I'm understanding it, as you've explained it to me, because obviously this is not a term that I was familiar with prior. But any of these things take time to happen. They're never instantaneous. You can't, nothing is going to be, especially in government, you know how slow that can be. Nothing is, I do it and immediately we jump to where we are today. It just takes time. So yes, 1992, we see Newt Gingrich sowing the seeds of this. We see people starting to try and pull these events, but they don't have the support yet. You don't see the same majorities in state houses that you need to affect a gerrymander, but the groundwork is there. You start to work on that. It's not only enough to defeat your opponent, you have to demonize them. By doing that, you build your majority to the point where you can build the gerrymander. Then once you've built the gerrymander, then things start to roll in the way we've seen, where the extremities really have more power within the primary process. They're going to be very vocal on social media and social media companies because they're looking at clicks, and that's kind of their main metric. They're going to promote that, as we've seen in a whole bunch of different publications and studies, that's kind of the content that makes its way through. So based on that, now you're getting these people a voice. They appear to be more predominant. National parties start to cater to that because that's where they think the vast majority of their base is, when it's really a smaller fragment of their primary electorate. And eventually you build up into where we are today. combination of many factors going forward. And obviously in 16, we have Trump, who brings it all out to the open, makes it a lot more obvious, and speeds the process up.
So it builds on top of itself. It
Yes.
starts with the big sort, but then they go, well, let's do this to make it easier to be more polarized. And let's do this to make it even easier to be more polarized.
Well, it's not that the big sort is an event that happened and is done. The big sort is something that happened from 1992 to now.
Yes.
Because, so it's not like it was there. Newt Gingrich just started the idea and said, this would be a thing that would help us win. But as we've talked about all these different things, they're all part and parcel of establishing it. Plus, once you build that, and it kind of goes back to if you build it, they will come. You will some of the, again, if you tell people that I'm going to build you this district where you're going to get to elect whoever you want, you will attract some people there. The problem is they're the people who are going to be active primary voters, very far to the extreme, and they're going to get you candidates you might not want. So they built it, they came, and then suddenly they were like, ooh, it's a little harder to control than we thought. So I think that there are people who were focused, and again, I said it a couple of times, politicians looked at short-term games and prioritized themselves that over the long-term stability of either their party or the nation.
That's fair.
Because now the Democratic Party has managed to do a slightly better job of this, emphasis on slightly, but the distance between the majority of what we would consider the moderate Democrats and the progressive wing is not all that large. Because then to the right of that, you have Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, who are Democrats in name, but they're really political. Well, actually, Kyrsten Sinema is not anymore; she's an independent. But Joe Manchin is one of those. He is socially liberal enough, but he also understands his voting group and who he represents. He's a very good representative for the state of West Virginia. He does his job, and I'm not going to fault him for that. But he is an outlier within the Democratic Senate caucus. I don't think anyone would argue with that. But then you go over to the Republican side, and you do see a little more of a stark divide between like Mitch McConnell and Rick Scott or Ted Cruz, Josh Hawley, another one. Like that divide is a lot more stark, or especially Kevin McCarthy to Marjorie Taylor Greene. So I think that, and that's just because Republicans are better at the whole gerrymander bit. They're very, very good. They do the math. Democrats are a little bit lazy about that, and unfortunately, some of them have principles that say we shouldn't do this, because you see the blue states that have the election commissions that are supposed to draw pseudo-neutral maps as best as can be done.
Yeah, but I mean, there was a state that was gerrymandering
New York.
For the benefit of the Democrats, and we're talking about moral planks. The Democrats said that they were opposed to abortion, and then they secretly backed abortion candidates at the same time. That does not say morality at all.
Oh no, that's just good politics. That's taking a very interesting political risk what they did in that primary session. And I've said
it's also called lying to your entire political base on the most important moral issue they've seen in a century.
Oh no, it's about winning elections. It is a purely. And I appreciate the lessons of Machiavelli, because that's what they did when they were backing Republican primary candidates who were really anti-abortion. They figured that using the gerrymander, those people would win the primaries and then go on to be unacceptable in a general election. And they lost that gamble sometimes, but the vast majority of the times they gambled, they won.
Sure.
So it's one of those, yes, was it the most principled thing to do? No. But was it pragmatic? And was it successful? For the most part, yes.
I was talking about morality, and we're comparing the two. That morality is and politics? Moral.
No. Shocking.
Well, but you had just used a statement about comparing.
Well, I said some. No, I didn't say morality. I said principles. There's a difference.
Okay, well, that's morality
is well, no, it's not. And I said some people have principles.
Okay.
I didn't say they all did.
Okay.
And again, like I've said before, New York is the best example of a Democratic gerrymander. But in some states, you do have places where people said, no, we're going to have an independent commission draw the maps.
Like in California.
Yes, exactly. There are just more blue states than red states that do that.
That's totally fair. Fair.
But yeah, so that's why Republicans have gotten where they are. They're just better and more committed to the gerrymander. So they've been like, the big sort is that's gonna work for us. We're gonna do everything we can to make sure this is a thing.
Sure.
And this map that's on screen right now is the proof that they succeeded for the most part.
Why 30 newspapers come out after Marjorie Taylor Greene says we need a political divorce, and they go, it's because of the extreme news. It's because of extreme politicians. It's because of gerrymandering. It's because of social media. And not one of them out of 30 newspapers could bring up the big sort, even though it has been documented longer than all of these other options. and confirmed by multiple scientific publications. Why could nobody call upon this theory or bring it up at all, but went after other ideas that are younger?
Because they're better. Again, you got to think about this from a media perspective. The Big Sort, this guy Newt Gingrich, that some people have never heard of Newt Gingrich.
Big Sort was documented by Bill Bishop, not.
I know, but it's kind of a Newt Gingrich-esque idea, and we're going back to '92 when Newt Gingrich was kind of formulating the layout of what will become the Big Sort.
Sure, but
it's like, what can you point to?
Well, but it's been corroborated.
Yeah, you and I know that. We can see it in this map, but we've talked about how the Big Sort is a phenomenon. It is not a thing that it is a thing that happened. It's not a thing that caused anything. It is the result of a thing. So if you want to look at the causes, we've talked about how gerrymandering causes more extreme politicians to get elected. Though social media has allowed those politicians to communicate. And this is a repeating process. That creates the Big Sort. The Big Sort is not the source of the problem. It is the problem. All of the other things in the Chiron we've got up right now are the source of that phenomenon. So yes, the Big Sort is very well shown, but it is the product of all of these other things.
It can't be the product of those things if it came before them.
Well, again, read the Chiron. This is your words, not mine. You're typing it. But start up. It is carried on. And that doesn't mean, and just because something started doesn't mean that it actually worked. And again, even when we were starting back then, Newt Gingrich was like, we need to polarize politics to create this big.
Oh, and he exacerbated it. But we have maps independently going back to the 1990s, at least some people say up to the 70s, that show Americans separating themselves ideologically and just not voting. And they were doing this before gerrymandering came on board, before social media, before extreme politicians, before extreme media. They were already sorting themselves and joining landslide election counties where they go like, we don't listen to anybody from the other party at all. And this was going on for 10, 20 years before. It's just not possible to say that this event of polarization that goes back 2 decades before any other things wasn't caused by some other factor independent of social media, politicians, or gerrymandering. It predates them, and it happened, and it was polarizing. And my question is, how come no one in the media could admit that or even recognize this phenomena when it's backed up by Wall Street Journal, New York Times, 538? It's not a crazy theory. A lot. NPR has studied this and said, why did everyone basically forget about this idea when it predates all of the other suggestions?
And it is a fair assessment. I'm still inclined to what I said earlier, but to jump into your perspective and to kind of play it out, what I would say from a media's narrative perspective is that the Big Sort is not sexy at the end of the day. It is people moved. That doesn't nearly explain as well what we're seeing to the degree that we're seeing. Because if people just moved, then things would probably look a little bit more like the 92, 96 maps, where, you're seeing a change and you're seeing it become certainly more stratified. But I don't see how you get from even the 2000 map to the 2020 map without all of these other factors. So I think it comes down to, A, it's an easier picture to paint because pointing to the Big Sort means you have to go through, okay, let's talk about these very relatively small shifts in demographics across 3-4 decades.
Yeah.
Whereas I can look at the 2012 map or even the 2008 map, jump to the 2020 map, and within that gap, we have social media, we have gerrymandering, we have all of the other factors that are being talked about. And it is a much easier connection to draw. Not to say the other thing is also a part of it, but it's a matter of what is your defining factors. And I think that the Big Sort would have been, like, if we had only had the Big Sort, I think we'd probably be more looking at the 2004, maybe the 2008 map being the 2020 map, if that. Just because without all these other factors to exacerbate it, you're just never going to make it there that fast. So when the media is trying to cover something, A, they're picking whatever's flashiest, and it's much easier to point to Marjorie Taylor Greene, Trump's tweets, generally the separation between the two parties. That's a much easier thing to point to.
Right.
As a matter of transferring information to their consumers, that is a much easier story to tell as opposed to the stories we tend to get later where people talk about, why didn't they talk about the Big Sort? Where we have to walk through all of this other stuff.
That's what I
reach a theory that doesn't fully explain what we're seeing, whereas other things are a better explanation of what we have seen recently. That and people's history, especially when it comes to politics, tend to be very short term. So I'm sure there's not a lot of people who remember what it looked like in 1992. They more focus on the politics of the last 5-6 years. So it's one of those hard to conceptualize that past in a non-nostalgia blind way.
That makes sense. I don't think it better explains. I think it's easier for people to grasp. You and I had to have a detailed conversation just to get to it. It's easy to go, social media. Everybody knows what that is. We have to talk about the big sort and look at the counties. And again, if we look at this map, you can look at 1992 to 2000, before there was gerrymandering, before there was social media, before there was elite politicians, and you can still see a gigantic amount of polarization at the county level from just 1992 to 2000, showing massive polarization at the electorate before any of these other factors.
Yeah,
but I want to get to the last.
Okay, just the one comment, but those are the Newt Gingrich years. So we see him changing the political discourse, and especially because you see a lot more shift in the red than the blue.
Yeah,
you see a decrease in the blue. So I would say that again, we're not pointing to the big sort. Newt Gingrich is having a huge effect in politics in this section, and as we look at all of those places that are red, they're just filling in places that we traditionally today think of as red. So I think that might also have a better explanation in Newt Gingrich coming in and changing politics, which then, because people back then were still consuming media, it just wasn't social media. News was a thing back then. It wasn't quite the entity it was today, but
I could agree with that. Yeah.
So I'm sure there's a ton of other factors that go on in that time period. But as you're talking to a more modern audience, they're looking for the modern solution, and talking about Newt Gingrich and subtle changes to the policy is hard to get through in a news story when you've only got 6 minutes.
Sure. But if we're talking about cancer, and I go, I don't really want to go into the details of how you had melanoma. Let me tell you about a more simple form of cancer, because it's easier to understand. Is that a good analysis as a doctor, or are you just helping the patient to stay sick because you didn't actually do what it took to understand the problem?
Well, I think it's a bad analogy. It'd more be like, you have cancer because, and I'm going to explain to you the complicated cell process of how you got cancer, as opposed to you've been exposed to a lot of radiation, you have cancer. It's more of that, because like, here's the direct thing that caused what you're experiencing right now. But there is other factors that could also have contributed to your cancer. I'm just focusing on what I feel is the most important one for you to be aware of right now. And that's not to say, and that's why all these news sources have gone back and recovered the big source. Like, we covered the big one first, and now here we are going back and saying, oh, we didn't cover that. Why didn't we cover that? Because here it is also a factor, but was it the most important factor? And then debate. So it's an approach, and it's always difficult to draw causation from correlation, because right now we have a lot of correlation, a lot of things happen at the same time, and it's very difficult to prove causation. So at the end of the day, it's it does come down to a matter of perspective, and kind of how you weigh things, what perspective you come to the information from, as to how you're going to weight different things, how you're going to examine that evidence and combine it all into a producible thesis that you're going to put out in the world.
I could give you that, 92's there, and Newt Gingrich may be signaling things, and that might be causing the big sort. That makes sense, totally. But it also acknowledges that the big sort was happening.
Oh, yeah.
And that it definitely was happening before all these other factors that exacerbated it, and that it was happening without the input of these factors, which means that even if we got rid of those factors, we were still having polarization and sorting. That's my point, is that you get rid of gerrymandering, you get rid of social media, you get rid of the news. According to these maps, that isn't going to fix everything. It will reduce the difficulty, but it won't wipe it out, because it was happening before those things.
Weirdly, I disagree with that point, because at a point, barring all these other things, you would encounter a demographic issue. Because if Newt Gingrich just because if we just take Newt, because Newt is kind of that time frame, if we just take Newt and we continue to follow along the change in the political discourse and this push towards demonizing your opponent, which kind of inherently breeds a more extreme lens of politics. Eventually, if you don't have gerrymandering, you're going to run into a problem with the general electorate, because whatever's coming out of the primary won't be tolerable. That's why Mehmet Oz didn't win in Pennsylvania. You'll produce a candidate in the primary that can't win the general. So at that point, the issue would have actually canceled itself out, because the general electorate would have said, no, we're not okay with that. at some point. So probably I would guess maybe in the 2004, 2008, but that's sans, we're sansing out a lot of other factors. And
so they overlap. So you're getting pressure to move to gerrymandering. Then gerrymandering comes up and says, hey, I can take you the next stretch of the mile.
Oh yeah. It's one of those, the big sort will get you so far, but no further.
Fair.
The gerrymandering is like, okay, now you want to put the nitrous in this car. We're going to take you some places. And that's where gerrymandering, all these other factors made it possible for the big sort to move past its natural limitations, which was the general electorate. By restructuring that general electorate and changing its media ecosystem, it really altered what was possible in the big sort. Because the big sort was just going to have its natural limitations, because eventually, if the government is actually structured in a way to be representative to at least some degree, and you don't have the influence of a gerrymander, eventually you run into the general electorate, and you have those moderate independent voters who aren't going to accept as extreme of a candidate at some point. How far can you push that? Who knows? Because obviously we have all these other complicating factors that prevent us from knowing that. But that is how I could see that playing out in its most likely format, purely because that would cause it to eventually peter out, kind of the same way we see the very few remaining swing districts we see today. They do flip, where you'll have these weird occurrences where it's like, okay, something flipped, something happened because an extreme candidate came out of a primary that couldn't win a general. And that's eventually what would have happened to the big sort had it been left to its own devices and not been helped by a bunch of other things. But the big sort is important because it sets up all those other things, because you can get that majority that you need to start gerrymandering. It is the cornerstone of the foundation on which the rest of the building is built.
That's brilliant. That's a really insightful answer. Thank you.
No,
Thank you. That's
why I'm on the internet.
Thank you. That was good. You know, I always try to learn, and then every once in a while you get a new perspective, and you're like, yeah, that really ties it up better. That's good. I like the way you frames that. Okay, last two questions. I hope that you found that this was not a gotcha journalism interview. You were able to say your piece. We didn't put words in your mouth. Do you have any recommendations of other serious thinkers who might be open to have a conversation about political polarization in America?
So I will refer you to, and you might be aware of this channel already, but the channel that inspired me to start doing my content was Beau of the Fifth Column. I don't know if you've heard of him.
Beau of the Fifth Column.
Yes, he's out of Florida. He is. I will be upfront. He is left of center, but he inspired me, and he makes content in a very similar vein to what I do. He's very good at walking through things in a very unemotional style. He's very informative, does his sourcing well, has a lot of good background and contacts. He's a true journalist as opposed to me, who's more of a commentator. He also has a military background. He's a great guy.
There he is.
I would suggest him, even if you just check out his videos. He's
Beau really of the Fifth Column.
Yeah.
Got it.
Big old red beard and a trucker hat if you're looking on YouTube right now.
Got it. Serious beard on this guy. Okay.
Oh, yeah. I love that beard. I'm jealous. I can't grow that. But yeah, he's really, you know, and you may, I'm certain that you will have some disagreements with him on the policy side, but he is very thoughtful and insightful and inspired me to do what I do. And I do a lot to try and maintain the same format, though obviously I come from a slightly different perspective. But yeah, check him out. He's a good guy.
21st Centrally Federalist recommends. Got it. Thank you. That's awesome. Okay, last question. We always ask everybody, get ready.
All right, I'm ready.
You are not you. You are not me. You are a third person who's watching this video. You don't even know who this person is. You can barely imagine what they're like, but they watched this interview and they said, wow, so much information, so much good material. I'll have to watch it 15 more times to understand it all. But there was this one thing that the guest said, and it's 5 days later after I watched this video. And I have trouble remembering the other stuff we talked about in the video, but there's this one thing this guy said, and boy, I can't get out of my head. It's 5 days later. What is that one thought that a person you've never met cannot get out of their head 5 days from now as it relates to the last 4.5 hours?
I was about to say, you want me to distill 4.5 hours into a tweet? All right. I will say that if I want something to stick with people, and I think that if someone has watched all 4.5 hours of this interview, the thing that's going to stand out to them, the thing that's going to bug the nonsense out of them is that we said that high school debaters are better than politicians. someone's going to go watch a high school debate, because all the other stuff we've said, it's insightful, it's wonderful, it's informative, it's also kind of dry, and they've probably heard something similar from another talking head on YouTube. But that, I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that. So
Totally
in all
agree.
honesty,
High five.
that's going to stick.
High five me. Yeah, we both agree. Go if you want to see real debate in America, go to high school debate class, a good one, and you'll actually see what we're supposed to be doing as adults.
But yeah, so I weirdly, I think that'll be a part that'll stick with people. But within the more serious content that we've discussed, what I hope is the takeaway that people go through, and it's not any particular piece of information discussed, but it is that digging deeper is how you answer questions, because that's what we've done, and we've gone back and forth. We've both been right, we've both been wrong, but we have always, you've asked a question, I've answered the question, and we've gone back and forth to dig. And we've always said, you can look this up. You've put sources up on screen. I don't have that option, but I've at least pointed you in some directions.
You did.
And
you did.
And that sort of information is easily available. You and I have Googled it, and I'm sure a lot of it's on the first page of Google. So if that's a takeaway, we have worked sometimes we haven't even gone that far below the surface. But taking 5 minutes out of your day, when you see something in the news and you go, that's interesting, take 5 more minutes and explore it. Not only is it good because you're learning something, it's also going to be good for your mental health, because you will realize that the world makes a little bit more sense than it appears to once you break it down. And that's what I hope the takeaway from everything we've said today is. Despite the fact we've touched on a whole number of different topics over 4.5 hours.
You were good.
I hope that that's the takeaway, is that people say, okay, these are two gentlemen who've gone in, thought about the issues, and had a deep discussion and have done their homework. And I hope that, as I say in my channel, people think about it.
And we respected each other. We let the other person speak. Our goal was not to just slam your point. It was to thoroughly understand the other person's point. And if we came back from a, let me understand thoroughly what you're saying,
yes,
so that we get to a higher level of truth. And we still disagreed, but we agreed on a lot.
Yeah.
And boy, did I get informed. And I had some of my poor assumptions checked, which makes me more informed as a person going forward. We don't do this. We don't do this in it. Look, this is what we're doing. This is what we're supposed to be doing. It doesn't happen. We're doing it. If we had this level of dialogue more nationally, I just struggle to see how we could be in the same place.
I do not think if the dialogue we had was our national dialogue, we would not be in this place.
Right? I could still see us disagreeing.
Oh yeah.
I could still see us vehemently disagreeing, but I just see us coming, okay, well, here's some convoluted way we can make it work together. Can you live with that? Yeah, I could live with that. It's not exactly what I want. Yeah, I could live with that. But they don't have that. In fact, that's why I started the series, was I found the conversation about national divorce to be, you red state queens are so dumb. You don't know how good you have it when you leave. Oh yeah, well, all you Democrats run pizza rings full of pedophiles. All of you. Idiot. Dumb, idiot, name. Okay, well, that's our news segment tonight, folks. And I was like, this is insane.
Oh,
this is insane. This is high school child sandbox politics. We should at least be discussing this like adults for something that has the level of consequence this event possibly could have.
Mm-hmm. Well, and we should treat our audiences. I always try and treat my audience like adults. I'm like, we're having an adult conversation. And that's why I expect you to look things up. People like, where was your source in the video? I'm like, I did a bit where I talked about one of DeSantis's ads, and I didn't show the ad because I didn't feel the need to show this old McDonald theme ad that Trump was running. And dude's like, where's the ad? You didn't prove anything. You didn't show the ad. I'm like, dude, you've got to be an adult. And given the demographics on this video, you're over 40. I know that because I see who watched. Like, you need to Google this if you're that lazy. Like, come now. But yes, I completely agree with your point as well. I hope that is also something people take away from this, that civility is possible. And civility is always drawn, I find, from at least a base level understanding of the issues. So I think that once people begin to understand and think about their points, they can also think about other people's perspective. And again, that's why you go watch high school debate, because those kids are good at it. You have to prep both sides for debate because you don't know what you're going to be speaking on sometimes.
I remember
those
that.
Kids,
yes.
You go watch. Public Forum is the one to watch for that, though, because you could follow a team all tournament and see them argue both sides, and they will argue both sides really well, really aggressively.
Yeah, it was for real. Surprise, surprise. Two guys who liked high school debate finding themselves debating politics as grown men. Maybe that it says something about we should invest in our education system and children because it pays off dividends for the rest of our lives. But hey, that's another topic for another day. Amen. I want to say thank you to you. You are always welcome back on the channel. I loved that you were willing to do theoretical talk. You were willing to go there and go in the depth, and you were always respectful and willing to listen. You are our first permanent guest of the National Divorce Interview Series. We will be sending you a check for $2.5 million within the next week. Give us about 1 to 2 years to get that to you. But it's coming. And
contract in writing. And
by the way, that is not legally binding at all in any capacity. But well, yeah, sure, we'll get that to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll send you a copy of the video in a few hours. And thank you. Thank
you very much for having me. I really appreciate, this. You're the first person who asked me to do anything like this. I was pretty shocked when I got your email, and I was exceptionally flattered. Yeah, more than happy if you see anything on my channel and you want to have a chat about it, I would be more than happy to come back on and speak with you about it, because I've thoroughly enjoyed this. As we planned for a half-an-hour interview, and here we are 4.5 hours later.
I have no feeling below my waist, but I've had the best time ever.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not wearing real pants under this.
I'm wearing my shorts. I have to crawl off because I no longer have the use of my legs, but it was worth it.
All right.
I'll see you soon. Thank you so much.
Have a good one.
Okay, you too. Bye.